Hey friends, welcome back to our channel. As you seen in the thumbnail. In this video we are gonna see, what if Deku awakened a Symbiotic Chaos Quirk. This is part 1, and if you want more then Pelase, make sure to leave comment, hit that like button and subscribe, that help me to upload more of this video. Do check out. Now let's dive into video. UASG. Round Gamma breathed like a living city, alleys stacked on alleys, concrete canyons, metal emergency ladders yawning over narrow streets. Siren lights pulsed along the perimeter fence, warning that the entire zone was now a live training hazard area. Wind skated over broken billboard frames and rattled a banner that read, "Control is courage." Izuku Midoriya flexed his fingers inside reinforced gloves. The fabric creaking where extra insulation padded the joints. The new suit smelled faintly of resin and ozone. Support course had woven high-tolerance fibers through the forearms and along the calves. A gift to a student whose power routinely tried to tear him apart. He rolled his shoulders and looked down the lane where steam curled off Todoroki's left palm and flickered around the tips of his hair. 30% is not a goal. Aizawa's voice rasped through the comms, dry as sandpaper. It is a ceiling. You will treat it as such. Your objective is precision. Neutralize the target drawn. E-squad without structural collapse or friendly fire incidents. Across the alley, Bakugo popped his palms, tiny explosions strobing like impatient fireflies. TCH. Neutralize the drones. I'll neutralize your lecture, Eraserhead. Let's move, Deku. Izuku lifted his chin. We stick to the plan. He heard his own voice steady too fast, like he'd practiced the words in a mirror. Change angle every 30 meters, force crossfire. Minimize collateral. Shoto, we'll use your ice to channel them into my explosions. Bakugo snorted, grinning sharp. Finally, something you're not overthinking. Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes slid over both of them, calm but alert. We'll do it clean, he said, letting Frost spider down the asphalt in a wide, shimmering fan. No broken buildings, no broken bones. All Might watched from a rooftop, in his slim form, coat drawn tight against the breeze. He looked like a lighthouse keeper, thin, severe, shining from within. When Izuku met his gaze across the distance, All Might pressed 2 fingers to his heart and then flicked them outward. Believe. Izuku inhaled, tasting dust and metal. He pictured the mathematical ladder he'd built in his head. The one that let him climb into one for all without falling. 10%, every muscle a metronome. 15, a spring coiling in his calves. 20, the whip of green lightning just beginning to arc. 25, the threshold where his lungs felt like bellows and the world sharpened into outlines. 30 was territory he'd only kissed. It had teeth. UA training scenario Gamma 7, present M. IC crowed from the distant observation booth. Commence in 3, 2. The drone swarm burst from a side street like a flock of wicked birds, rotors shrieking. Some were small and fast, tracer rounds glowing paint orange at their noses. Others were bulkier, with foam capture nets spooling at their bellies. A few carried shock munitions calibrated for student suits. Algorithms learned with every drill. UA never let you fight the same enemy twice. Full cowl, 20%. Izuku's mind clicked into place. Green filaments laced around his limbs, faint and bright and disciplined. He sprinted, footfalls precise. Boots kissing the asphalt at measured intervals. Bakugo vaulted a hydrant with a blast that spun him sideways, then bang, 3 drones shattered into sparking halves under a tight palm detonation. Left flank, Izuku called. Already cutting that way. Shoto, vent thermal, give them a heat plume, make them climb. Todoroki's fire roared low and controlled, a sheet of shimmering mirage over the alley mouth. Drones surged upward to avoid intake melt. The second they broke altitude, Izuku fired like a slingshot. Manchester Smash clipped a heavy drone's rotor. He rolled through the landing. Let momentum carry him into a heel kick that caved a sensor dome. Paint rounds splattered harmlessly across his shoulder plates. 23%. Breath steady. 26. He felt it before he saw it, the datacom of analysis giving way to a storm of static. The drones changed formation on a dime, the front rank diving at him in a rapid scissors and the rear rank angling to hem Bakugo Agai. NST a wall where one misjudged blast could bounce. Todoroki pivoted to ice the choke point, but the ground buckled. The training city had hidden trap plates that suddenly tilted like a carnival funhouse. Izuku skidded, corrected. Deku. Bakugo barked. For once the nickname didn't needle, it anchored. Izuku burst into a short dash, 28, grabbed a stray net midair with one hand, and tore it aside before it cocooned Todoroki's legs. Thanks, Todoroki said coolly, frost relacing over the pitched asphalt. Then, left. The bulky command drone arrived with a juddering whine, its undercarriage yawning open. Not a net this time. A concussive disc, harmless, non-lethal, designed to hammer your equilibrium straight through your skull and drop you cold without bruises. Izuku calculated between heartbeats, distance, angle. Todoroki's line of fire, Bakugo's blast radius. He could make the jump. He could reach. His body agreed, every tendon singing. 29. The number felt like a promise and a threat. 30. He stepped up. The world didn't explode. That would have been almost merciful. Instead, it sang, a thin, keening frequency slipping under his ribs and through his spine. His skin prickled as if the suit had turned to gravel. Somewhere far away, Present Mike's voice thinned into a wire. He landed the punch perfectly, knuckles burying in composite housing, the disc cracked and harmless, a clean textbook interception, and then the bell in his blood tolled. He didn't fall. He stopped, like a frame cut out of a strip of film and held to the light. Green lightning craw led sluggishly across his forearms as if wading through syrup. An after-image of his punch still hung in his eyes. 30% bucked inside him, a bronco he'd bridled but never truly broken. He tried to step back. His heel didn't listen. Something crawled over his sternum, under the skin. Not one for all. This wasn't energy rushing forward to be shaped, this was a weight sliding awake, like tar warmed by sun. Heat flickered in his core and then cooled, and the coolness was worse. It wasn't absence, it was hunger. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice cut through, harsh enough to scrape. He fired his capture scarf. It hissed in a glittering arc, ready to yank Izuku clear if a second concussive disc fired. Izuku blinked, mouth a fraction open. He didn't answer. All Might was moving, no, teleport. But old injuries made even haste a kind of slow. Bakugo got there first. He grabbed Izuku's forearm, gauntlet sizzling, and snarled, don't you dare fold on this, nerd. Move. Izuku tried. The command slid off the surface of him like rain off glass. Under it, something else listened. Not now, he told it, panic sharpening his thoughts. Whatever you are, no. The moment cracked like ice. He stumbled, and the world unpaused. Drones screamed by, Bakugo pivoted to blast them, Todoroki carved a barricade of ice between Izuku and the command drone's failing wreck, and Aizawa's ska. RF cinched around Izuku's waist and tugged. Then everything tilted again, the trap plates finishing their mischievous tilt, and Izuku's knee banged into a curb. Not hard, not dangerous, but the vibrati. On shot up his thigh and into his hip and spine and skull, and whatever had stirred below his ribs rippled as if the knock had called it by name. Heat drenched him head to toe and vanished. For a breath he was absolutely cold. A vacuum pumped into where his heartbeat should have been. The green glow of full cowl hiccuped. Midoriya. All Might's voice was not All Might's showman calm, it was a man's fear sharpened to a spear. Izuku swallowed dry air. The taste in his mouth had turned metallic, like he'd bitten a coin. He could move now, a little, he shifted his weight and shook his head hard enough to rattle his teeth. I'm okay, he said. It came out too fast, too thin. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. He didn't let go. You'd better be. Todoroki turned, scanning the sky. All drones neutralized, he reported after a moment. Though his voice had the tightness of someone reporting with a hand on a fire extinguisher. Scenario complete. Stand down, Aizawa ordered, already vaulting over debris to reach them. He yanked his goggles off and stared at Izuku like he could peel him with a glance. On the ground. Now. Izuku let them lower him to sit on broken curb, his legs folding neat as a hinge. The bell tone in his bones had faded to a nearly inaudible thread. His suit's biosensors ticked numbers on the heads-up display in his visor, respiration a little high, muscle fatigue within norms for the exertion. Temperature. Your temp spiked, Aizawa said, eyes raking the readouts. Then dropped 3 degrees in 5 seconds. Midoriya, talk. Izuku opened his mouth. He meant to say feedback or just tired or I misjudged the step, anything that would be an honest explanation, even if it made him look sloppy. The truth came out instead, because he couldn't lie to Aizawa the way Aizawa could not blink. I stepped to 30, he admitted. I had it. Then, there was a noise. No, not a noise. Like a feeling that was a noise. He winced at his own description. Everything slowed, just for a second. I felt heavy. Not OFA heavy. Different. Like something. What? Aizawa pressed. Like something woke up, Izuku said softly. Bakugo scoffed reflexively, but it didn't land. He looked at Izuku's face and shut up. Jaw tight. All Might crouched, careful not to crowd him. Up close, the worry lines carved deeper canyons than any training ground. Young Midoriya, did you hear anything else? His throat worked. Words. Izuku started to shake his head, then paused. He hadn't heard words. But there had been a suggestion, an idea that didn't come from his own pattern of analysis. It hadn't been hostile. Not exactly. It had simply been there, the way a shadow is there when you stand under a streetlight. No, he said, and that was true. Just the pressure. Aizawa snapped his fingers at the nearest hovering med drone. Isolation Bay. Now, we're not doing this on a curve. He glanced at Todoroki and Bakugo. You two, cool down and debrief. Kachan, if you give me lip. You're doing 10 laps of gamma with your shoelaces tied. Bakugo clicked his tongue in pure offended dignity but didn't protest. He pushed off the curb, scowling at nothing, and stalked away. Explosions in his palms dialed down to a simmer. Todoroki hovered a second longer, eyes on the faint tremor in Izuku's right hand that Izuku was trying not to notice. Text me, Todoroki said finally, like it wasn't a question. And followed. All Might walked with Izuku to the isolation unit, a mobile cube of glass and steel that UA kept for chemical spills and quirk malfunctions. Inside, the air smelled sterile and too clean. Izuku settled on the exam bed, the paper sheath crinkling under his weight. His hands felt normal again, if a little rubbery. Breathing, fine. Skin, fine. He peeked at the inside of his wrists where, moments ago, green arcs had danced. Freckled skin, a scatter of old training bruises. Aizawa keyed a code and the glass door sealed, a soft thunk that sounded like a padlock being polite. Masks, he said to the med team, who snapped on filters without comment. Recovery Girl was away at a conference. Today's crew was a mix of the support course medic interns and the stoic UA nurse with a quirk that made every instrument in a 5-meter radius behave itself. He stuck a therm strip under Izuku's tongue. Aizawa stood at the foot of the bed, arms folded, expression carved out of granite and worry. All Might kept to the side, like a guardian shadow. He was thin, yes, and sometimes a little ghostly, but his presence filled the cube until it felt less like a box and more like a harbor. The thermometer chirped. The nurse glanced at it, frowned, and slipped it away. Spiked at 39.4 Celsius on entry, he reported. Currently 36.1 and stable. That's a steep drop. Is that dangerous? All Might asked. It's unusual. The nurse's tone said, and I hate unusual. He lifted a light and slid Izuku's eyelid up, checked pupil reaction. Headache. Not really, Izuku said. Just, like I sprinted through molasses. He offered a weak smile when the nurse glanced at him for a definition. Sorry. I mean I'm tired in a way that's not just muscles. Blood draw, Aizawa ordered. Full panel. Quirk factor markers if our equipment can even pretend to look at that. You can't pull quirk factors on a lab slip eraser. The nurse didn't sound offended, only dry. But we can see inflammation markers. Stress hormones, thermal irregularities. All Might's eyes flicked to Izuku's forearms. Young Midoriya's full cowl tends to leave microcapillary stress patterns, he said. Voice professional and too casual. We should look for those. The medic intern swabbed the crook of Izuku's elbow. The needle's pinch felt ordinary. Izuku stared at the ceiling panel and counted the perforations. He'd broken dozens of drones, outrun explosions, taken hits meant for others and laughed through the adrenaline. He knew the familiar flavors of fear: don't miss, don't slip, don't break. What gnawed at him now was unfamiliar. It wasn't pointy. It was viscous. He closed his eyes and breathed in for 4, out for 4, the way All Might had taught him. He tried to catalogue the moment 30% had tilted, the disc, the step, the bell noise that wasn't. He diagrammed it in his head as if it were a fight to be mapped: stimulus, response, failure point. If he could name it, he could fight it. Or at least fight around it. Hey, All Might said softly, the voice he used for corridors instead of arenas. Look at me. Izuku did. You are not in trouble, All Might said. You are not a failure. Something unexpected happened, we will investigate it, and you will not face it alone. Something in Izuku's chest loosened a notch. Yes, sir. Aizawa's phone vibrated. He glanced down, thumbed it open. And his eyebrows twitched, barely a movement, but in Aizawa's face, that was a gasp. He tapped a quick reply and slid the phone into his scarf. That was Power Loader, he said. The command drone's camera caught your last 3 seconds before the pause. He's running it through slow motion filters. A beat. There's a distortion artifact across the frame. All Might went very still. Distortion. Like heat haze, but it doesn't track with environmental data. Aizawa met Izuku's eyes through the glass. It tracks with you. Izuku's mouth went cottony. Is that bad? Too early to say. Aizawa's gaze dropped to Izuku's hands. He stared for a long moment, then pointed. What is that? Izuku looked down. For a heartbeat he saw nothing except the usual W. Whorls of palm lines and a faint ink smudge where Kaminari's dumb marker prank had transferred from a shared notebook. Then he saw it, a thin thread of darkness, barely more than a hairline, tracing Fr. The base of his thumb along the tendon. It wasn't a bruise. He pressed it lightly with his thumb. It didn't hurt. It didn't even feel there, exactly. If he hadn't been staring, his skin would have felt normal. He swallowed. I don't know. That wasn't there. The medic intern leaned in. Under the exam light, the thread didn't shine like ink. It ate the light. Not dramatic or scary. Just, wrong in miniature. The intern flicked her gaze to Aizawa, whose jaw tightened. All Might's hand hovered, fingers flexing with an instinct to comfort and a caution not to touch what he didn't understand. We'll log every change, he said. Steady again. For now, rest. Izuku nodded because nodding was the thing he could do that didn't require definitions. He lay back on the crinkly paper and let the cold, antiseptic hum of the isolation unit settle around him like a too-clean blanket. He watched the dark thread out of the corner of his eye, refusing to look at it full on, as if that would make it more. Outside the glass, Aizawa conferred with the med team in low tones. Izuku caught words like quarantine and monitoring and no visitors. All Might argued, politely, stubbornly, for context and care instead of containment. The nurse advocated for caution with the implacability of a guy who had seen everything from acid-eating bacteria to a student whose sneeze summoned bees. Izuku closed his eyes. Somewhere under the clinical buzz, under the training field's distant sirens and the murmuring of teachers, under the itch of adhesive monitors and the cool press of the pillow, something else breathed. Not in words. In presence. It wasn't pushing. It wasn't even curious. It was watching, the way a tide watches a shore it already owns and is waiting to pull back. No, Izuku told it, not with defiance but with clarity. You don't own me. The thing didn't answer. Or maybe silence was its answer. He drifted on the edge of a nap, the kind where the world narrows to a slit and sounds fuzz. A memory bobbed up, the first time he'd seen All Might deflate, his hero suddenly human and fragile. The terror. The respect blooming bigger than the fear. He wondered, dizzily, if the future he'd again, a clear road to heroism paved with discipline and kindness and the green lightning he'd earned, had just sprouted a fork he couldn't map. The isolation bay's lights dimmed to a softer setting. Outside the glass, the city of ground gamma sat in its own maze of alleys and trap plates and broken billboard frames, full of lessons it was too happy to teach the hard way. Izuku listened to the hum of the HVAC. The gentle squeak of a pen on a clipboard, All Might's quiet cough, Aizawa's soft curse when a report loaded slowly. Normal sounds. Human sounds. When sleep finally tugged him under, he didn't feel like he was falling. He felt like he was submerging. For a moment, only a moment, he dreamed he was in the ocean at night, floating, warm water gliding by. Then the water thickened to something like oil. And the dream sharpened into a sensation that wasn't a dream at all, a whisper under the heartbeat of the world. Not words. A resonance. A low, patient tide. He woke with a start, breath catching. The dark thread on his wrist had grown. Barely. To anyone else it would have been nothing. But Izuku catalogued everything. He stared, chest rising and falling, and understood without Understanding that whatever had woken during that perfect punch, whatever had slid awake when he'd kissed 30%, had not gone back to sleep. "Sensei," he said, voice steady, because he'd Arned to make it steady when panic crawled. "I think something's wrong." Aizawa met his eyes. "We're going to find out what," he said. All Might's reflection in the glass looked like a lighthouse again, thin, severe, shining from within. Outside the cube, ground gamma's siren lights pulsed red, then white, then red again, beating a slow warning against the city sky. Inside, Izuku lay very still. And the whisper uncoiled somewhere far below language, low and tidal and patient, waiting for a chance to be more than a shadow under skin. UA didn't cancel training. It just changed the rules. By afternoon, ground beta had been reconfigured into a safe room masquerading as a city block. Smintos had raised a waist-high ring of fresh concrete around the field like a boxing ring for giants. ECT. Oplasm stood at the perimeter with 3 clones, clipboards in hand. Snipe watched from the gantry in case anything tried to leave that shouldn't. Midnight paced in soft-soled boots near a bank of EM. Argent-C vents connected to a fast flush air system. Recovery Girl had returned from her conference and was arguing with Power Loader about whether to run heat sensors at kid-level height or adult-level height. Aizawa stood in the center of it all like the eye of a smart storm, scarf idle around his shoulders, hair loose, goggles lowered to his neck. "We're running a replication," he told Class 1A, voice carrying without volume. "Controlled variables. If there is no anomaly, we stop. If there is, we stop faster." Everything smelled faintly of wet cement and disinfectant. And nerves. Izuku flexed his fingers in brand new gloves. He'd slept exactly 90 minutes in the isolation bay, then dozed off and on under a quilt of monitors until morning. The black hairline on his wrist remained, no longer than a thumbnail. No darker than pencil lead, but he could find it without looking if he ran a thumb over his skin. It felt like the absence of a bruise. He'd eaten a banana, half a bagel, and a bowl of porridge that tasted like worry. He'd nodded when All Might asked if he was ready, because he was. Or because he had to be. Bakugo bounced on his heels just outside the ring. His gauntlets were off, no grenade pods. Just bare hands and the simmering snap of palm sweat. "I'm giving you a measured blast," he told Izuku, not bothering to lower his voice. "Measured. You flinch, I'll measure your face into the floor." "Measured," Izuku echoed, trying to smile. "Got it." Todoroki stretched open and closed his right hand, the red white of his hair catching the overhead lamps. His eyes scat. Ed harmlessly along the inside of the concrete ring to test the grip. "I'll ramp heat slowly," he said. "No spikes." He looked at Izuku and added, very plainly, "We can stop at any time." "I know." Izuku's smile fit better this time. "Positions," Aizawa said. They took them. Deku in the ring's center, feet shoulder width, hands loose. Bakugo at 2 o'clock along the rim. Todoroki at 10. The saint of the class fanned out in the bleachers under faculty supervision, a hush settling over the usual rustle. Even Kaminari didn't crack a joke. Yaoyorozu took notes like a graduate researcher. Ida's hands chopped silently as if reminding everyone to remember emergency protocols. Uraraka clasped her helmet under one arm and bit her lip, eyes never leaving Izuku. All Might stood at Aizawa's shoulder. His thin silhouette somehow anchoring the space. Aizawa flicked on his comm. Phase 1. Full cowl at 20%. No external stimuli. Izuku exhaled and climbed. Full cowl, 20%. The green filaments came, warm and familiar. Wrapping his muscles in clear instruction. His heart locked to a steady metronome. He kept his center of gravity low, like Gran Torino had beaten into him with that relentless, ridiculous old man speed. "Vitals?" Aizawa asked. "Within expected," Recovery Girl answered, quick. "Temperature normal. No abnormal spikes." Phase 2, Aizawa said. "Increase ambient heat by 5 degrees Celsius over 30 seconds. Maintain." Todoroki lifted his left hand and breathed. Fire curled out in a controlled ribbon, never touching Izuku. It warmed the air the way a summer noon warms a sidewalk. Heat shimmered faintly between them. Izuku felt sweat prick behind his ears. He also felt something else, like a yawning space under the heat, as if the warmth had thrown a shadow. Tiny. A pocket of cooler than cool that his mind tripped over. He catalogued it and didn't chase it. Stay with the plan. All green, the nurse at the console reported. Tiny drop in skin surf. Ace temp on right forearm, could be sweat evaporation. Nothing alarming. Phase 3, Aizawa said. Katsuki. One controlled explosion. Quarter strength. Directed away. Bakugo's smirk lost its edge, he gave a single sharp nod. Focused like a lenses in photographer. He looked at Izuku for a beat. Keep your head, he said, and then he moved, palms together, then apart, the explosion rolling like a drumbeat rather than crackling like a firework. It thundered into the air on a slant, the shockwave grazing Izuku's left side a hair past harmless. Izuku braced, let the pressure skate his skin. Nothing stirred in his chest. Again, Aizawa said. The second blast came lower, like a wave shoulder checking him at the beach. Izuku rocked with it and settled. Todoroki's heat held. The ring's concrete sweated a little. Phase 4, Aizawa said after a pause. Full cowl, 25. Kinetic and thermal stimuli repeat. Ready. Izuku swallowed. Ready. He climbed. 25. The world crisped. Air across his cheeks. The pulse in his neck, the soft tack of rubber on cement. Bakugo's breath a fraction ragged from holding back, it all arranged itself into a grid. Todoroki. Heat rose another notch, a soft nudge. The space under it yawned a hair wider. Izuku kept his eyes on the ground just ahead, where tiny grains of sand glittered in the cement. Katsuki. The blast banged sideways. And there it was. The bell tone again, but not a ring this time, more like a thrum, a bass note from an instrument buried under his ribs. It didn't hurt. Not yet. It vibrated against him, through him. The way a heavy truck rumbling by shakes the window glass. He kept his stance. He breathed. Midoriya. All Might's voice edged in, gentle but tight. Report. I feel. Izuku closed his eyes for one count and opened them. Like the air got thicker, but only around me. Aizawa's hair floated for an instant as his quirk flicked on and off. A test. Izuku's lightning dimmed and brightened with it, cooperative as always. Aizawa's eyes settled back to human. Phase 5, he said quietly, like he was choosing the word, not repeating it. Full cowl 28. Then we stop. I can go to 27. Izuku said automatically, the safety habit. Then he heard himself and nodded. 28. Then stop. He climbed. 26. Breath. 27. Knees unlocked, imagine stepping on clouds. 28. The thrum deepened into a pull, like gravity had gently picked up a new job. Katsuki, last one, Aizawa said. Half strength. High arc. One and done. Bakugo didn't nod. He didn't speak. He just moved. Precise as a Swiss watch exploding on purpose. He leapt, twisted, and fired a half-strength explosion across the ring, a whipped detonation that should have been an object lesson in restraint. It never reached Izuku. It folded. Not around Izuku like a shield, not away like Ms. into him. The heat and force swerved the way a tossed ball swerves when someone turns on a giant invisible magnet, except heat isn't ferrous and shockwaves aren't marbles. The air dented like film melting, and the detonation's thunder gulped itself mid-note. Bakugo landed in a crouch he hadn't planned for. Eyes snapping wide. The space around Izuku craze-lined, not in the concrete but in light, as if a sheet of glass the size of a room had been flexed. Then black bled out of Izuku's pores. It didn't splash. It didn't pour from a single place. It bloomed, as if dozens of invisible capillaries under his skin had decided to show themselves at once. Viscous, yes, but eager, the way a tide is eager when the moon drags it, gathering itself into ribbons and ropes and writhing tongues of something that was not smoke, not liquid, not shadow. The smell hit first, ozone scorched clean, then under that a high metallic tang like a penny rubbed between fingers. Erase. Midnight began. Aizawa had already moved. His hair rose, his eyes went red-rimmed and monstrous, his stare speared Izuku's center. The black slowed. It didn't stop. On the monitors, graphs spiked and dove. Body surface temperature dropping, recovery girl snapped. Core holding. Don't touch him. All Might stepped once, caught himself, and stayed at the line with a hand pressed to the barrier as if he could hold the whole ring up with a palm. Young Midoriya. Izuku's head snapped up. He wasn't sure when it had dropped. He wasn't sure when his hands had curled. He could feel full cowl's lightning skating his skin, and under that, the new thing, heavy and hungry in a way that wasn't a craving, exactly. It was a design. The black ribbons weren't reaching outward like a predator. They were arching as if smelling weather. Todoroki, eyes scanning, saw it before anyone else did. The heat, he said, voice level but urgent. It's bending toward him. Kill the heat, Aizawa ordered. Todoroki shut it down. The black writhed, seemed to taste the absence, then turned. Brace for, power loader began. But his warning didn't fit anything that existed because the black didn't attack. It received. Bakugo's blast, its trailing remnants still tumbling, finished folding. The knot of strobing force sank into the nearest dark tongue without a sound. No bang, no hiss. One moment a half-dead shockwave, the next, gone, like a handful of sand dropped into deep water. Absorption, Yaoyorozu breathed, not meaning to say it out loud. Not just thermal, Snipe muttered from the gantry. Kinetic. The black matter, if it was matter, responded to the meal the way a lung responds to a breath. It expanded, glossy and wet without being wet, slicking up Izuku's forearms and across his shoulders like an obscene, elegant scarf. It left behind patterns where it brushed the ring's concrete, faint ashy po. CK marks spread in a fern-like frost pattern, brittle enough that when a single grain of sand fell, the pattern collapsed into gray powder. Everyone stay back, Aizawa snapped, his quirk buzzing at a frequency between on and off as he tried to press the phenomenon without pressing Izuku into motionless. Midoriya, breathe. Don't fight it, but choose. Izuku heard him through the thickened air hearing a friend through a closed car window. He latched onto the word choose like rope in a rip current. Choose what? Choose how? Gran Torino's gravelly voice in his head, don't let power choose the path for you. You choose the path and let power be the road, and All Might's quieter, stronger after. What is the next kind thing? Kindness shouldn't have had a place here. But it did. Because panic would shove, fear would slash. Kindness would contain. He opened his hands and lowered them, slow as prayer. It's okay, he said, not to Aizawa, not to the class, not to All Might. To the tide. You're not under attack. The black paused. Not stopped, not obeyed. Paused, like a hummingbird hovering. The tendrils, not tendrils, because that made them sound like snakes or vines and they were neither, softened their posture. A lightless sheen crawled along their surfaces like aurora seen through closed eyes. The concrete at Izuku's feet spider-webbed with soft pitting. The green of full cowl filigreed through the black in threads. Bright as neon wires woven into tar. Erasure, Aizawa said, teeth together. His eyes burned. The black closest to the surface shrank, thinned like a film over water retreating from salt. The halo of cold around Izuku's skin warmed a degree. But the pull remained, the invisible magnet that had fed on heat and thunder still humming. Aizawa's eyes watered, he blinked, and in the blink, one thicker ribbon snapped toward the ring wall like a roused eel. It didn't lash. It touched. Where it touched, the concrete grayed. Not scorched, scorching is loud and showy. This was a quiet ruin. The surface went from rough to chalky smooth. When Izuku, without thinking, stepped to the side and the ribbon followed him rather than the concrete, a string of ashy Ntouts flaked away from the ring like dandruff from the world. Midoriya, don't move, All Might managed, fighting pure protective instinct. Copy, Izuku said, and planted his feet. Bakugo, hands clenched, spit out a sentence like he was tearing it from somewhere reluctant. Do you want me to? No more blasts, Aizawa cut in. You fed it. That's enough. Bakugo's mouth twisted, he hated being told his explosions were food. He hated more that Aizawa was probably right. He took one lurching half-step, then forced himself back. Time telescoped. It might have been 10 seconds. It might have been 30. The black mass breathed without lungs, surged without waves. It took one last sip of residual warmth from the air, not from Todoroki now, but from the way bodies are warm in a room, and then, as if invisibly cued, it withdrew. Not in shame, not in conquest, in the inevitability of a tide changing. It flowed back toward Izuku's skin, smoothing itself across him like a shadow discovering the surface it belonged to. Then pulling through him as if he were a door left ajar. The last lick of it traced his jaw like a cat deciding it didn't need to rub against your leg after all. Then it was gone. Not gone. Inside, Izuku swayed. Aizawa's scarf snapped out and cinched his waist before his knees could add their opinion. All Might moved then, one long step, the only rule now being catch him. I'm okay, Izuku said automatically, voice weak but there. You are not, Recovery Girl retorted, already ducking under the barrier with frightening speed for her age. On the stretcher, dear. Izuku blinked down at his forearms. The green full cowl threads thinned to hairlines and then to a memory. In their place, for the barest second, veins of black traced under his skin, more than the hairline from the night before. A faint, branching network like someone had drawn a tree in shadow and then pressed it one layer too deep. They faded fast, leaving nothing but freckled arms and the tingle of nerves that had been briefly used as conduits for something they hadn't signed for. Midnight exhaled a breath she'd been holding for a human lifetime. Roll credits on that, she muttered under it, then louder. Teacher again, air scrubbers off. Everyone stay seated. Her smile for the class was quick and fixed. Learning moment, do not touch an unknown phenomenon. Even if it looks cool. Aizawa raked a hand through his hair, restoring his humanity one strand at a time. He looked at the ring wall where the black had kissed. He crouched, touched the ashy patch with his little finger. And it collapsed into powder so fine it didn't even cling to his skin. He stood, very carefully not looking at All Might's face. On the gantry, Snipe blew out a long, slow breath. I've seen quirks that eat fire, he said. I ain't seen one eat force. All Might didn't answer him. He was watching Izuku's eyes, blinking, embarrassed, very awake. The boy's pulse beat fast under thin skin. Sweat trickled behind his ear. His hands were steady because he had ordered them to be. Young Midoriya, All Might said softly, the world shrinking to the boy on the stretcher. Can you hear anything? Izuku searched. He tilted his head like a person listening for a subway coming or going. He didn't hear words. He didn't hear a voice. But he heard the absence where the black had been, like standing on a dock after a boat shoves off and the water slaps the posts in a new rhythm. No, he said. Then, because truth mattered, not really. Just, like it knows me now. Noted, Aizawa said. His tone was neutral. The veins at his temple said otherwise. Recovery Girl tapped a sensor pad against Izuku's temple. The readout winked green, then yellow for half a second, then green again. Fever building, she announced. Core up by 1 degree in the last minute. He's going to crash. Back to isolation, Aizawa ordered. He lifted his gaze to the class, who were very deliberately not gasping or shouting or panicking. This was UA. They took their fear and folded it into procedure. Debrief in 2 hours. You will not repeat what you saw. If any of you have recorded anything, his look swept over Kaminari, then Jiro out of habit. Then gently over the rest, delete it. This is a medical situation, not gossip. Understood. Iida blurted, both hands slicing into a salute he then modified into a more normal acknowledgement. Uraraka's voice wobbled, but she kept it even. You've got this, Deku, she said quietly. Kirishima pumped a fist under his desk and didn't yell manly because it didn't fit, but the sentiment was there. Yaoyorozu scribbled the words energy absorption. Entropic decay. Erasure resistant. On her pad and then put the pad down like it was rude to write down a friend's symptoms. Shiro sat on his hands. Asui blinked slowly and said, Kiro, like a prayer. Bakugo didn't say anything, because anything he said right now would be the wrong shape. He took one step back from tea. He leaned and stared at the ashed concrete like it had personally offended him by daring to be weaker than a wall should be. His jaw flexed. His eyes snapped to Izuku's for a fraction of a second, and tea. Here was nothing in them but furious calculation and, under it like a blueprint under a blueprint, faith. They rolled Izuku away, Recovery Girl scolding the stretcher to behave as if it could hear. All Might walked beside, one hand hovering over the rail, as if protecting a candle from wind. Aizawa walked behind, already drafting a report in his head that he would hate writing and hate more not writing. The ring sat empty. The faint ash flowers around the kiss mark of the black tide drifted when the air scrubbers shut off. Smintas crouched and frowned at the pattern like a man who had just watched math forget itself. Name it. Present Mike said quietly, because they always named the things that tried to make the world smaller. It gave you handles to hold while you fought. Aizawa didn't turn. Not yet, he said. Not before the doctors run out of words they understand. But the name was already growing in whispers, in notebooks, in the place where students whispered to themselves when something impossible needed a label. Symbiotic because it had flowed back into Izuku like home. Chaos because it didn't care about the rules that heat and force and matter usually followed. Not yet official. Not yet spoken where it counted. But language was a tide too, and it had turned. In the isolation wing, under lights dim to kind, Izuku shivered. Fever crept up, polite and relentless. The thin black hairline at his wrist had become a subtle ink map of branching veins across his forearms and chest, not grotesque, not even ugly. Just there, as if he'd lain too long in the sun under a net of shadow. The med team worked. Recovery girl tutted. The nurse's quirk made the machines hum in perfect time. All Might stayed. Hours later, when the worst of the fever broke and Izuku drifted. In the soft place between waking and sleep, he felt it, a whisper that wasn't words, a listening that wasn't eyes, a sense like standing at the edge of a night ocean and realizing the waves are breathing with you. It didn't ask for control. It didn't promise power. It simply was, coiled and patient, an ocean that had discovered a shore it liked. Izuku's fingers curled on the blanket. We're going to do this the right way. He murmured to the dark, which might have been inside him or might have been the room. Or not at all. The dark didn't answer. The monitors did, soft and steady. Aizawa, outside the glass, pinched the bridge of his nose and made a list in his head that started with quarantine and counseling and containment and, if this was a thing that wanted to be understood, curriculum. He lifted his eyes to All Might. For once, the two men didn't need words. We saw it. We won't flinch. We do the work. Back in the ring, a faint drift of ash crumbled to nothing under a gentle ventilation cycle. The scar it left on the concrete didn't look like a wound. It looked like a warning. The isolation room made a quiet sound when the door sealed, like two pieces of glass politely shaking hands. UV strips in the ceiling purred to life. A thin blue halo traced along the floor, marking the boundary line where visitors should not cross. A camera peered down through a bubble dome, its red tally light the only color that didn't belong to some medical instrument. Izuku sat propped against white pillows, sweat-damp hair stuck to his forehead. The fever had broken, but its echo lingered. Red in his bones, a cottony heaviness that had nothing to do with muscles. He flexed his hands, opened, closed, and watched the black. It wasn't ink. Under the skin, it looked like a shadow had learned anatomy. Filigree fine lines branched from his wrists toward his forearms, up the inner elbow, across the chest in a lattice so faint it vanished if he looked away and returned when he looked back. Black vein-like tracings that did not follow the normal map of blood. They didn't throb. They didn't itch. They simply existed, a quiet overlay that turned more visible when his heart rate crept up and grew shy when he calmed himself. He tested it. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. The black faded a shade, like a dimmer turning. All right, recovery girl said, leaning in to check a monitor. Whatever it is, it likes you calm. I like you calm too. Convenient, that. Aizawa stood at the foot of the bed, unblinking. All Might took the chair closest to the glass, elbows on his knees. Palms together in a prayer that he'd never admit was a prayer. Power Loader and the UA nurse occupied the console outside the room, voices low, screens painting their faces green. Mr. Midoriya, said the woman in the video panel on the wall. Her hair was shot through with steel gray, her eyes were the color of old slate. Dr. Sekiguchi, UA clinical consultant. I'm joining remotely. May I ask some questions? Izuku sat up a little straighter. Yes, ma'am. Do you feel pain now? No. Just heavy. Numbness. Tingling. Pressure in chest. Not numb. Not pins and needles. The pressure he searched for the right shape of words. Like a weighted blanket from inside. A few quick notes off screen. How about hunger? Hungry or snack hungry? He asked, because the difference mattered for him. A small smile creased the doctor's face. Good hungry. He glanced at the empty porridge bowl on the tray. I could eat a real lunch. Noted. The smile faded back into a scientist's neutral. Mr. Aizawa, if you would. Aizawa stepped closer to the glass and met Izuku's eyes, seeking permission. Izuku gave a small nod he hoped read as I trust you more than do it. Aizawa's hair rose. The red in his eyes ignited, the air around him tightened the way it does just before rain. Inside Izuku, Fulcal dimmed obediently. The familiar green threads thinned to suggestion. The micro tremor across his knuckles eased. The black reacted too. For a heartbeat it darkened, as if the sudden removal of OFA's spark cast a deeper shadow, and then the surface blotting receded, fading back from jet to smoke. The lines under his skin shrank to almost nothing. Monitors climbed and dipped in a jittery dance. Recovery Girl reached up without looking and pressed a button. The UV strips took on a hotter tone. Bathing the room, Izuku felt nothing from the light except a faint warmth on the bridge of his nose. Aizawa blinked, let his gaze soften, and became human again. He watched the black as carefully as a bomb technician watches a clock. The faint tracery returned, not faster, not triumphant. Simply patient. Doctor. Sakaguchi's mouth tightened. Surface expression suppressed under erasure, she said. Subsurface activity persistent. Mr. Midoriya, did you feel the change? Izuku nodded. Like someone pulled a blanket off and then put it back. Any voice? Words? He hesitated. Everyone in the room felt the hesitation. No words, he said. Just, like it's listening. All Might's fingers steepled harder, knuckles whitening. Aizawa did not look away from Izuku for even a blink. Next test. Recovery Girl said briskly. Local anesthetic on the skin. We'll examine vascular reaction. The nurse, a man named Uno who could make medical hardware behave with a glare, stepped through decon, gloved up, and swabbed Izuku's forearm. The alcohol was cold. He slid a shallow needle under the skin, just enough to raise a bubble. Izuku barely felt the prick. What about contagion? Power Loader asked from the console, voice low, as if the word itself should wear a mask. We've been running air and surface assays since last night, Uno answered without looking up. Nothing in the air. No replicating pathogen on surfaces. The ash from ground beta is inert, chemically odd, but inert. Whatever we're seeing inside him loses most of its definition outside. Most, Aizawa repeated. Enough that it's not creeping across the ring like mold, Uno said. I'd call that a small mercy. Doctor. Sakaguchi scribbled. Quirk expression subclasses, she murmured, half to herself. And toggled a chart onto the side screen. Emitter transformation mutation, branches and sub-branches like a family tree for impossible things. A new node blinked where no node belonged. If this were a standard emitter, erasure would scram the signal altogether. If it were purely transformation, we'd expect a full morphological shift tied to exertion. Mutation would present structurally, horns, scales, dermal change. This, she tapped her pen against her teeth. This looks symbiotic. The word sat in the room for a beat like a new student no one knew where to seat. Symbiotic, All Might repeated softly. Part organism, part quirk, drive. Sakaguchi continued. Not parasitic in the infectious sense, we're not seeing spread or replication in the environment, but parasitic in the biological sense, integrated into the host. Drawing resources, conferring new functions. She glanced toward Izuku. Mr. Midoriya, how would you describe its intent? Defensive, offensive, curious. I don't know if it has intent, he said. When I got hit with heat and force, it ate them. Or absorbed them. It didn't attack. It just made the attack stop. Aizawa's eyes flicked to the faint ash sty. End sample sealed in a tray on the counter. Power Loader had scraped it from the concrete before Smintos could pave over the ring. The ash sat there like a crime scene that had already confessed but wouldn't say to what. Let's try a controlled call and response, Recovery Girl said, voice gentle. No heroics. No percentages. Just see if you can ask it to show a little and then stop. All Might started to object. The breath he drew became a held breath. He didn't say don't. He said, we'll stop if anything feels wrong. Izuku nodded. He wound his hands in the blanket for a second, then unspooled them. He looked at his palms and thought the way he did when guiding full cowl into his fingertips. Not a shove, not a yank, just an invitation. He didn't push the black. He made room for it. At first, nothing. Then his skin prickled, the way it does when you get too close to a CRT screen. A faint darkness bubbled under the surface along the heel of his hand, a blot like a cloud seen through skin. It crept toward his palm. Curious, then slicked back as if realizing the room was bright and watched. In the glass reflection, he saw his own eyes widen and then flatten to calm. Good, Recovery Girl murmured. Relief threaded through the syllable. Good control. Midoriya, Aizawa said quietly. Stop. He didn't bark it. He asked. Izuku took another 4-count breath and pictured the Black as water sliding down a beach back into the sea. It obeyed. Slowly. Not like a thing cowed. Like a thing following a rule it had agreed to. The monitors applauded with a little burst of green. It may respect boundaries, drive. Sekiguchi said, tapping her pen again. Or your boundaries, at least. Then we mark them, Aizawa said. All Might turned his chair toward the glass. Young Midoriya, he said, voice low, classroom soft. How does one for all feel in there with it? Izuku closed his eyes. He had lived with OFA long enough to know its textures. The hum like a generator room, the crackle like a banner in wind. The way it pulled behind his knees when he misbalanced and lit his shoulders when he found the center. He reached for a thread's worth, 10% not as power but as presence, and held it like a candle cupped in both hands. The black responded the way iron filings respond to a magnet under paper, subtle alignment. Not sucking it down, not fighting it. Channeling. T drew the little flame along the lines under his skin as if tracing a pre-laid path. The feeling wasn't uncomfortable. It was organized, in a way that made his heart lurch because organization meant intention. And intention meant this thing was not an accidental spark. It had structure. He opened his eyes. It wants to be the wiring, he said slowly. OFA is the battery. This is the cable. All Might held very still. His eyes shone with pride and fear, the alloy he had lived on for years. Noted, drive. Sekiguchi said, and under the clinical word was a tremor that sounded like hope and worry playing the same note. Recovery girl coughed meaningfully. We'll pause there. I want to observe in hours, not minutes. Stress is not a treatment plan, much as Ua loves to pretend otherwise. Aizawa's mouth almost twitched. Agreed. They let Izuku rest. The room dimmed to a kinder light. The blue floor halo warmed to pale gold. Uno left instructions with the machines and glared them into compliance. Power loader boxed the ash sample like a precious, disagreeable cake. Dr. Sekiguchi signed off with a promise to consult 2 colleagues who were good at not panicking when the map didn't match the terrain. All Might stayed. There was a second entrance on the other side of the glass, an antechamber where a visitor could sit and talk through an intercom that didn't feel like an intercom. All Might took that seat now. As close to Izuku as the rules allowed. He didn't fill the space the way he used to. He colored it, the way sunlight colors a room even on a cold day. Do you want me to call your mother? He asked. Izuku's throat closed for a second. Not yet, he said honestly. Let's have something to tell her besides, we don't know. All Might nodded once. We will have something. A prolonged quiet settled. The kind that would have been awkward with anyone else. With All Might, it was a lull between waves. Izuku fell asleep for 20 minutes and slept well, dreamless, vertical. The kind of nap that reboots a brain. He woke to voices outside the glass, low and tense. Leak risk, someone was saying. Commission will demand a report. Then we'll give them a report, Aizawa replied. Voice like a gravel road no one wanted to drive but everyone respected. A cautious one. We can't hide this if it happens on a field again, power loader added. Half the faculty saw the ring ash. We're not talking policy in front of the patient, recovery girl snapped, which ended that for now. Izuku swallowed. The word leak tasted like a different kind of fever. He wasn't ready for the public to see what had happened out there. In his mind's eye, he saw the folding of Bakugo's blast again, the way sound had bitten its own tail and vanished. He imagined that moment on 100 screens, slowed down, looped. Judged. He forced his attention back inside the room, to things he could touch, the cup of water on the tray, the coolness of the condensation ring beneath it. The fingertip pulse oximeter clipped to his index finger. The black lines under his skin, faint and present. The knowledge that he had asked it to come and it had come. He had asked it to go and it had gone. All Might's reflection appeared in the glass like a lighthouse showing up in fog. Young Midoriya, he said softly, this will sound like a speech, forgive me. But it is our work. We have Ong preached that power is not what makes a hero, choice is. Today we have a new variable. Choice is still the constant. Izuku's laugh was short and real. I don't mind speeches. Yours are useful. All Might's eyes warmed. When I was a young hero, my trainer made me learn to breathe before I learned to punch. I hated it. I thought, breathing. I already do that, but what I learned is that panic is clever. It borrows your lungs and spends your air on itself. You are not going to let panic borrow this. I won't, Izuku said. The black lines under his skin seemed to recede a hair, as if agreeing. A subtle chime sounded as the decon chamber cycled. Aizawa stepped to the intercom window across from All Might. He didn't sit. He stared at Izuku like the boy was a math problem and a person, both of which he refused to fail. Here is what we know, Aizawa said, always the teacher starting from first principles. He ticked the points off on invisible fingers. 1. The phenomenon can absorb heat and kinetic force. 2. It leaves behind a material residue, ash-like, that is inert outside your body. 3. Erasure suppresses surface manifestations but does not reach the core. 4. It responds to your intention. 5. We do not yet know its limits. 6. We do not yet know if it is fully a quirk, fully a living thing, or an unhelpful marriage of both. Izuku nodded, counting with him, building the shape. Here is what we do, Aizawa continued. You remain in monitored isolation for 48 hours. Vital checks hourly. No visitors outside faculty. No fieldwork. We will attempt controlled tests tomorrow, micro-stimuli only. We'll see a geneticist and a quirk compatibility specialist. We will not let the commission shove you into a box because they don't like messy lines. All Might's mouth twitched. We will also feed you something that isn't hospital porridge. Essential, Izuku said, voice lighter than he felt. Aizawa's expression didn't change, but something like approval moved behind his eyes. Last item, he said. If you feel anything new, words, urges, changes, say it. Even if it feels embarrassing. Especially then. Understood. The room settled again. The day crept. 2 more tests. A thermal probe near his wrist. The black eagerly drank a puff of warmth and Izuku made it stop after 1 sip. A padded mallet tapped to his shin. No response from the black. Recovery girl declared that, very reassuring, with remarkable sincerity. He ate real lunch. Rice and grilled fish, miso soup, pickles. He drank a liter of water and felt his body use all of it. At dusk, the campus lights shone like little constellations across the grounds. Izuku lay back and watched them through the slit of the blind, the way the bouquet blurred them to circles. In the shadowed ceiling reflection, the lines under his skin were gone, either too faint to catch or truly retreating. He let his thoughts drift over everything the adults had said, all the shapes and rules. Then, deliberately, he thought about people instead. Uraraka's worried eyes, Ida's emphatic salute, Todoroki's steady heat, Kirishima's clenched fist, Yaoyorozu's pen freezing mid-word, Kaminari not joking for once, Asui's small, Kiro. Jiro's headphones tilted like she was listening for trouble, Aoyama's glitter dimmed, Shiro sitting on his hands, Mina on the edge of her seat, Shoji looming quietly in the back like a tent. And Bakugo. Hands empty of gauntlets, explosion held back like a dog that obeys only him, eyes saying what his mouth couldn't without breaking something. Keep your head. He would. He had to. He wanted to. He breathed. The tide under his skin breathed back. Not words. Not yet. But not indifferent. Outside the glass, Aizawa typed a report he despised and hit send. Present Mike leaned in the doorway, unusually quiet. Power loader carried the ash sample away like a sleeping snake. Recovery girl wrote rest on a sticky note in impossible cursive and stuck it to the monitor like a ward. All Might watched his student sleep and did not move for a long time. UA did not cancel training. It learned new rules. UA's isolation wing had 2 kinds of silence. There was the clinic silence, the sanitary hush of filters and monitors and soft-soled shoes. And there was the second kind, the one you only noticed when the first fell away, a pressureless quiet that felt like the moment before a wave returns to the sea. Izuku woke to the second kind. He blinked at the ceiling, taking inventory by habit. Head, clear. Muscles, heavy in I did too many squats, way, not a, someone swapped my bones for lead, way. Skin, normal, except, he glanced at his forearms. If he didn't stare, the faint black filigree hid like Sha ink. When he stared, it answered, a subtle web under the skin. That darkened a shade in time with his quickening pulse. Breathe, in for 4, hold, out for 4. The web paled a hair, as if retreating to listen. Aizawa appeared in the doorway exactly the way a clock strikes an hour, quiet. Inevitable. His hair was down, scarf slung loose. Morning, he said, voice a little less sandpaper than usual. Vitals. Green, Uno reported from the console without looking up. Core temp normal since 0330. No spikes. All Might was already in the chair by the glass, hands wrapped around a paper cup of tea like it needed protecting from the world. How do you feel, young Midoriya? Like I slept in an exam room, Izuku said, then added quickly, better. Clear. Recovery girl flicked the chart. Good. Don't waste it. They let him shower, alone, but with an intercom on and the promise to say something if anything felt odd, which was a large umbrella covering everything from dizziness to shadows acting like they had opinions. Warm water striped his shoulders. He braced both palms on the tile and let it drum between his shoulder blades until his muscles loosened and the faint prickle under his skin relaxed as if soothed. For a wicked heartbeat, tea. Water around his fingers looked darker, like liquid smoke winding around the drain. He blinked, it was just steam. Not now, he told the idea, as if tapping a toddler's hand away from a cookie jar. Back in clean clothes and a fresh UA hoodie, he ate eggs and rice and miso and actually tasted them. He drank 2 glasses of water because his body asked politely and then insistently. When he finished, Hound Dog, UA's guidance counselor, poked his head in, snout mask and all. Heard your sleep was a seesaw, he rumbled. Got 5 minutes for a check-in. Izuku nodded. Hound Dog sat where All Might had been, elbows on knees. Posture relaxed without being sloppy. Weird question. On a scale from, I forgot my homework, to, finals week plus a thunderstorm, what's your background anxiety noise right now? Izuku surprised himself by smiling. Quiz I studied for. Nice. Hound Dog wagged a finger. Remember, your body is trying to be helpful. Sometimes it just overhelps. When the weird thoughts pop up, label them. That's a weird thought. When the urge says push more, push now, try interesting, not yet. Naming gives you handles. Name the feeling. Name the thing. The thing, Izuku echoed. Feeling the word sit in his mouth like a coin. You don't have to come up with a perfect name. Any label that helps you talk to it without becoming it. Hound Dog tapped his head. You're a bright kid. Bright kids try to outthink their panic. Better plan. Outname it. He stood, leaving behind a slick of practical comfort like paw prints. Come by later. We'll work on anchors. He pointed at the cup of tea on the ledge. Slashed with a fanged grin. And maybe something stronger than chamomile. Kidding. Mostly. By late morning, the faculty consensus was as solid as UA consensus got. Release him from isolation, with conditions. No fieldwork. No gym. No unsupervised power use. Classes only. He moved through a corridor that still smelled faintly of disinfectant and sunlight, Aizawa on one side like a shadow that could grade papers, All Might on the other like a lighthouse in a hallway. Report any changes immediately, Aizawa said. Don't test anything. Don't be a hero about pain. If you feel good in a way that is suspicious, say so. Understood. They stepped into the common area between class blocks where the light always looked like late afternoon even when it wasn't. The murmur of UA at normal volume was a bomb. Lockers clanged, sneakers squeaked, someone somewhere laughed too loud at a joke about Minetta's haircut. Class 1A saw him and did what they did best, acted like they'd been waiting by pretending they weren't. Midoriya. Iida windmilled up, then forcibly calmed his own arms to a respectable angle. If you require assistance carrying your bag or reaching your locker or I'm good. Izuku's grin came on its own this time. Thanks, Iida. Uraraka stepped in close, not hugging and not hugging. You look like you slept, she said, relief tucked neatly under her smile. I did. He looked past her to the clock. And I'm not late. Barely, Jiro muttered, but without her usual edge. Her ear jacks twitched like nervous cats. Todoroki's gaze flicked to Izuku's wrists. If he saw anything, he didn't show it. Welcome back, he said simply. Bakugo didn't say anything. He stood at the end of the row like an exclamation point with arms crossed. Their eyes met for half a second. Bakugo's eyebrow moved exactly the width of a hair. It meant good. In homeroom, Aizawa didn't bother with fanfare. Quizzes on my desk by the bell, he deadpanned. Then, without changing tone. No questions about Midoriya's medical status. He's in class, that means he's cleared for class. That's all you need to know. If the commission calls any of your phones and asks for statements, direct them to UA Legal, hang up, and then take a lap around the building to cool off before you say anything to anyone. Training block this afternoon is theory only. He paused. Don't be stupid. Yes, sir. The class chorused. Izuku opened his notebook and tried to let the ordinary weight of school settle over him, the scratch of pencil, the tidy discipline of headers and underlines. The comfort of a problem that stayed inside the page. Aizawa moved through an analysis of capture scenarios, what to do when an opponent prioritized containment over damage. Izuku took notes faster than he remembered deciding to write. Idea after idea stacked neatly. He pressed harder than he needed, and the tip of his pencil snapped cleanly off. He flinched. He hadn't felt it. Just hadn't. A stubby pencil point sudden. Usually there's that little sting in your fingers. Nothing. He stared at his right hand. The faint web under his skin, when he stared, was a whisper darker. I can dampen that for you. Something suggested. It wasn't a voice. It was a shape of thought that slid thin and cool along the inside of his skull, a suggestion wearing the clothes of one of his own ideas. Izuku's shoulders went very still. Label it. Hound dog's advice hit like a life preserver tossed to a strong swimmer who had forgotten he could get tired. Name it. His pen hovered. In the margin, he wrote small, chaos. The shape in his head pricked, like you'd just called someone by name from across a crowd and they'd turned. You hear me? The sense sharpened, still not words, but meaning. I can take the hurt. Izuku laid his pencil down very carefully and placed both palms flat on his desk, like locking a door with his hands. He breathed, deliberately, like stamping out tiny embers before they turn grass into flame. You don't need to. He didn't so much think it as tilt his thoughts, like angling a mirror to flash light into a corner. The sense of it flowed against the boundary he'd set, soft, considering. It didn't push. It offered. Trade, then, it suggested, like a market stall leaning their wares forward. No pain. Control. Just open. Midoriya, Aizawa said. He hadn't looked up from his notes. But Izuku's name landed with surgical precision. I'm okay, Izuku said quietly. He wasn't sure whether he meant, okay, as in not panicking or, okay, as in still me. Both. The period stretched. When the bell finally cracked the classroom air, Izuku's shoulders loosened enough to realize how tight they'd been. Students flowed out for lunch in a current that smelled like curry. And Bento and Mina's lemon-scented hand sanitizer. Uraraka fell into step beside him. Cafeteria or roof? She asked like nothing at all was weird. Cafeteria, he said. The thought of the roof, bright, open, felt too much like an edge today. They picked a corner table. Iida stacked trays like he thought he could stabilize an entire cafeteria with geometry. Kirishima argued passionately about fried versus grilled fish. Shiro tried to mediate by inventing a third, diplomatic cooking method. Kaminari half stood when he saw Izuku reach for his water too fast, then sat, pretending it had been a stretch. Jiro pretended not to watch him drink and watched him drink anyway. For a blissful 5 minutes, the world was salt, warm rice, the corner of seaweed catching on his lip, friends making normal noise. Let me carry it, the thing whispered, not a demand, a promise sold sweet. You don't have to feel the strain. He put his chopsticks down and pressed thumb to forefinger. Last night's labels rose like stepping stones. That's a weird thought. Interesting, not yet. He built a little sentence in his head and set it on the water between them. I'm grateful you want to help. Boundaries. I choose. You assist. Across the table, Bakugo thumped his tray down and sat at the edge like he'd been there the whole time and everyone else had failed to notice. You're making a face, he told Izuku. I make lots of faces, Izuku said. And it wasn't wrong. This one. Bakugo mimed, something between a grimace and a math look. I'm fine. Bakugo snorted. His eyes cut sideways. His voice dropped without losing any of its texture. You don't win by letting it drive. You win by making it your stupid car. Izuku stared at him, and for a heartbeat the cafeteria sound dulled, all the other conversa. Taions fading like someone had put a lid on the world. How do you? He began. Bakugo clicked his tongue, annoyed at the question like it was obvious. I watched. You were too quiet in there. He stabbed his fork into a piece of karage. Eat. Then go sit where people are loud. You think too much when it's quiet. Izuku ate. He took Bakugo's advice and sat near noise for the rest of lunch. He Let the chatter fill in the cracks where his thoughts like to pool too deep. Chaos, which was apparently its name now, given how it tightened when he thought it, stayed at the edge of awareness like AC. At realizing the laser pointer was off for the moment and biding its time. Afternoon classes were a blur of theory and case studies. Present mic made them annotate an old broadcast of a hostage standoff. Pausing every 30 seconds to yell, "Who has the comms? Who has the comm?" Snipe guest lectured online of fire ethics. Midnight made them debate a scenario where a quirk neutralized pain entirely, benefit, risk. Slippery slopes, and Izuku took notes so hard the corners of the page went soft. Every now and then, the offer returned. Not pressure. Presentation. I can numb that for you. I can make your hands never shake again. Let me. He wrote, "Not yet," in the margin 3 times and underlined it once. By the time the final bell rang, Aizawa waving them off with a, "Go be teenagers somewhere." Not on my floor. Izuku's brain felt like a power strip with every slot full. He liked that feeling. Nothing in him felt empty enough to be filled by the wrong thing. He changed into sweats and a hoe. Odie in the dorm and drifted to Common Lounge B, where the TV was usually set to something innocuous. Today it was a replay of a classic hero talk show. Mount. Lady complained about brand deals. Edgeshot. Sat triangular and composed and said nothing for 30 seconds straight, which was the highlight. Midnight critiqued a villain's outfit with disarming kindness. Movie night later, Mina announced. Flopping upside down over the back of a beanbag. No horror. No horror isn't a genre, Kaminari said, scandalized. It is tonight, Mina said. Then, carefully casual, Midoriya, you in? Yeah, Izuku said, and he meant it. His phone buzzed, a calendar block Aizawa had pushed to him. 1700, guidance, hound dog, anchors. He thumbed a reply with a thumbs up and a small dog emoji he pretended not to have searched for. Guidance was a room with a couch that had seen every version of teenage posture imaginable. Hound dog had set out a water bottle and a stress ball shaped like a cloud. Anchors, he said, plopping down. Pick 2. One body, one mind. Body anchor can be breathing, hand on the desk, counting 5 things you can see. Mind anchor can be a sentence, a value, a person you trust. Body, breath, Izuku said immediately. Mind, save and protect life. Hound dog's ears pricked. That's strong. It's mine, Izuku said. He didn't say it's All Might's too. It was understood. Good. Now practice saying it in the noise. Hound dog clapped once. Close your eyes. Izuku did. Hound dog talked him through an imagined surge, crowded street, sirens, people shouting, a key. Arcade bubbling under the skin, and had him breathe the sentence into the noise like casting a rope into a storm and pulling hand over hand. Save and protect life. When Izuku opened his eyes, he felt wrung out in a clean way. Hound dog leaned back, satisfied. There's your script. If the thing, what are you calling it? Chaos, Izuku said, a little sheepish. Hound dog's canine grin showed sharp teeth in approval. Niece. If chaos tries to borrow your lungs in a panic, make it read your lines. On the way back to the dorms, the campus had that end-of-day glow where the walkways looked gold and the trees threw long shadows like they were trying to reach each other. A breeze lifted the edges of posters on the bulletin board, club meetings, a support course showcase with baby EXO frames, an ad for a volunteer cleanup day. Sirens bloomed faintly from the city beyond UA's walls, distant, not close, the ordinary kind that passed through the urban soundscape like weather. Chaos unfurled, not hungry this time, more interested. A foreign pressure slid along the edges of Izuku's attention, tasting the siren's descending wail like a musician tasting a note. Power. Pain. Let me carry them. He stopped under a campus lamp and pressed his palm to the cool metal post. It grounded him in a way that had nothing to do with electricity. We carry them, he said under his breath. We carry them. Together, my rules. It didn't sulk. It didn't hiss. He realized, absurdly grateful, that if it ever hissed he'd have to make hound dogs sit through a 10-minute speech about boundaries a second time. It settled. Like a dog circling on its bed and lying down to watch the door. Movie night was a gentle comedy about a hero whose quirk made her glow like a lamp when she was embarrassed. Kaminari fell off the beanbag laughing. Jiro pretended not to laugh and then absolutely did, Aoyama sparkled in sympathy every time the protagonist did. Izuku laughed where he was supposed to, winced during the second-hand embarrassment like a normal person, and ate popcorn even when Mineta dropped half the bowl on the carpet and pretended it was part of the plan. When the credits rolled and the group disso LVED into homework and showers and last-minute snack raids, Izuku climbed the stairs with a pleasant ache in his calves and a brain that felt used, not used up. He paused at the window halfway up. The city beyond UA was a smear of lights. Somewhere in it, heroes ran and villains ran and people lived in the middle of both. Chaos pressed lightly against his thoughts, curious, patient, the way ocean water presses around your ankles when the tide is thinking about coming in. I can keep you from breaking, it suggested, like a salesman promising a lifetime warranty. Let me hold the weight. He rested his forehead against the cool pane of glass. Thank you, he said, and felt it listen. But if I don't feel the weight, I won't know when someone else is crushed. We do it my way. A pause. Not resistance. Calculation. Then the pressure eased another degree, settling like a shadow into the shape of his body instead of trying to be the room. Back in his dorm room, he jotted a list before bed way he always did on nights that mattered. Name, Chaos. Rules. I choose right pointing arrow, it assists. No taking over. Anchors. Breath 4. Sentence. Save and protect life. Signals. Pencil snap, no pain, heat, force, interest, siren awareness. Allies. Aizawa, All Might, Hound Dog. Class, everyone watching, quietly. Bakugos, make it your car. Next. Tell mom, when there's something calmer to say. His phone buzzed. A text from mom. Love you. Proud of you. Eat. Sleep. No doing heroics in the bathroom. He smiled so hard his face hurt and sent back a picture of the empty miso bowl. Lights out. The dorm settled into that communal hush of keyboards tick-ticking. Muffled laughter 2 doors down, a shower running somewhere. Izuku lay on his side and stared at the faint green power LED on his desk charger until it went double and then single again. The black filigree under his skin pulsed once, like a quiet present. We'll try this your way, Chaos seemed to say at last, not in words but in the absence of push. For now. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't been aware of holding. For now, he agreed. In the morning, there would be lesson plans printed on Aizawa's desk about theory training, and Power Loader would bring up AD. Raft containment curriculum with far too many disclaimers, and Dr. Sekiguchi would email everyone a polite, terrifying list of lab tests with pastel bullet points. Tomorrow and the days after would be ing tests and slips and steps forward and back. Tonight, though, he slept. Somewhere far from UA, a man with a ruined face turned his head like a shark scenting new current and smiled without showing teeth. In his dream, Izuku stood ankle-deep at the edge of an ocean that looked like the night sky had melted. Waves lapped at his shins. They didn't pull. They waited. He put his hand out. They rose to meet it. He did not step in. UA's internal app pinged 3 times in quick succession just after last period, once for weather, once for construction near the south gate, and once for a routine campus perimeter drill. Nothing in those pings said villain. Nothing said today will tilt. Izuku slid his notebook into his bag anyway and checked the time block Aizawa had put on his calendar. 1700, guidance anchors. He texted a thumbs up to Hound Dog, pulled on his hoodie, and headed down the dorm stairs into a late afternoon light that made the walkways glow like they'd been dusted with gold. Movie night round 2. Mina called from a bench, legs kicking. I found a rom-com where they fight crime with baking. Tempting, he said, laughing. Anchors first. Iida saluted at a type % angle that would have made any geometry teacher cry with joy. Uraraka gave a small wave that said normal louder than words. Bakugo was leaning against a column pretending to be waiting for no one in particular. Their eyes met and Bakugo's mouth flicked in a micro-acknowledgement, keep your head. Izuku stepped into the warmth of the evening and breathed. Body anchor, breath, mind anchor, save and protect life. Calm threaded itself into him like stitchwork. He didn't make it to Hound Dog's office. The first hint was sound. Not the clean, distant two-tone of city ambulances, but a ragged snarl, metal complaining. A heavy engine lugging its weight, a pop like someone had opened a pressure seal without asking permission. UA's South Gate camera pole blinked red. Students on the path paused. A campus security bot trundled from its charging port and chirped in a very polite voice, "Please clear the walkways." "Thank you." Aizawa's voice crackled over faculty band. "South Gate, status. Unknown truck approaching at speed," Snipe replied from the West Tower. "Driver masked. Bed loaded, can't see cargo." One trailing motorbike. All Might was already moving, coat flaring behind him like a thin cape. "I'll hold perimeter," Aizawa cut in. "We do not escalate near students unless." A second pop ripped the air. The truck fishtail-ed into view at the end of the boulevard, a bow XY industrial beast with a tarp flapping over its load. The rider behind it wore a cheap, glossy helmet and a sleeveless jacket with a stylized ripple spray painted on the back. He skidded, raised his left arm, and a dull disc at his wrist coughed a cone of air that shoved the truck's tail into line like an invisible shoulder. Kinetic shover, Izuku's brain supplied. Improvised kit. The disc coughed again, this time at a parked panel van. The van rocked, tires squealing. Civilians were there, faculty spouses, 2 toddlers in a stroller, a delivery driver in a blue cap unloading bottled water. An old man with a cane standing precisely where he shouldn't in every diagram ever drawn. At the corner's apex, staring like curiosity made you heavier. All Might changed vectors mid-step like water deciding to be ice. Aizawa vanished from the path and reappeared on a bollard, scarf loose but ready. Pro Heroes Manuel and Kamui Woods, who'd been patrolling 3 blocks away on a community safety loop, sprinted into sight. Manuel was already waving traffic aside with power-assisted, rolling gestures. "Midoriya," Aizawa's voice cut through the faculty channel, which wasn't for students but sometimes pretended it was. Inside. Now. Izuku moved, toward the gate. He wasn't thinking disobedience. He was thinking distance math and the speed of seconds and the old man with the cane turning a half step too slow. Motion happened before words. He launched into a low dash, just enough OFA to clear the first bench, 10%, a hummingbird pulse in his ankles. The truck hit the curb with its front right tire and hopped. The tarp blew back. The bed wasn't loaded with boxes. It was loaded with cylinders, industrial heat cells, the kind construction crews used to cure concrete in winter, strapped with cheap webbing. The webbing had already started to fray. One cylinder banged against the truck's steel lip and jounced out. Time didn't slow. It clarified. Izuku read the line. Cylinder, trajectory, stroller. Save and protect life. He fired a short, brutal burst of full cowl, 20%, like a spark plug. Green braided with tendon. He cut a diagonal, planted, and slid the last meter. His hand met steel. Heat bit his palm through fabric. He redirected the cylinder's momentum into the ground and his shoulders and the shock went through him. Into it. Chaos lifted inside his chest like something tasting rain. Not a surge. A shift. An acknowledgement. You are carrying weight. I can carry weight. Put it down and step back, Manuel shouted, water already flooding from his palms. To arc into a ribbon wall between bystanders and road. Kamui's branches shot out like brown whips, trying to cradle the cylinder gently. "I've got it," Izuku said, and meant we. He rolled the cylinder to a stop against a traffic bollard. "Fine. Contained. Move." The rider with the kinetic disc finally looked at the one student idiot on the street instead of the pros moving in. The rider lifted his arm and coughed a shove at Izuku's midsection, mean-sized, the kind of push that sends you into a tumble and earns the villain 4 extra seconds to flee. It never arrived. Space dimpled like a trampoline sagging under a sudden, careful weight. The shove folded, not off to the side this time, but into Izuku's chest like a breath inhaled. The pull woke hard. Darkness bled out of his forearms before his mind fully caught up. Not spilling but spooling, thin, glossy cords extruding from the skin between glove seam and sleeve cuff. They formed lines in the air, no, not lines, structures, like rope spun from liquid shadow. Green full cowl threads stitched through them as if they'd been woven together on purpose. Tentacles, someone said later in a tone that meant how else do you describe that? In the moment, to Izuku. They were anchors. Midoriya. Aizawa snapped, hair flaring, eyes red. The cords shivered, surface flicker dimming under erasure like a creature flattening under a light. They didn't dissipate. They listened. Boundaries, Izuku said, breath even, hands open. He meant it in every direction, the word to Aizawa, to chaos, to himself. No taking over. Contain. Not consume. The first cord snapped toward the cylinder he'd stopped and wrapped it, not crushing, not dissolving. The metal ran from hot to merely warm with a sound like rain falling on the roof of a car. His second cord darted to the stroller and braced it, gentle as he could make a shadow be. The third, because 3 made a tripod, lashed to a street sign. The sign grayed where he touched it. That should have been nothing. It wasn't. The powdery film that meant entropy trail dusted the edge of the sign and drifted like summer ash. Not solids, he told the black under his skin, pulse kicking. Energy, not structure. My rules. The cord hesitated and lifted a hair from the sign as if to say I heard you, then re-anchored to Manuel's incoming water ribbon instead. The instant it touched the flowing arc, the cord brightened, not with light, but with purpose. It sucked heat out of the water, steam hissing into existence and then dying, leaving a tight rope of colder water threading around the cylinder like a cooling coil. Manuel blinked hard, surprised, and then rolled with it, fingers tracing a new shape. "We're doing it live," he muttered, and split the ribbon, sending half around the cylinder, half toward the truck's tires. The rider coughed another kinetic shove, smaller this time, suspicious now, probing. The shove bent into the nearest cord. The cord thickened, pulsing once like a throat swallowing. Then thinned again. Izuku's wrist tingled in a pins and needles way that wasn't painful, yet. "Weapon," Kamui Woods barked. From under the rider's jacket, a second contraption WINKED into his hand, a baton with a stubby emitter at the tip. He pointed it and a threaded cone of sound spun toward them, a tight, ugly parcel of air that made the storefront windows trill. "Down!" All Might shouted, already vectoring. But the cone had almost no travel time. It wasn't a bang, it was a push with teeth. Chaos didn't wait for permission. Izuku didn't give it permission. They met in the middle like two people grabbing the same steering wheel. A membrane unfurled out of his left hand, a dark oval like a shield made of slick midnight. It hummed where the sonic cone struck, ripples flickering across it in a pattern that made Izuku's molars ache. The cone folded, because folding is what this thing does to impulses, and the membrane swelled. Izuku felt the swell move up his forearm and into his shoulder like a pressure sleeve inflating. Breathe. He ground the thought into rhythm. Save and protect life. He angled the membrane up, letting the energy bleed into open sky. It worked. The cone's teeth filed off against altitude, dog whistling harmlessly into blue. Aizawa's erasure flickered again, tamping the surface show. It made controlling the shape easier even as it did nothing to the urge. The urge was awake. And it was happy. No. Satisfaction wasn't right. Engaged. The rider revved the disc and coughed hard at a shallow angle. The shove scooped a motorbike and sent it skittering toward a shop window. Izuku shot a cord to catch it, snagged the bike's frame 2 inches from glass. And the glass jellied. The contact wasn't even direct. The cord's shadow skated aloe. The window's edge and the silica forgot how to be rigid. The pane sagged, slouched like a lazy curtain, and then settled into a scoop of rippled, ugly, harmless glaze. "Oops," he said out loud before he could stop the word. "That's new," Snipe called from wherever Snipe had planted his boots, voice tight with aim he hadn't taken. "Keep it off the buildings, kid." On it. Izuku hauled the bike upright and hand-rolled it backward. Cords forming a sling that touched only its mass and none of the storefront. The cord left a faint soot lace pattern on the bike's chrome, like frost that had decided to be decorative. He winced. Then got over wincing. People were safe. A bike could get a buff. The rider swore, a tinny sound under his helmet. He spun the baton to reload something that probably wasn't legal in any municipal code. All Might blurred, finally in range, long arm flashing out to yank the baton free. And the rider flinched and punched the glove disc straight into All Might's chest and fired at point blank. The shove wasn't strong enough to knock All Might down. It was strong enough to make his feet skid. It was aimed at Izuku anyway, because momentum is a path carvers set without thinking. Izuku didn't think either. He stepped in. The shove went through All Might and into the nearest cord. The cord swallowed. Izuku swallowed with it, because apparently that was his body now, a conduit, a path. A mouth that wasn't a mouth, taking energy that didn't belong to him and making it no one's. And then the pain hit. It wasn't scorched skin or bruised muscle pain. It As friction, like two songs played a hair out of tune in his nerves. One was green lightning he loved and had earned. The other was the black tide he was teaching himself to accept. The notes collided, and made a new sound that wanted to be a scream. He didn't scream. His knees buckled a half-inch and he caught the drop with a breath like granite. The membrane shield wobbled. The cord on the cylinder jittered. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice tried to cut through pain with a teacher tone. It mostly worked. Izuku's mouth wanted to say fine. He didn't let it. He said, phase conflict, because plain words made it real and fixable. He put both hands out, palms down, choose on repeat. Chaos, root OFA. Don't pull from me, pull from what hits. We bridge only when I say. The black curled at the edges of his awareness, interested. Maybe offended, maybe strategic. It shifted. The next shove, smaller, curious, hit the membrane and instead of sluicing into his nerves it rolled along the cord. And vented into the sky like an inverted geyser. The clash note in his bones faded half a degree. Good, All Might said, a breath that could have been a cheer if there'd been time. He had the rider by the forearm now, baton gone. Wrist locked. Surrender. Now. The rider did not surrender. He did a thing desperate people often do when their gadgets stop surprising. He tried to run. He yanked Free of All Might with a scream from a shoulder that would require ice later, kicked off the curb, and pointed his disc at the stroller because some villains were a test UA didn't grade, the world did. Izuku didn't ask. He didn't count. He didn't apologize in advance or check a rulebook or request permission from an entity that had opinions. He moved. 2 chords spiked, solid for a heartbeat. The YA dream feels solid when you stamp in it. They forked at the ends like careful fingers and pinned the disc, not the man's hand, to the air, not crushing, not cutting. A 3rd chord swirled into a rib. On and wrapped the stroller's handle in a soft, humming loop. The baby inside went from about to cry to baffled by the lullaby-like vibration. Manuel's water ribbon licked across the rider's legs. Mui's branches snapped tight around his torso. Aizawa's scarf dropped like a quiet, decisive sentence, detention. It was over. It hadn't been epic. It had been fast and ugly and full of almosts. The chords held a heartbeat longer. Like a person holding a door open to see if anyone else was coming through, then receded. Not evaporated, withdrew, as if remembering the deal, my rules. Izuku stood very still and catalogued himself. Hands, trembling, because they knew they were allowed to. Pain. Residual, like after standing too close to a speaker. Breath. Available. The faint black lattice under his skin deepened, then paled. Then settled into a presence that was not exactly gone and not exactly forward. The old man with the cane stared at him. His mouth opened. Izuku braced for monster, Beck. Sometimes people needed to say a word like that to hand their fear to someone else. Bless you, the man said instead, baffled and grateful, and then added, honest as a child, that was terrifying. Agreed, Izuku said, voice not shaking only because he had used up that option. He knelt by the stroller and smiled at the baby, who gurgled at him like he had invented music. You okay? The gurgle said yes. He unwrapped the humming ribbon and let it retract. The stroller's handle was cool, as if the sun hadn't been on it at all. Phones had been out, of course. You couldn't stop phones were rain. The nearest bystander filmed a shaky vertical clip of a boy in a green hoodie catching a hot cylinder with his bare hands and then sprouting impossible ropes of glossy black that ate a sound weapon and softened a window like taffy. The clip would have a weird echo in the audio, a beat like a heart under the street noise. Someone would hashtag it with something stupid that would nevertheless trend. That was a tomorrow problem. Right now, the people in front of him were real. Aizawa arrived without arriving. One blink he wasn't there, the next he was, stepping into Izuku's schpock. With a presence that felt like a wall put up fast to stop weather. He didn't touch Izuku. He did a thing more intimate. He stood in the way of every staring eye for a second. You broke protocol, he said, low. A statement that was not a question and not a slap. I did, Izuku said. No excuses rose. None would have fit. You saved lives, Aizawa said in the same tone. And you didn't let it eat the street. A tiny breath escaped Izuku, surprise at the second sentence even as he'd tried to do exactly that. I tried to keep it on flows, he said. Not things. Aizawa's mouth almost twitched. Approval and worry lived there like roommates who tolerated each other. We're going to write rules for that, he said. All of them. All Might clapped the writer into Manuel's custody and turned back with a smile that looked like sunlight through weather. Young Midoriya, he said softly, out of the side of his mouth, because cameras, because commission, because everything, good choices under bad wind. The delivery driver in the blue cap came over, expression flickering between thanks and what did I just see. He held out a hand like maybe he should, then pulled it back, unsure if touch. Ing the kid who had just been glossy ropes was rude. Izuku took the hand anyway and shook it. His palm was warm, damp the way life is, human the way it always had been. Behind them, Kamui Wood's Finis had the clean bind on the writer and said, to no one in particular and everyone, contain your student for medical review. Already on it, Aizawa said. He flicked his gaze to the softened glass. And send Smentos my apologies for the window. Put it on Ciro's tape budget, Kamui muttered, and if anyone was allowed to make a joke right now, it was the guy who had just seen a pane of glass decide to be soup. Sirens approached, the official kind now, compressed into professionalism. Security bots unfurled their polite caution ribbons. Hound Dog jogged up, took one look at Izuku's face, and went from guidance counselor to first responder in a blink. Anchors. Breath, Izuku said. Sentence. It listened. Good dog, Hound Dog said, and then to the black he couldn't see, not literally. Metaphor. Aizawa angled his body between Izuku and the nearest cluster of phones. Inside. Now, he said again, but with less bite. All of us. They walked. The cords stayed gone. The TTICE under Izuku's skin settled into faint, harmless hints that only people who knew to look would see. The baby in the stroller started chewing on its own fist with gusto. The old man with the cane shook his head like life had just pulled off a magic trick he wasn't sure he liked and then decided he did. At the isolation wing, now familiar enough that it didn't feel like a cage so much as an off. Ice with bad art, recovery girl clucked and tapped and took vitals. Temperature. She demanded of the thermometer as if the instrument might lie to her on purpose. It chimed. Normal, she announced, surprised and pleased. Pain? Uno asked, eyeing Izuku's forearms as if he could glare away bruises that weren't there. Clash ache, Izuku admitted. Better after I changed the route. All Might leaned against the glass. The posture of a man trying to be small in a room his spirit refused to make small. Changed how? He asked. Let it draw from incoming energy, Izuku said, sitting up straighter as he explained. Explanation made the scary smaller. Not from my OFA unless I call for it. If both run at the same time without a path, they make a, he searched for a word, scream. Aizawa's eyes were half-lidded. The expression he wore when all his attention lined up like cards. So it's a conduit by default and a conductor by permission. Yeah, we'll confirm in the morning, he said. Already writing the next day in his head. I have a hypothesis. I hate that I have a hypothesis. All Might's laugh was quiet and real. We love to hate the useful ones. Hound Dog tossed Izuku the cloud-shaped stress ball. Keep it, he said. Squeeze it when you feel the offer. The offer. Recovery girl said, Arch. It's negotiating with you now, is it? It's trying to help, Izuku said. Because that was the truth and also a way to keep from calling it a monster when it was more complicated and he refused to hand it that mask. It wants to carry things. Then we'll teach it what to carry and when, Aizawa said. And what to never touch. He tapped the glass gently. Walls. People without permission. My scarf. Izuku's laugh startled out of him. Yes, sensei. Also, Aizawa added, dry, you're grounded. Izuku's grin faltered. From doing my job for me, Aizawa said. You're not field cleared. When I say inside, I mean inside. You'll do remedial theory drills instead. With Bakugo. Oh no. All Might murmured, eyes twinkling despite the day. The worst fate. Good, Aizawa said, immune to twinkle. Pain with purpose. They debriefed, line by line, wielding the event into a set of numbers and edges instead of a story that could grow wrong in someone else's mouth. Outside the window, the campus moved on, traffic reset, a work order created for a Endao that would make support course laugh and swear, a baby napping like nothing world-bending had happened at all. Phones would be phones. The clip would spread. The commission would call. Tomorrow had teeth. Tonight, Izuku knew two things in his knees and his bones and the new wiring laid under his skin. 1. The tentacles, cords, anchors, whatever, could be taught. He had made them sling a cylinder and not dissolve it. He had made them hum a shield and not shred the street. He had made them offer without owning. 2. If he tried to run green lightning and black tide full and blind, they screamed at each other inside him. He needed to be the translator, the switchboard operator, the conductor with both hands and the baton. He closed his eyes, breathed his 4 count, and felt chaos settle like a tide after weather. It wasn't asleep. It was waiting. Tomorrow, Aizawa said, leaving, 0700. We test. I bring coffee. You bring rules. Yes, sensei. All Might lingered a beat longer. Hand on the glass in a gesture he had no right to make his own and somehow did. Choice, he said softly. Still the constant. Izuku nodded. Still the constant. Outside, the city rolled on. Somewhere, a stranger watched a shaky vertical clip on a too bright screen and decided they were afraid. Somewhere else, another stranger watched the same clip and decided they were saved. Inside, a boy stared at his own hands and decided both could be true and that the only answer was to become so consistent the tide learned his rhythm. Uwa at 7 o'clock smelled like floor polish and ambition. The corridors were quiet, the kind of quiet that makes a footstep sound like a plan. Izuku arrived at the auxiliary lab on time, hair damp, hoodie zipped, rules folded into his pocket on a crumpled index card like a talisman. Aizawa was already there, mug in one hand, capture scarf looped loose in the other. He looked like he hadn't slept long and had spent the hours he did sleep grading the night's possibilities. You brought rules, he said, nodding at the index card. Yes, sir. Izuku offered it, in neat, small handwriting. Flows, not solids. I choose, it assists. Root hits outward right pointing arrow vent, not into me. Erasure equals surface break, not core stop. Redline, if OFA plus chaos, scream, disengage OFA first. No touching people, walls, or gear without permission. Anchors, breath 4, save and protect life. Aizawa read once, flipped it. Read again. We'll make this uglier and longer, he said. That's a compliment. The lab doors hissed open to admit power loader wheeling a cart of test contraptions, ectoplasm already mid-summon. The UA nurse Uno, and Dr. Sekiguchi on a rolling telepresence screen, her slate-gray eyes even through pixels. All Might followed last, thin as a line but filling th. E-room's height with something steadier than air. Good morning, Mr. Midoriya, drive, Sekiguchi said. Today's objective, characterize what responds, to what, how fast, and how much before you hit a threshold. Power loader kicked the cart brake. And brake only my equipment, not the building. Uno folded his arms at the vital machines as if to dare them to beep wrong. Aizawa set his mug down and spoke like he was calling roll. No heroics. We stop if any of you see something you don't like. Midoriya, signal word if speech gets hard. Halt, Izuku said. They'd picked it because it didn't sound like anything else he'd shout in a fight. Good. Aizawa's hair lifted and fell, a tiny test flicker of erasure. Start simple. OFA at 10%. Call the phenomenon if you can without force. Izuku inhaled, stepped up to the yellow tape square on the floor, and climbed into full cowl like putting on a well-worn jacket. 10%. The green filaments threaded his muscles, warm and disciplined. Then he did not push. He made space. Like yesterday in the isolation room, he thought of opening a door just enough for a hand to slip through. Something obliged. Not a flood. A presence rising to meet the permission. Slick and disciplined enough now to make his skin hum instead of crawl. A faint darkness clouded along his forearms under the skin, those jet filigree veins answering a beat faster than yesterday. Like a student who had learned which desk was his. Surface expression minimal, Uno reported. Vitals within expected. Temp steady. Stimulus 1, power loader said, hands on a dial. Thermal increase 5 degrees Celsius in a localized plume above the right forearm. Say, when. Izuku rolled his wrist under the heat bloom. Chaos lifted against it the way a magnet lifts filings, interested. A thin ribbon extruded through the glove seam, glossy black, and kissed the thermal plume. The heat dropped as if someone had cracked a window in summer. Ofa root? Aizawa asked. Not engaged. Izuku said. It's drawing straight from the heat. Confirmed, Uno added. No spike in internal usage. Stimulus 2, power loader said, kicking a low-slung piston into life. Kinetic puffs. 5. Then stop. Little lumps of air thudded against Izuku's ribs, the kind that knock a breath sideways. Chaos arched to them, too, not as greedy this time, more calculating. A second ribbon spun from Izuku's other wrist and made a membrane the size of a dinner plate. Each wump folded into it and went. Izuku felt only a ghost of pressure that he recognized now as aftermath. Like a room after a loud song ends. Note that, Dr. Sekiguchi said, pen scratching off screen. It prefers flows that would otherwise disperse, heat, impulse. It tastes them. Tastes, Aizawa repeated, not thrilled with the metaphor but using it. Ectoplasm raised a hand. 3 clones stepped forward and positioned themselves in a triangle around the test square, stances neutral. Stimulus 3, he offered mildly. Entrapment simulation. Proceed, Aizawa said. He lifted his gaze toward Izuku. Permission. Permission, Izuku said, and meant it like a handshake to all the parts in the room. The first clone snapped a capture band toward Izuku's ankles. The second flicked a collapsible staff toward his shoulder, slow enough to be blocked, fast enough to count. The third tossed a sticky pad toward his forearm. Izuku did a thing he wouldn't have been able to do last week. He let chaos answer without sprinting ahead of him. 2 cords spooled out, clean, he kept their EDG. S rounded on purpose, one catching the band midair and moving it aside rather than tearing it, the other plucking the sticky pad at its corner and letting it hang like a charity ribbon from a shadow hook. For the staff, he opened a small membrane. The staff thunked into it, the thunk folded, the membrane swelled a centimeter and bled the impulse upward like steam. He didn't touch the clones. Awa's scarf quivered as if contemplating a life choice. Then he nodded, slow. Better. Surface decay. Power loader asked, squinting at a clipboard. Minimal, Uno said. Where the cord touched T. He capture band, he plucked it up with tongs, there's that frost pattern. But the pad and the staff are intact. He sniffed the band. Smells like ozone and pennies. Entropy signature, drive, Sekiguchi murmured. Not a chemical burn, more like local loss of order. Like someone whispered forget to a thing, Izuku said before he could stop the words. He swallowed. I don't want it to forget the wrong things. We will make a list of wrong things, Aizawa said. We will laminate it if we have to. Power loader rolled out a squat cylinder with fins, an induction coil surrounded by safety shields. Stimulus 4, EM pulse at mild levels, he said. We're checking whether your cable, he nodded at Izuku, wants to chew on electricity. Izuku braced, already shaping intentions. Vent up, no pull from me, flows, not solids. Pulse in 3, 2. The coil throbbed. It wasn't visible, he felt it along his molars. Chaos flared, not hungry. Attentive. The cords lifted, made a screen wider than before. And Izuku felt a prickling along his shoulders like the world's worst sweater. The screen shimmered, not a real shimmer, more a feeling of ripple, and the pulse slipped along and away like wind diverted by a glass tower. Anything? Aizawa asked. Unpleasant, Izuku said honestly. Manageable. Good, drive, Sekiguchi said. We don't want it eating M indiscriminately or your heart will object. They took a break. All Might handed Izuku a water bottle like it was a medal. How is the dialogue? He asked, voice pitched to kindness. Quieter when I name the rules, Izuku said. It likes to offer. It doesn't sulk when I say no. It calculates. Aizawa sipped coffee, eyes on Izuku's hands. Next, he said to the room at large, we test erasure interaction. Pulsed, not sustained. Ectoplasm's clones stepped back. Power loader moved the coil away. Uno adjusted the monitor sensitivity. Dr. Sekiguchi's screen brightened her face like a warning label. Midoriya, Aizawa said, tone careful. Surface expression present. Yes, Izuku said. He called a single cord, thin as wire, and let it rest in the air like a drawn line waiting for a ruler. Aizawa's hair lifted. His eyes bled red. Erasure pressed down like a shutter. The cord thinned to a wisp. It didn't vanish. Hold, Aizawa said, jaw tight. Release. The red drained, human again. Pulses, he added to Uno, and then he pulsed erasure, flash on. Off, on, off. Izuku's experience of it was education. The cord responded to the pulses the way a musician responds to tempo changes. When erasure was on, it flattened to a film. When erasure was off, it took shape, but with each cycle, it returned a fraction tighter, like learning the beat. The pressure inside Izuku, where the core lived, didn't change. It had feelings about the light show, not about the music. Conclusion, drive. Sekiguchi said, pen moving. Eraser suppresses the interface, not the engine. Aizawa didn't blink, which means if we rely on me to turn it off in a fight, we will lose something more important while the core keeps humming. It respects him, Izuku said, nodding toward Aizawa. It doesn't fear him. Aizawa's mouth moved in a way that might have been the beginning of a smile if he'd had more coffee. Good. Fear is stupid. Respect is useful. Power Loader rolled forward a tray with samples, a rubber mat, a slab of wood, a brick, a steel plate, a bucket of sand, a glass block already labeled scrap so support course wouldn't cry. Stimulus 5, he said. Touch tests. Touch, Midoriya. Not own. Izuku exhaled, raise. DA cord like a surgeon raises a scalpel, and, one by one, tapped the samples. Rubber. The cord skimmed, left no mark. Wood. The grain under the touch grate a millimeter deep, as if winter had been passed across it like a shadow. Brick. Pitted, a faint fern pattern, fragile. Steel. A soot lace print that wiped away with a cloth, leaving hairline dulling. Glass. He didn't touch, because yesterday's window had slouched into jelly. He hovered the cord over it and felt the urge rise. No, he told it softly. The urge turned aside like a dog redirected with a hand gesture. Sand. Success. The cord slid into the bucket and stopped, content with friction and nothing to digest. Flows, Aizawa said, as if rewriting physics with a whiteboard marker. It likes flows. It is a flow, drive. Sekiguchi said. It's behaving as AP. Artially physical quirk vector, something between an organ and a tool. Mr. Midoriya, I'm going to say something you won't like hearing. Izuku swallowed. Okay. This is not removable, she said gently. Not by any method I know that would leave you alive and whole. It's integrated. And your erasure immune core activity confirms it. Silence sat with them for one long breath. All Might's hands tightened around the empty water bottle. Izuku nodded. The nod surprised him by not hurting. He had been circling the same conclusion all night. Having it handed to him with clean words was both a loss and a relief. So, Aizawa said, cutting the silence cleanly, we change the question from how do we get it out to how do we tell it what to do. Exactly, drive. Sekiguchi said. We move to mastery. I recommend you start thinking of it as a bond, not in the sentimental sense, in the protocol sense, two systems agreeing on rules of exchange. Elemental bond, Aizawa said, more to himself than anyone else. Like naming a shape on a quiz. He crossed to the whiteboard and wrote, in block letters. Enigma Protocol, Midoriya. 1. Gating. OFA source right pointing arrow chaos conduit only on deliberate call. Default. Chaos routes incoming external energy to vent or shield. 2. 3. Interfaces. Flows, heat, force, sound, water equals high OK. Fields, EM equals limited OK. Solids, wood, brick, glass. Metal equals no contact unless explicit. 4. 5. Erasure. Uses surface break to aid shaping, do not rely on it to shut down core. 6. 7. Red lines. Pain, scream, numbness. Or loss of proprioception equals immediate disengage OFA, hold chaos at boundary, call halt. 8. 9. Comms. Anchors, breath 4, 4, 4. Script, save and protect life. 10. 11. Public. Non-lethal. Non-destructive demonstrations only. 0 phone-friendly horror. 12. He uncapped a red marker and underlined 0 with emphasis that would make a commission lawyer unclench by 1 degree. All Might stepped closer, reading. Number 6 is going to be the hardest, he said wryly. We'll make it boring on purpose, Aizawa replied. Boring is contagious. Poe. W. or Loader thumped the steel plate with a wrench, satisfied it had not become soup. You're going to need an overlay, he said to Izuku, engineering brain already designing. Not armor, channels. Think. Suit seams that guide it where we like to see it. Visual rails. The support shop can stitch no-go zones into your next hoodie so your body gets a reminder. Izuku blinked. Roadmap for the black. Yeah. Power loader sketched a quick diagram on a tablet. Forearm ribs, shoulder nodes, a lattice across the chest like a safety harness. Wheel mark, riverbeds, for it. Coax it to follow the pretty lines. That may actually work. Dr. Sakaguchi said, delighted. Bio-behavioral shaping via external cueing. Ectoplasm's clones raised their hands as one. May we try an entrapment scenario with Aizawa's pulse and your new rails? One asked. Aizawa shook his head. No live capture today. We've learned enough. He looked at Izuku. You're pale. I'm okay, Izuku said. He checked himself honestly, hands slightly trembly. Ache fading, head clear. He wasn't lying. He was spent, but in the day's work way, not the hospital bed way. I can do one more small thing. Breathing first, Hound Dog said from the doorway. Having arrived like a sensible punctuation mark. Then one more small thing. He pantomimed a 4-4-4, Izuku obeyed. The room matched him, half a dozen adults unconsciously syncing their breath to the kids. Small thing, Aizawa allowed. Pick it. Izuku looked at the whiteboard rules, at the rails sketch, at the gentle hum under his skin that meant chaos was paying attention with its chin on its paws. He held up his hands, palms out. Handshake, he said softly. A single cord unraveled from each wrist, thin and neat. He brought them together and let them touch, not merging into a blade. Not swelling into a shield. Just contact. The touch made a ripple, a hum on his skin like standing near a transformer. In that hum, there was, not language. Recognition. We're partners, Izuku tilted toward it. Careful not to make promise into oath. My rules. Our work. The cord stilled, then slid back under his skin, leaving his hands empty and human and slightly tingly. Dr. Sakaguchi had gone very still. That, she said, is what we want to build on. Aizawa picked up his mug, found it empty, and made a face that might have scared lesser coffee into refilling itself. We're done for today, he declared. Write your notes, Midoriya. Then class. Then 2 hours doing nothing interesting. Movie night. Izuku offered. Boring on purpose, Aizawa said, which was not a yes and not a no. They began to break the lab down. Power loader labeled samples keep and do not touch in handwriting that looked like a warning. Ectoplasm reclaimed his clones with a tidy pop. Uno adjusted the chart set so the next shift wouldn't think the machines were lying. All Might lingered, as always, a human lighthouse that pretended it was just a man by a window. At the door, Aizawa paused beside Izuku. You heard the doctor, he said, not unkindly. It's not coming out. I heard, Izuku said. The words were heavy and real and weirdly okay. We don't erase it, Aizawa continued. We educate it. Izuku blinked. You're going to grade my symbiote. If it fails, it repeats the year, Aizawa deadpanned. Then, quieter, this is your life now, kid. Not a curse. Not a gift. A tool with a temper. Learn it. Then teach it. I will, Izuku said. He meant it in the same place he held his anchors. Aizawa's phone buzzed. He glanced, and his eyebrows did the tiniest glacial shift. He showed All Might, then turned the screen so Izuku could read. Hero Commission, Perimeter Incident Footage Circulating. Mandate, Immediate Evaluation Scheduling. UA to coordinate containment oversight. Media inquiry pending. All Might's jaw flexed once. Of course, he murmured. Public scrutiny phase, Aizawa said, making it sound like a lesson block. He looked at Izuku, at the index card still in Izuku's hand. Number 6, he reminded him, tapping zero phone-friendly horror on the list with a finger. Izuku nodded. The knot in his stomach wasn't fear so much as a hard promise. We'll make boring contagious, he said. Borrowing Aizawa's line and All Might's light. On his way out, he passed the whiteboard and saw Aizawa had added a final line at the bottom of the Enigma protocol. 7 extraction attempts, none. Mastery or nothing. He stopped, looked at it, let the clarity hit. He didn't want it out anymore, not if, out, meant lose everything else he had fought for. He wanted it taut. Chaos pressed at the edges of his attention like tide-touched ankles, curious and calm. We learn. It suggested, not words, a shape of eagerness he had come to understand. We learn, Izuku said under his breath, smiling because somehow that sentence was both a contract and a comfort. He stepped into the hallway's clean light in the day that waited beyond it, classes that would pretend to be normal. Friends who would manufacture normal out of thin air, a commission that would weaponize concern, a public that would be afraid and relieved in the same breath. He rolled his shoulders, felt green lightning hum. Felt black tide listen. Choice, still the constant. UA didn't roll out a red carpet for the commission. It rolled out procedure. By 9 o'clock the next morning, the FAC Ulti conference room had become a polite battlefield. Long table, pitchers of water sweating onto coasters, a tray of tea the color of resolve. Nezu sat at the head like a charming riddle in a suit. To his right, Aizawa, shoulders square. Scarf coiled like punctuation. To his left, All Might, slim and steady, hands folded to keep them from becoming speeches. Along the wall, Power Loader, Recovery Girl, Hound Dog, Snipe. And Present Mike, whose smile had gone to voicemail. On the screens, Drive. Sekiguchi and 2 additional consultants, their faces slate bright. Opposite them, 3 representatives from the Hero Public Safety Commission, the kind of professionals who could sign your life into a category with exceptionally tidy handwriting. Their badges flashed gold and authority, their expras. Scions were concerned lacquered over calculus. They hadn't come for a fight. They had come for custody. Thank you for meeting on short notice, the lead representative said, setting a slim folio on th. E-table like a verdict that hadn't learned it yet. The incident at your south gate has generated substantial public attention. We have reviewed preliminary footage. Her eyes flicked to All Might, then to Aizawa, then settled, carefully. On Nezu. With respect, this is beyond a typical quirk manifestation. Nezu's smile could have sold umbrellas in the desert. That's why he's at UA. We appreciate your rigor. The second representative said, tone neutral enough to be a mirror. However, the footage indicates a power set that absorbs and distorts energy, with secondary effects on matter. We are compelled to invoke interim monitoring mandates. Papers slid across the table. 2 options. 1. Mr. Midoriya ceases all field-adjacent activities and enters commission containment for evaluation. 2. He remains on UA grounds under 24/7 monitoring, including wearable telemetry, daily check-ins, and commission oversight during any controlled demonstrations. Aizawa didn't blink. Containment, he repeated. The word had thorns. He's a minor. He's my student. He's not an untagged biohazard. The lead representative folded her hands. Eraserhead, if the situation were not at UA, if UN countered a person on the street whose quirk did this without control, you would immobilize them and call us. We're asking you to let us be part of that process before we have a tragedy. Part of, Nezu said. As if tasting a cookie for ingredients. Define. Wearable monitors, the second representative repeated. A designated safe space for daily expression and suppression trials. Commission observer present. A hard stop on off-campus activity. And, she slid a smaller form forward, media management. There is already a narrative forming. All Might glanced at the form and read the shape of tomorrow, a press cycle sharpening its teeth. He lifted his chin. There is also this narrative, a student who saved lives while keeping destruction to a minimum. He did not attack. He contained. Containment, the third representative murmured. As if the word might consent to being a compliment. Regardless, fear travels faster than nuance. We're trying to get ahead of fear. By building a cage, Aizawa asked, voice even in the way of a calm sea that hides riptides. Nezu cleared his throat lightly, a bell chiming at the end of a hallway. Let's not mistake guardrails for cages, he said. UA has already drafted protocols. Aizawa slid a copy of the Enigma protocol, Midoriya across the table, redlines and all. The commission rep scanned it, expressions careful, pens hovering. You're number 6, the lead said. Tapping the line, zero phone-friendly horror, is creative. It's policy, Aizawa said. We make boring contagious. Hound Dog leaned forward. We're also addressing the cognitive piece. Anchors, scripts, stress gating. He's not bargaining with a demon in a hallway, he's using a protocol. The reps hadn't asked for a demonstration. UA suggested one anyway. They chose the indoor amphitheater, no windows. Excellent ventilation, 3 camera angles UA controlled, and cement floors Smintos could unbreak if he had to. Class 1A wasn't invited, this wasn't a show. The only audience, faculty, the commission team, and the cameras that would be used to write tomorrow's paperwork. Izuku stood on the taped X in his training suit, a new version support course had turned around at Super Hero Speed. Matte fabric with faint rails stitched in charcoal thread, a lattice down the forearms, AV across the chest, small circles at the shoulders and hips. Subtle unless you knew what you were looking for. Rails, not armor. Guideposts. His heart thudded with the steady climb of a roller coaster that had been inspected twice. He breathed 4. He touched his anchors. Save and protect life. His palms were dry. His will was a door he could open and close. Aizawa walked him through the plan for the room. 3 points, he said. We show invite, shape, stop. No improvisation. No heroics. You don't prove anything to anyone today except that you'll follow rules. Yes, sensei. All Might stepped close, straightening the edge of Izuku's collar like it was a cape, like he had any right to this gentleness and somehow did. Remember, he said quietly, choice is the constant. Izuku nodded. He looked up at the commission observers, 3 professionals seated in a row like a thesis committee, and decided to be boring enough to be undeniable. Aizawa lifted a hand. Begin. Invite. Izuku reached inward and made space. A single cord unspooled from his right wrist, glossy midnight, reeded with faint green, thin as a climbing rope. It rose into the air along the stitched rails and stayed, as if the rails were magnets and it was iron. Murmurs, contained, professional, drifted from the observers, row. Surface expression present, Uno reported from the console. Vitals fine. Shape, Aizawa said. Power loader pushed a cart forward. 2 instruments, a heat wand and a kinetic puffer rig. The wand's head glowed cherry, the puffer thumped like a handheld heartbeat. Izuku angled the cord toward the wand and said, aloud, flows, not solids. The cord kissed the heat and took it, steam whispering off nothing. He turned to the puffer, gentle whumps folded into a membrane he kept small on purpose. Each whump vented upward, harmless. Stop, Aizawa said. Izuku opened his hands and closed the door. The cord shrank, slid back along the rails, and dissolved under his skin. The only evidence, a faint prickle in the quiet. He did the trio again, invite, shape, stop. Boring on purpose. Then again, with Aizawa pulsing erasure to show surface break while the core ignored the pressure politely. Then a third cycle with a small addition, a cooling sling for a heating element. He wrapped a ceramic coil with a ribbon, drew off heat until the coil's color went from angry to mild, then let the ribbon recede. The commission watched like scientists watching a new species of bird decide to perch on the right branch. Protocol gate the drive. Sekiguchi narrated for the record. Subject uses external rails to guide interface vector. Responds to thermal and kinetic flows preferentially. Obeys stop commands. Surface expression suppressible by erasure, core activity unaffected. No solid phase decay observed. Public danger assessment decreased. The lead representative's pen stopped. She looked directly at Izuku for the first time. Mr. Midoriya, she said, voice stripped of committee but not of command. How much of this is you? Izuku met her gaze. All of it, he said, then amended, honest. All of the choices. And the power it offers, he said. I accept or decline. It listens when I set rules. If I get sloppy, it's louder. If I'm clear, it's good. Good, she repeated, tasting the shape. We don't call powers good or bad. We call intentions that, All Might said quietly from the wings. The lead rep's mouth didn't smile, but it softened. Noted. Aizawa ended the demo there because that was the smart place to stop. You have our data, he said, wiping a palm down his scarf like he'd just shaken hands with a long day. You have eyes. What's your call? The 3 reps conferred in a small knot of whispers that sounded like paper cutting air. They returned to the table in the conference room with language that had been sharpened by lawyers and sanded by PR. Option 2. The lead said. UA-based oversight. Wearable telemetry. Daily monitoring. Commission observer at scheduled trials. No unsupervised quirk use. No off-campus activity. If another incident occurs, the mandate escalates. Izuku exhaled. I can still attend classes. Yes. A beat. Mr. Midoriya, this is not punishment. This is prudence. The public is uneasy. I understand, he said. It meant I won't hand them a reason to be afraid. Media. Nezu prompted, bright as a scalpel. Ua issues a brief, the second representative replied. We coordinate quotes. No live press conference. Excellent. Nezu said. We prefer students meet cameras when they're wearing caps and gowns. All Might's shoulders relaxed a millimeter. Aizawa didn't move, which in Aizawa Maya. He had unclenched enough not to break a pen. They put it in ink. UA Oversight Agreement, Interim. Izuku signed his name with steady letters. The wearables team clipped a flat, flexible telemetry patch under his suit at the ribs. Another at the back of his shoulder, one at his wrist. The patches were dull beige. If you didn't know, you wouldn't notice. He noticed. He made peace with them like you make peace with the weight of a watch you forget you're wearing. The reps stood. Thank you, the lead said, and it sounded like we will be watching and we hope we never have to do more. We'll be in touch daily. Try us at reasonable hours, Nezu chirped. On their way out, the third representative, quiet so far, younger than the others, hesitated. For what it's worth, he said to Izuku without dropping his professionalism. My sister's kid was at your gate yesterday. He swallowed. Thank you for the stroller. Izuku blinked. I'm glad they're okay. The rep nodded once, filed the moment somewhere between protocol and gratitude. And left. UA issued its brief that afternoon. UA update. Controlled training and monitoring. In light of a training-adjacent incident near campus yesterday, UA is implementing enhanced monitoring for student Izuku Midoriya. Under faculty supervision and commission oversight, Midoriya will continue academic studies and controlled training on campus only. No injuries occurred. Property damage was minimal. UA remains committed to rigorous, responsible hero education. It was boring. It was contagious. It didn't stop the internet. Clips multiplied like reflections, the cylinder catch. The glossy chords, the softened window, the baby's gurgle, the old man's unfiltered, bless you, that was terrifying. A dozen captions spun. #UA Chaos, #Entropy Kid, #Tentacle Her. Oh, which Mina physically threw her phone across the couch to avoid reading aloud. #Shield Not Sword, which Aizawa pretended not to like and quietly liked. Izuku had decided something in advance. He would not live on his phone today. He would live in rooms with people. The dorm common room did its part, building a buffer out of ordinary, homework open, kettle whistling, Jiro's guitar on low, Iida X. Oroxing copies of a civics handout with uncalled for gusto. Uraraka sat beside Izuku and silently slid him a highlighter. He took it. The color was a sunny yellow no panic could borrow. Kirishima clapped him on the shoulder, gentle. Dude, he said, which contained paragraphs. You made it not terrible. Working on making that my thing, Izuku said, and it wasn't bravado. It was a promise to himself. Todoroki read the UA brief like a case file. They will escalate if something happens, he said, as if reciting weather. So nothing will happen. Nothing interesting, Mina corrected, beaming. Tonight we watch a documentary about paint drying. Zero phone-friendly horror, Jiro quoted, smirking. Loose adaptation. No horror, no phones. Phones will always be phones, Kaminari sighed, doomscrolling anyway. Then he brightened. Ooh, someone made fanart of you as a squid. Please no, Izuku said, face heating. Bakugo blew in from a training block with his hair 1 degree mise. Seer than usual and an aura of someone who had done push-ups at a problem until the floor gave up. He didn't look at Izuku and fully looked at him. You like paperwork? He asked. No, Izuku said. Quote. Then stop giving extra credit to the commission, Bakugo said. Stay in the lines. Make it boring. Then get stronger inside the lines until the lines move. It was savage logic. It was, unhelpfully, exactly right. The only call Izuku took in his room was from his mother. She had seen the clip, of course she had. The internet takes packages to every doorstep. Her voice trembled at the edges with pride and fear. 2 threads twined so tightly they made rope. Baby, she said, and then laughed at herself. You're not a baby. You are, she lowered her voice conspiratorially, as if Ua could hear her anyway. You are making good choices. Quote. I have so much help, he said, and he meant it like a blessing. He told her about the rails, the anchors, Hound Dog's labels, Aizawa's rules, All Might's constant. Eat. she ordered, which was how she said I can't hold you from here, so I will hold you with reminders. Sleep. If anyone is mean online, you give them to me, I will be meaner. He laughed. And something that had been clenched unclenched. Deal. When he hung up, the building had the late afternoon lull where the sun stares through the windows too hard and dust motes pretend to be snow. The telemetry patches itched exactly once. He pressed a fingertip to one and said aloud, because saying made it real, we're not at war. We're at work. Chaos pressed lightly, like a tide nuzzling a rock in a friendly way. Work. It suggested back, not words, the shape of consent. The first commission observed session happened at 1700 in the same amphitheater, the kind of repetition Ua used as a lullaby. The observer sat where the previous reps had, notes tidy, no visible agenda beyond watch. Hound Dog stood at Izuku's 6 like a calm storm shelter. Aizawa narrated the checklist with an enunciation that could have doubled as a spell. Invite, shape, stop. Vent heat. Fold a small shove. Raise a membrane and bleed a sound cone into open volume so faint even Jiro's ear jacks would have shrugged. End. Boring. This time, Aizawa added a fourth beat, choice under Q. Verbal offer, he told Izuku. Let it offer. Say no. Izuku didn't love performing that conversation like a monologue. But he loved that doing it on purpose meant it wouldn't happen by accident. He called a chord, left it hovering, then quieted his breath until the offer nudged the edge of his thoughts like a cat paw under a door. Let me carry it. No strain. The shape slid in. No, Izuku said. We carry it together. My rules. The nudge eased. The cord didn't swell. The membrane didn't form. The telemetry didn't blip. Aizawa nodded once. The dangerously rare praise that made people write essays. Session complete, Uno announced, pressing a button that made the machines save their truths. No spikes. Nice and dull. Favorite flavor. Hound Dog said cheerfully. The observer stood with a small smile that wasn't entirely professional. If you can keep that up, she said, you'll make my job very boring. I'm trying, Izuku said. You're succeeding, Aizawa said, which came out like don't get cocky and good job in one. Outside the room, the evening smelled like cut grass and cafeteria curry. Resent Mike loitered in the hall with a stack of flyers for a support course showcase. How's our boy? He asked Aizawa sotto voce. Teachable, Aizawa said. Oh ho, Mike said, waggling the flyers. That's an Aizawa love letter. Aizawa didn't smile. His eyes softened. It is. They didn't make it to lights out before the other shoe thought about dropping. At 20:30, the commission sent a notification. New footage surfaced, unauthorized angle, speculative analysis. The clip was grainier, closer, caught from a window above the south gate. It lingered on the ashy fern pattern on the concrete. Where chaos had pressed, a bloom of entropy that would have been pretty if not for what it meant. A commentator with a voice built for provocative thumbnails asked if Ua was harboring a contagion. Word contagion grabbed the wrong coat and wore it into the room. Nezu's reply went out within minutes, no evidence of contagion. He attached a lab report Uno had stamped 3 times. Dr. Sekiguchi. I's addendum followed, surface residue inert. No environmental replication. Symbiotic expression is host-bound. The internet didn't apologize. It rarely does. But a tide of replies pushed back, people who had been at the gate. The delivery driver in the blue cap, the old man with the cane whose granddaughter ran a neighborhood account and posted a photo of the stroller's intact handle with 3 heart emojis and hashtag #ThankYouGreenKid. Aizawa forwarded the granddaughter's post to Izuku with a single line, remember who you're doing this for. Izuku heart reacted and put his phone down before the ground could tilt. Movie night happened anyway. They watched a documentary about bonsai trees and 2 people cried and no one made a big deal about it. Phones stayed face down. When a slow pan showed Han's pruning branches with patient scissors, Izuku felt chaos watch with polite curiosity, as if taking notes, precision, restraint, care. He went to bed under the familiar hum of dorm life and the new hum of a telemetry patch. Before sleep, he unpacked his day into 3 sentences in his notebook. Commission oversight, yes. Boring is a strategy. My will equals the constant. He closed the notebook. He breathed. The tide under his skin breathed back. He didn't need words to understand the agreement they had reached today. Tomorrow would invite new limits. Tomorrow would include a man in the dark who had watched the clip with a hunter's interest and whispered to an empty room, interesting. Tonight, Ua slept. In the morning, the rules would still be taped to Izuku's wall. The rails would still be stitched into his suit. The commission would still want to be in the room. And Izuku would still step onto the X. Open the door only as far as he meant to, and close it when he decided. Choice, still the constant. Chaos, still listening. The first person to watch the South Gate clip 10 times in a row without blinking wasn't a journalist or a commission analyst. It was a man alone in a room that forgot about light. He didn't watch the cylinder catch. He didn't pause on the stroller or the softened glass or the old man's candid blessing. He scrubbed to the frames where space dimpled and the blast folded, to the instant when a glossy, midnight chord met a moving force and made it no one's. He slowed the clip until sound became a cough and then a hiss and then nothing. Not an ordinary absorber, he murmured, half to himself and half to the machines that loved him. A conduit with taste. Somewhere behind him, a voice he used occasionally asked if he would like a team. No, all for one said, amused. A hand will do. UA's second commission observed session was unromantic by design. Same amphitheater. Same rails-stitched suit. Same small circle of adults who could stop storms in their own ways. The observer, this time a woman in her 30s with a precise ponytail and a pen that never squeaked, sat where yesterday's trio had. Posture saying watch, eyes saying worry efficiently. Invite. Shape. Stop. Vent heat from a ceramic coil. Fold a kinetic puff. Raise a membrane and bleed a sound. Cone into the rafters where it became nothing at all. Aizawa pulsed erasure to show the surface break while the core ignored it politely. Boring on purpose. Session complete, Uno announced, tappy. In a key that saved boring like a treasure. Thank you, the observer said, and sounded like she meant it. Hound Dog tipped an imaginary hat. See you tomorrow for more of the hit show. Nothing happened. Izuku smiled. Felt chaos watch him through the smile like a tide sniffing at the sand, and thought, we keep doing it this way. The offer came, a soft push under thought, let me carry it, and he answered no. Together. My rules. It's settled. For now. They broke for lunch. The campus tasted like curry and sun. Izuku carried a tray to a quiet corner not because he wanted to be alone, he didn't, Tea because Hound Dog had asked him to try 5 minutes a day where quiet didn't feel like an edge. He got 3. The sound arrived first. Not sirens, not an engine, not the calm de-escalation chime of UA security bots. A whine, thin, needling, the kind of frequency that makes your molars hum and your eyes feel like they forgot how to blink. Jiro's head snapped up across the room. Her ear jacks curled like startled snakes. What is that? Quote. Snipe's voice zipped across the faculty band, unregistered airframe over East Quad. Small. Masking as news drone. Lockdown, Aizawa ordered, already moving. Manual, Kamui, perimeter. A beat. Midoriya, inside. Izuku stood, obedience and adrenaline colliding, and made it 3 steps toward the door before the ceiling above the east windows shimmered. Not glass. Air. It rippled the way summer asphalt ripples at a distance, a mirage pulled into the room and forced to be present. The drone skimmed into view, a compact disc of carbon fiber with a cylindrical belly, and then tilted, exposing a ring of shuttered ports around its underside like a flower with too many petals. Everyone away from the windows. Iida barked, shepherding with karate chop hands. Aizawa burst through the doorway already mid-flicker, hair floating, eyes red. Shields only, he snapped at Izuku without looking. No grabs. Copy, Izuku said, pulse banging his ribs. Invite. Shape. Stop. He opened the door inside himself and let a single cord spool out along the rails, thin and clean. A membrane unfurled from his left palm, neat oval, edges rounded on purpose. The drone's shutters clicked open. It didn't fire bullets. It fired notes. Cones of compressed air, tight, ugly parcels of phase-twisted sound, spun out and intersected 10 meters from the windows. Where they met, reality wobbled. The reverberation felt like falling in every direction for half a heartbeat. Izuku's stomach flipped, and not just his. Kaminari grabbed the wall. Mina squeaked, someone drop. Ed a spoon that pinged wrong when it hit the floor. Down. Hound Dog roared, shouldering into the doorway and yanking a boy by his collar into cover. The first cone hit Izuku's membrane and folded. swelling the shield like a lung inflating. He vented it up, into the rafters. The second cone arrived without interval, then a third. Each met the shield, pushed, and went. The friction in his forearm lit like a fuse. Erasure. Present Mike shouted from the hall, voice turned down to professional. Aizawa's red eyes cut, the surface show dimmed. It helped. It didn't fix the song inside Izuku Wher. Green Lightning and Black Tide were tuning themselves in a room too small for both. Save and protect life, he said out loud, script into noise, breath 4. Flows, not solids. My rules. Chaos flared, not in defiance. In recognition, danger. It stretched toward the cones like a cat stretching before a leap. Shields, Aizawa repeated, slicing air with the word. Nothing else. The drone dipped. Two of its ports rotated. Petals aligning to form a single, bigger mouth. High amplitude, Jiro hissed, palm to the wall, earjack quivering. They're going to. She didn't have to finish. The blast ripped loose. Sound didn't crack so much as tilt. The membrane took it, gulped, ballooned double, and the room answered. Straight lines went soft. Edges went wary. The light above Izuku's head bent around a point that didn't exist. Then snapped back. A hairline fracture skittered across the cement floor, not in the cement, in light on cement, a spiderweb drawn where it shouldn't be. The window. Pane's trill hummed out of sync with themselves, as if the room had been told 2 different seconds at once. People didn't fall. No one bled. But fear shifted from the color of caution to the color of old. Midoriya, All Might, thin and lightning fast, reached him a half step later than instinct wanted, because you didn't teleport and scare a room. He set a hand a breath from Izuku's shoulder and did not touch. We hold the line. Let it through you, not into you. Izuku heard that, and he also heard something else, the offer cranked. I can hold it. Not sweet. Certain. Give me the wheel. His knees went watery for a heartbeat. The membrane trembled. The scandalous urge flashed. Say yes and the pain stops and no one gets hurt, and why are you arguing with a lifeboat? Hound Dog's voice oot through like a hand grabbing his collar back to the dock. Label it. Izuku's mouth moved. That's a weird thought, he said. Interesting. Not yet. Chaos pushed. Not like a fist. Like a tide th. And had watched 3 times and learned how to time the shore. He felt his pupils blow wide. The cord in his right hand moved before he commanded. It snapped toward the drone, not to crush, to taste. The drone shuddered midair. Its note staggered and became a cough. Signals bled out of it, EM burps, battery heat, the mechanical anger of a machine run a notch too hot, and the cord took all of it, fast and greedy. The membrane swelled again of its own accord, hum rising to the pitch that had made Izuku's molars ache yesterday. For exactly 2 seconds, chaos drove. 2 seconds were enough to ify a room and feed a rumor mill for a week. In those 2 seconds, the air around Izuku went thick, like clear syrup poured into the shape of the amphitheater. The floor under one shoe felt deeper, as if a stair had hidden under it and then decided not to exist. The window glass on the far wall blurred, not jelly, not slouch, just indecision. A lens that couldn't pick a focal length. Phones were out, of course, and hands shook, of course, and framing was bad, of course. One vertical clip caught Izuku's sill. Wet with black cords riding in the air and the light bending wrong around his shoulders. Another caught the sound go quiet in his corner of the room, like someone had put a lid on audio there. A third caught All Might, not the symbol. The man, standing near and not flinching. Aizawa's erasure slammed down, full burn. The cords compressed, membrane thinning. It didn't rip control back, that wasn't how this worked, but it dragged the interface out of chaos, hands long enough for Izuku to close his around it. Halt, Izuku gasped, not because he couldn't speak but because the word was a lever. Halt. Everything that had been bending reconsidered. The light picked a side. The floor remembered it was a floor. The membrane shrank a handspan and took the high tone with it. The room made sense again. The drone tried to flee. Snipe's bullet removed its right motor without touching the rest, surgical, contemptuous. It pirouetted like a drunk beetle and clattered into a pre-placed safety net. That Smintos had pulled into existence 5 seconds ago because Smintos was an artist of boring foresight. Manuel and Kamui Woods hit the outside corridor in the same breath, ready for the partner that didn't exist. There was no partner. The hand had been a hand. All inside are safe, Uno announced, letting breath back into the room with the verdict. Spikes logged. Telemetry intact. Street. Udents swallowed their fear like tea too hot. Mina made a small sound that wanted to be a laugh and couldn't be. Iida took attendance out loud like a compulsion and a blessing. Jiro shook out her hands. Eyes brilliant with the fury of a musician who had just watched someone mistreat sound. Aizawa kept his eyes lit a beat longer, breathing through the strain that always came with that red. Then he let them go human and looked straight at Izuku. Report, he said, even and merciless in the way of a coach who loved you. Offer escalated, Izuku said, voice steady enough to count as a win. It grabbed a second of the wheel. 2. Maybe. I pulled it back. Pain. Clash ache. 2 out of 10. Damage. Izuku scanned the room. The window blur had gone. The hairline light fracture on the floor was gone too. Like a spiderweb whistled away. A serving spoon lay on the tile where it had pinged wrong. He picked it up. Metal. Fine. He put it on a tray like a normal boy. Surface residue. Power loader asked. Already crouched near the net with tongs. Minimal, Uno said, peering into instruments that told simple truths. No environmental tickers. The commission observer stood with her pen poised and her shoulders measured. Assessment, she said, narrating for her own machine. External actor used phase-twisted sonic to provoke amplitude. Subject contained primary threat, brief partial autonomy observed. Erasure assisted regain. No injuries. Public display, non-catastrophic but dramatic. Her mouth pinched at that word. Mandate escalates to tightened monitoring. Aizawa was already ahead. Lockdown protocol Charlie, he said on faculty band. Non-essential movement paused. Secure the quad, sweep the rooflines, pull airspace data. And someone find me where that drone woke up. Manuel's voice came back from outside. Trails cold. No controller nearby. Range on those is long. Snipe finished. He squinted at the broken drone like it might tell him who built it. This wasn't publicity. It was poking. Quote, All Might didn't ask who. He knew the smell of a particular kind of attention. He looked at the place in the air where reality had resisted being regular and let fear and fury pass through him and out, leaving calm. Thank you all, he said to the students, soft like putting a hand on a frightened horse's neck. You did everything right. You breathed. You moved. You didn't run toward the interesting. Aizawa's chair scraped as he turned to the commission observer. Your people will scream for containment, he said, almost conversational. They'll advise it, she said. She wasn't unkind. She was young enough to hate the script and old enough to read it fluently. But this is still option 2. Control. With more eyes. Boring with an audience, Hound Dog said dryly. My favorite show. They ran the after action in an isolation room because ritual mattered. Recovery Girl took vitals she could have guessed and wrote them down anyway. Uno glared the telemetry into behaving. Dr. Sekiguchi appeared on a screen with a folder already opened to a page titled Phase Distortion, Transient. 2 seconds, she said after Izuku finished describing the moment. That's all. But the physiology in those 2 seconds says a lot. The interface layer surged. Your core did not. That means you didn't lose you. She looked directly at him through pixels. You held the line. I almost didn't, he admitted. Honesty was an anchor too. Almost as information, Aizawa said. We make rules for almost. He added a line to the whiteboard without ceremony. 8 provocation response. If amplitude spikes right pointing arrow small shield. Vent up, no new interfaces, no taste of source. If offer escalates right pointing arrow script out loud. Observer's note. Power loader dumped the drone's belly onto a tray. A cylindrical cartridge rolled and pinged to a stop. He didn't touch it. Custom, he said. Not off a shelf. And that phase twist. Somebody did their homework. Somebody watched your tape, Snipe said. He scrubbed a hand over his chin. Knew to ask the question nobody sane asks in a school. What happens if I turn the volume to 11? Hound Dog tossed Izuku the cloud stress ball. Squeeze. Izuku did. The simple resistance grounded him. Chaos watched the squeeze with the mild curiosity it had applied to bonsai last night. Carry. It suggested, more a reflex than a ploy. We carry, Izuku said. Together. Not a handoff. The commission observer typed a note, then surprised herself by speaking off script. For what it's worth, the clip will look worse than it was. She glanced at Aizawa and All Might. Then back to Izuku. But the clip of you saying, halt, and stopping it will also exist. It will have fewer views, Present Mike muttered from the doorway, then shrugged. We'll make it catchy. Nezu patted in then, smile bright as a blade. Our statement, he said, sliding a draft onto the table. Ua thwarted an unauthorized, remote provocation attempt. No injuries. The student contained the event and remained under supervision throughout. We reiterate, this is mastery, not mystery. Mastery, Aizawa echoed, like a mantra he would tolerate. All Might clapped his hands once, gentle. We rotate guards. We rehearse the exact script for this scenario so well that when someone tries again, they get the same boring show with fewer interesting frames. Hound Dog pointed at Izuku. And you tell the thing in your head the same thing you've been telling it. Izuku nodded. He wasn't shaking now. He was exhausted in a clean way, the kind that followed a sprint you didn't plan to take. He touched 2 fingers to the telemetry patch by his ribs like it was a weird metal and said, for himself and for Chaos and for the adults in the room who were scaffolding his life without demanding thanks. Save and protect life. That's the line. Chaos pressed back. Protect, clear as it had ever been, not words, intent. For a second he let himself feel that without fear. Maybe the thing wanted the same thing he did. Maybe that was why it had picked him to wake up in and not someone else. Or maybe it had picked no one and he had chosen to make a dog out of a tide. Either way, the next chapter was not going to be about fighting it every second. It was going to be about terms. Across a city that had learned to live with cameras, the clip spread. It carried the wobble of light and the ballooning shield and the 2 seconds where a boy looked like a statue from a nightmare someone had smoothed afterward. It carried, too, a voice off camera, All Might's, unmistakable, saying quietly. We hold the line, and a smaller voice answering, halt, and then the warp stopping. Fear moved faster than nuance. But nuance walked, and walking was how you got places you meant to live. The man in the room that didn't remember light watched the new clip and smiled without showing teeth. Yes, all for one murmured, pleased as a craftsman who has just discovered a material he has never shaped. It interfaces. It can learn. Bring me its song. He did not send a team. He sent a hand, somewhere else, to do something else. Ua didn't know that yet. Ua knew this, the next time. The script would be waiting on the wall, the rails would already be stitched, the anchors would already be practiced, the boy would already have told a tide my rules enough times that when the tide surged, it would hesitate long enough to hear him say stop. And that hesitation, in a world where seconds were continents, might be the difference between fear and faith. Ua pretended to be normal on purpose. Classes met. Bells rang. Present Mike assigned a listening log that was really a breathing exercise in disguise. Lunch tasted like curry and reassurance. The telemetry patch at Izuku's ribs itched once. Got an apologetic tap, and minded its manners. But even normal had a hum. The drone had made sure of that. A hand from nowhere, notes that bent straight lines, 2 seconds of almost. The commission's observer had stayed past her slot and taken her coffee black. Security drones patrolled rooflines that didn't need patrolling. Snipe had the look of someone who could shoot a thought out of the air. Aizawa's scarf hung at an angle that meant we're in a lesson in a storm. After 6th period, Hound Dog put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Walk, he said. They crossed the quad to guidance. The only room on campus that smelled like cedar and honesty. Hound Dog set a cloud-shaped stress ball on the table, then pushed it aside. No props today. We're going to build you a scree. PT you can run without me holding the cue cards. Izuku nodded. Okay. You got 2 seconds of autopilot yesterday, Hound Dog said, not accusatory, just factual. That's a blinking red light, it's also information. You don't win a tug of war by tugging harder forever. You win by changing the rope. So we don't pull, Izuku said, following. We talk, Hound Dog said. And we give it work that keeps its paws busy. He leaned forward, elbows on knees, eyes warm and sharp. Close your eyes. Breathe 4, 4, 4. I'm going to count you down and you're going to open the door, but just a crack. You're not in a void. You're in a room you built. Izuku let the air in on 4, hold on 4, let it go on 4. He didn't imagine a cave or a mind palace full of candles. He imagined the amphitheater raw. ILS stitched into his suit, charcoal seams drawn in a pattern that made sense, and he set those rails in a simple space, floor like wet slate, ceiling like dusk, lines glowing faint along the seams. He opened a door the way you open a book to a page you meant to reread. Something arrived the way tide arrives, not with a bang, with a pressure that notices you. It didn't loom. It considered. Gloss B. Black threads rose from the floor in shapes that were not tentacles anymore, lines, flexible and clean, tracing the rails in the room he had made. Where they crossed, the air hummed like a transformer. Where they paused, Izuku felt a listening that wasn't eyes. He didn't let the room get bigger. He didn't let the walls move. He stood at the center of his own diagram and said, aloud and plain, "My name is Izuku Midoriya. This is my body. You are chaos. We have rules." The listening sharpened. Rule 1, he said. Prime directive, save and protect life. He felt the tide press, approval, not hunger. It liked verbs. Rule 2, he said. Consent. No taking the wheel. Ever. You do not move without my deliberate permission. Exception only when I am unconscious or unable to breathe. In that exception, you shield and vent. Nothing else. The room pulsed. Not yes, not no, testing. Izuku pictured what he meant, him on the floor, breath ragged, glass falling. The rails brightened. A single black K-line rose and shaped a shield over the imagined body and vented sound into imaginary rafters. No strikes. No grabs. The room approved. Rule 3, he said. Flows, not solids. You may interact with heat, force, sound, water, wind. You do not touch people or buildings or gear unless I say the words green light. Green light is temporary and ends when I say stoplight. The listening tipped toward clever. The lines brushed the rails like a cat rubbing its cheek on furniture. They liked the game with names. Rule 4, Izuku said. Routing. Your default draw is hostile incoming energy. You do not pull from me, from one for all, unless I say the word bridge. When I say bridge, you drain only what I root and only into shapes we've practiced. Green lightning sparked along the rails at the word bridge. Small and gentle, just enough to make the room's diagram glow. The black lines did not suck it down. They aligned like iron filings to a magnet. The ache behind Izuku's eyes, yesterday's clash, did not arrive. Rule 5, he said. Hard stops. If I say halt, you stop. If I say break, you dissolve to skin. If I say sleep, you retract entirely and stay behind the door until I say wake. The lines drew back a centimeter without drama, the way a tide respects a wall. Hound Dog's voice threaded in from the edge of the room, the real room, the one with cedar and a scuffed table. Good. Now say what it gets out of this. Izuku breathed. He didn't want to bribe a tide. He wanted a contract with a tool that had an opinion. You get purpose, he said simply. You get to carry weight. You get to protect. You get to work. You do not get to decide who I am. The lines rose to that word, protect, like grass to sun. Seal it, Hound Dog murmured. Izuku looked down. The rails intersected at his feet in a small circle. Just big enough for 2 steps. He opened his hands, palms up, and 2 thin black lines unfurled, each from a wrist, delicate as ink in water. He brought them together, not merging. Touching, and they made a ring. Not a handcuff. A bracelet at ankle height, inked onto the blueprint. When it closed, the room didn't get darker. It got crisper. We learn, the tide seemed to say, the shape clear now. Like a friend whose handwriting you can read. We work together, Izuku said. My rules. He opened his eyes into cedar and late afternoon. Hound Dog grinned, big and canine. Nice contract, he said. We'll print it in Comic Sans so it's legally unbreakable. Izuku laughed, a short, relieved bubble of sound. It listened. It isn't a demon, Hound Dog said, standing. It's a tool with a taste for the job. Tools love rules. Go tell Aizawa you negotiated. He loves that word. Aizawa did not smile, but his approval raised the room's temperature by 1 degree. Write it, he said, pointing to the whiteboard. Then we test pieces with a leash. They wrote it, not as poetry, as policy. Truce protocol, Midoriya chaos. Prime directive, save and protect life. Consent. No autonomous control. Exceptions, unconscious apnea right pointing arrow shield vent only. Interfaces, flows, heat, force, sound, water, wind, okay. Solids, people, walls, gear, no unless green light. Routing. Default draws from hostile energy. Bridge allows OFA right pointing arrow chaos channeling only as commanded. Stops. Halt, stop action, break, retract to skin, sleep, retract behind door. Oversight. Telemetry on. Commission observer on schedule. Failsafes. Aizawa erasure pulse equals surface break. Izuku script out loud under provocation. Power loader read it and immediately started sketching rails into the next suit revision, faint chevrons at the elbows. Anchor circles at the deltoids, an X-shaped lattice across the chest like a climber's harness. We'll stitch the words inside your sleeves, he said. Halt, break, sleep, tiny embroidery you can rub with a thumb if your brain needs a tactile cue. Bio-behavioral anchors, drive. Sekiguchi said from the screen, delighted. I approve. Test, Aizawa said, already moving pieces. Ectoplasm. 3 clones stepped out of 1 man, all polite. Snipe. From the gantry, a voice said, loaded with foam rounds. Manual. Got water. Mic. Present mic flashed a thumbs up from the sound booth. Volume knob set to reasonable adult. Commission observer. The woman with the precise ponytail took her seat, pen ready. Ooh, a nurse. Uno lifted a chin. Ready. Aizawa looked at Izuku last. Anchors. Breath, Izuku said. Sentence. He put a finger over the stitched seam on his sleeve and squeezed once. Halt, break, sleep. He could feel the bumps of the letters through fabric. It helped. Begin, Aizawa said. They started with flows. Manual raised a low, rolling ribbon of water. Izuku called 1 cord and set it on the rail seam like a train on track. Green light, he said, then, venting coil. The ribbon wrapped the water without touching Manual's hands. Heat bled from a submerged coil with a sigh, steam rose then died. The cord withdrew on, break. They added force. Ectoplasm's first clone tossed a beanbag with the weight of a small tackle. The beanbag hit a palm-sized membrane and went nowhere. Vent up, Izuku said, and it did. No tug toward his bones. No music in his teeth. Sound next. Present mic, sang, a tight, weaponized cough. The membrane accepted, swelled once, and bled the cone upward like a helium balloon losing interest. No wobble in the light. Jiro, watching from the booth, relaxed her jaw 1/8 of an inch. Aizawa pulsed erasure in 5-count bursts through all of it. The chords, sheen flattened during each pulse, then returned the shape a hair cleaner. Izuku said, halt, once just to feel the lever move. It did. Bridge, Aizawa ordered finally, and Izuku's heart answered careful. He touched the embroidered seam gain and then lifted 1 thread of OFA, not power, presence, and offered it along the rails like a candle in cupped hands. Chaos aligned to it the way a cable aligns to a socket. No scream. The ache in. His forearm stayed where it belonged, memory. Bridge closed, Aizawa said, and Izuku said, break, and the little path dimmed. Green light, power loader prompted, sliding the steel plate out with tongs, the thing they didn't want touched. We need to teach no. Izuku nodded. He raised a cord and hovered it within a finger width of the metal. The urge rose like a dog leaning toward a stake. He let it bump against his boundary and said, carefully, softly, no. The urge paused. It pressed again, lighter. He tapped his sleeve once, sleep, and the cord retreated like a shadow obeying physics. Good, drive, Sekiguchi murmured. It's learning the difference between curiosity and permission. They cycled through the protocol again, invite, shape, stop, on purpose, boring and precise. The Kami, Seijin observer's pen hit paper in neat lines that sounded like, controllable. Repeatable. Not a cage, a corridor. Bakugo appeared at the amphitheater door during the second pass, shoulders squared, pretending he was there accidentally. Aizawa didn't shoo him away. He didn't invite him either. Bakugo watched for 3 minutes, then said into the quiet spot between drills, you're giving it jobs. I'm giving us jobs, Izuku said. Not stopping what he was doing because stopping would make this conversation too important. Present Mike sent a gentle cone, the membrane hum shrugged it away. Bakugo snorted once. Approval disguised as disgust. Good. Tools don't get bored if they're busy. Is that in a book? Izuku asked. It's on my punching bag, Bakugo said, then added, more softly, Don. Make me tell you, keep your head, again. I'm running out of new ways to say it. You can just say, good, Izuku said. Bakugo rolled his eyes so hard it could have been a cooldown stretch. Don't push it. They ran one last scenario, exception. On my mark, Aizawa said. Mike, 2 quick hits, snipe, ready, manual, water at his left. Midoriya, simulate sync loss. Then show me the exception. Everyone else. No one is a hero until I say. Izuku swallowed. He trusted the room and the people in it. He didn't trust hypotheticals. Okay. Present Mike counted them in with a look. 3, 2. The first note hit the membrane and folded. The second chased it, tight and mean. Izuku relaxed his knees a fraction and let his breath catch for a beat. Simulate apnea, simulate overwhelm, the place why. Yesterday where the offer had shoved hardest. The offer surged to match, not sweet, not coercive, certain. Let me. Izuku didn't hold the rope this time. He named the rope. Exception Alpha. His voice was not loud, it was clear. Unconscious apnea rule. Shield vent only. Chaos took 2 steps forward, exactly 2. The membrane widened to cover his torso and the student nearest to him. It did not shoot. It did not sling. It did not taste the source. It breathed the blast into the ceiling, turned, and took Manuel's water ribbon into a cooling coil like a trained thing doing its best trick. Awa pulsed erasure, surface break for shape, not a hammer for core. Stop, he said. Halt, Izuku said, and the room returned to regular time. They stood in the quiet after, the kind of quiet that foe lows a well-executed drill and decides to be respect. The commission observer wrote a final line, tore the page, and slid it to Aizawa. He passed it to Nezu, who had appeared in the doorway like good timing in a suit. Subject demonstrates controllable, bounded expression, exception protocol effective, recommend continued UA-based oversight under truce protocol. Signed, Nezu chirped, and then, before anyone could suggest a press conference, added, filed. Privately. The truce didn't make the internet kinder. The new drone clip had been edited 6 different ways, some with ominous strings laid under it. Some with captions that made your teeth itch. But the second wave of clips had also spread. The ones from the amphitheater observation room, blurry phones through thick glass, wear a bow. Y in a green suit raised a small shield and said, halt, and then stopped. Aizawa printed one still frame and taped it to the whiteboard under the protocol. Izuku mid-breath, membrane small, mouth saying halt. Under it, in fat black marker. He wrote, truce equals boring. Present Mike added a star and catchy. Izuku called his mom. She had watched everything and would have watched again if he hadn't called. I'm proud of you, she said. Which he would never get used to and always need. I don't understand all the rules. I don't either, he said. But I understand mine. He sent Bakugo a 3-word text. Green light works. Bakugo replied with the skull emoji and a thumbs up, which in Bakugo meant good and don't get cocky and I'm watching. He sent Uraraka a picture of the embroidered halt, break, sleep seam. She sent back a photo of a sticky note on her desk. If it's loud, breathe. If it's quiet, breathe. If it's weird, breathe. A heart she didn't apologize for followed. That night, he oohed at his dorm window and listened to the campus breathe, the HVAC hum, the late shift bot trundling, someone laughing 3 rooms over at a joke that didn't need explaining. He closed his eyes and set the room again, the rails. The dusk ceiling, the clean lines. Chaos arrived on time. Sleep, Izuku said, and the lines slid back behind the door he'd drawn. He didn't slam it. He didn't lock it. He closed it, gently. Like you close a door on a pet who will curl up in the hall and wait. Across the city, in a room that made light forget itself, a man smiled at a graph that meant nothing to most people and everything to him. It learns, all for one thought, pleased. Good. So do I. Ua didn't need to guess. It prepared. The truce protocol went from a whiteboard to a laminated sheet to a copy folded into Izuku's hoodie pocket. Power loader stitched rails into 2 more suits. Hound dog wrote script out loud on a sticky and slapped it over the amphitheater door. Dr. Sakaguchi added consent exception to her daily log like it belonged there. Aizawa stood in the empty amphitheater after everyone left and looked at the still frame of a boy saying halt and stopping a tide. His mouth didn't smile. His eyes did. Teachable. He said to the quiet. Tomorrow would not ask whether the truce existed. It would test what the truce meant. There would be a commission meeting with more tidy handwriting. A support session about what to do when fear wore a familiar face, and a drill where ectoplasm's clones would learn patience from a rope. There would also be a moment, small, maybe, or maybe kind that pushes lives around, when Chaos would think about moving without being asked and would hesitate because the boy had taught it what stop meant. In a world that measured heroism in seconds, that hesitation was a promise. UA's architects didn't design the void to look dramatic. They designed it to deprive drama of props. Underground, 3 doors past the support labs, Smintas and Pow. Loader had carved a room that swallowed sound and smoothed heat. Black anechoic wedges quilted the walls like teeth turned inward. The floor was matte graphite, sectioned into concentric tracks with inset LEDs that could whisper distances but not shine. The ceiling panels drank echo. Hidden coils webbed the air with microcurrents to level temperature. There was nowhere for stray energy to hide. And nothing interesting for Chaos to eat. That was the point. Aizawa stood at the threshold with a clipboard he didn't need and a scarf he definitely did. Rules don't work if they only work when it's convenient, he said to Izuku. Not unkindly. Today we test them when they're bored. Dr. Sakaguchi's face watched from a rolling screen, slate eyes bright in pixelated focus. We're calling this a null environment, she said. Minimal ambient stimuli. If the symbiote wants to play, it'll have to root from you on command. No snacks. All Might rested a hand on the wall and smiled at how it failed to echo. We'll add back complexity later. For now, quiet water. Learn your strokes. Power Loader rolled a case forward like it contained a future. Inside lay Izuku's new suit, the same green silhouette, but re-stitched with rails, charcoal seams mapping forearms, shoulders, spine, and anchor nodes embroidered at the deltoids and hips. At each wrist, barely visible, tiny words stitched in contrasting thread: halt, break, sleep. Across the chest, the faintest X, like a climber's harness. The fabric felt cool under Izuku's fingers. Channels, not armor, Power Loader said, proud and practical. Lightweight conductor mesh under the seams. Think of it like gutters for a rainstorm. Hound Dog patted in with a cloud-shaped stress ball and a look that said you won't need this until you do. Anchors. Izuku touched his wrist seam. Breath 4. Script. Save and protect life. He looked up at the room that refused to look back. And the truce protocol. Aizawa nodded once. Observer. The commission's ponytailed representative took a seat behind glass with Uno and Present Mike. She held a pen like a promise to keep it boring. They sealed the door. The void shook hands with the silence. Phase 1, gating. Full cowl at 10%, Aizawa said. No invites. Feel the room. Izuku inhaled, stepped onto the inner track, and let OFA hum to life. 10%, the candle in cupped hands. Green filaments braided muscle with tidy instruction. In the old gym, he would have heard power fizz against air. In the void, the soundless room swallowed bravado. All he had was pulse and breath. Chaos didn't reach. It watched. Vitals. Aizawa asked without shifting his eyes from Izuku's hands. Baseline elevated, Uno said. Good zone. Phase 2, invite only, Aizawa went on. Single interface. Minimal. Izuku made space inside, the way he'd practiced in guidance, opening a door a finger width. A single line unspooled from his right wrist, glossy midnight threaded with fine green. It rose along the seam like water following a groove and stopped at elbow height, waiting. He didn't feed it. He let it exist. Surface expression present, Uno reported. No draw. Good, drive, Sakaguchi said through a speaker that refused to echo. Now bridge, low. Izuku swallowed. He pressed a thumb over bridge on the inner seam as ritual and breathed his yes. He lifted a thread of OFA, not power. Permission, and offered it along the rails like a wire to a socket. Chaos aligned, not greedy. Heat flushed Izuku's forearms, not painful, just used. Hold, Aizawa said. He pulsed erasure, a 5 count. The line flattened, sheen dimming. The engine in Izuku's chest hummed on unfazed. Aizawa released. Release bridge, drive. Sakaguchi prompted. Brake, Izuku said, and the line obeyed. Pulling back under skin with the discipline of a trained animal. Tax, she asked. Scale of 1 to 10. 2, he said honestly. Like, light resistance. Noted. They cycled this twice more. Each time the alignment arrived a breath easier. Each time Izuku felt less like he was lending power and more like he was connecting an outlet he owned. Phase 3, Null Sprint. Speed Lap, All Might said. Warmth bundling the instruction. OFA 10%. No chaos. Feel your feet. The LEDs on the inner track lit, whispering a 200-meter oval. Izuku ran. The void didn't give him cheering. Air or showy thuds, only the truth of rubber on mat and a breath like measured ropes. He finished in a comfortable time, chest easy, calves warm. Again, All Might said, gentler. Now call a membrane and see how it runs with you. Not ahead of you. Izuku reached, invited a palm-sized oval from his left hand, a shield that hummed like a transformer. It tracked at forearm's length as he ran, not dragging, not stubborn. A kite matching the wind of his speed. The lap was slower by a whisper, not a sentence. Phase 4, Aizawa said. Symbiosis test. The word lifted the hairs along Izuku's arms. You will attempt a controlled merge, drive. Sekiguchi said. We're looking for a state we'll call symbiotic full cowl, OFA channeled through chaos lattice for full body interface. Goals. Increased stability, non-destructive routing. Minimal internal clash. Redline. If you feel scream or fade, you cut it. Hound Dog reached the glass and spread 2 fingers apart, slow. You can always make the storm smaller. Izuku nodded. He closed his eyes and set the room he'd practiced. Dusk ceiling, rails glowing, black lines listening. On his exhale, he said it. Bridge. OFA rose, a sun behind cloth. Chaos aligned, not rising, shaping. Threads spilled under his suit's seams, not gushing, seeding, mapping the rails like a river finding a delta it had studied. His skin prickled across the shoulders where anchor nodes lived. The X at his chest warmed. A second layer settled over him, not heavy, not rigid, sleek, like a wetsuit that hummed. The room did not warp. The floor did not forget itself. The air just felt closer to his skin, like the world had moved half an inch nearer on purpose. Vitals? Aizawa asked. Stabilized, Uno said, surprised. Heart rate up, controlled. Visual, the commission observer said softly. Pen pausing. Surface gloss at seams. Lightning beneath, green, contained. Give me a palm, All Might said, stepping into the track, careful not to spook the room. Izuku lifted his hand. All Might touched close, not contacting, reading heat. Feels like a breeze across glass, he said, weirdly delighted. Move, Aizawa ordered. Izuku did. Symbiotic full cowl wasn't louder. It was clearer. He accelerated without the stutter that sometimes came when he thought about accelerating. His stride lengthened as if someone had aligned his hips with a protractor. The world didn't blur. It sharpened, corners crisp, distances honest. The palm shield moved with him without a leash. When he cut right, it clipped a clean arc. Tax. Doctor. Sekiguchi asked, already wa. Ching a meter Uno hadn't named out loud. 3, Izuku said, towing the truth. Climbing. Lap, All Might said. Izuku took the inner track. The seam lines sang under his skin, not notes, roots. He sliced the oval like a skater on new ice. It felt, he almost laughed to think the word, elegant. 20 seconds in, the elegance charged a bill. The ache crept in not as pain but as tilt, like a camera drifting off level. The pull at his center sharpened, asking, more. He caught the ask and said no with breath. The ask didn't sulk. It calculated. Tax. Doctor. Sekiguchi repeated, clinical urgency adding decimals. 5, he said. Honest. Steady. No scream. 30 more seconds, Aizawa said. Then break. Izuku finished the lap and started a second. At the far curve, he felt the line, not a wall. A warning strip on a highway shoulder. Fatigue. Not muscular, metabolic, like someone was taking tiny sips from a bank account labeled everything. Chaos felt it too, its edges flickered, not losing integrity, checking. Break. Izuku said, clear before clever. He let the suit sigh. The gloss retreated. The lightning dimmed to a memory. Uno's eyes raced across screens. Heart rate down. Blood pressure fine. Lactic normal. ATP markers, he whistled. Touched. Define, Aizawa said, because you don't let words be vague in rooms like this. Energy draw, Uno translated. He sprinted. Twice. Doctor. Sekiguchi nodded. Metabolic tax acceptable for short windows. We redline 90 seconds to start. Cooldown 3 minutes. All Might exhaled a breath that had been waiting and smiled thin as sunlight. Strength in bursts, he said, pleased. Very hero. Very TV safe. The observer lifted her pen. Log burst limits, she said. Set audible timer. Present mic flicked a switch. ND set a soft metronome that didn't quite tick, more a friendly pulse. We can make you a soundtrack, kid. Izuku, not even hiding the grin now, nodded. As long as it's boring. Phase 5, Aizawa said. Applications. We'll couple your state to tasks. Contain, root, protect. No grabs. They built a course in the void's emptiness, padded pop-ups for obstacles, a suspended ceramic coil for heat, a foam cannon for kinetic puffs. A wind tunnel slit wide enough to simulate a gust. Manual fed a low-water ribbon from a portable tank like a quiet river. Izuku stepped back onto the line. Bridge. Symbiotic full cowl settled a hair faster, practice doing its slow magic. He sprinted, slid the palm shield between his chest and a foam puff to vent it skyward, turned the shield sideways to catch wind and let it roll off like rain. Then laced a cord around Manuel's ribbon to form a cooling coil for the ceramic, a spiraling sling that hugged flow and not metal. He cleared a pop-up without clipping it. Stopped himself on a dime with a toe-touch shield in front like a breaking parachute, and let heat bleed into a vent like opening a window in summer. The tax climbed to 5, then 6. At 80 seconds the tilt returned. He said break. The suit exhaled him. People don't clap in the void. It's not that room. But All Might's eyes clapped. Aizawa's mouth changed shape by a millimeter, approval. Hound Dog leaned on the glass with all his weight and wagged his metaphorical tail once. The observer wrote, demonstrated, symbiotic full cowl SFC. Stable less than 90s. Drains metabolic stores. High mobility. High routing. No structural decay. Public safe optics if kept small. Dr. Sakaguchi cleared her throat. We will not chase longer durations, she said firmly. We teach windows. Burst. Breath. Burst. That gives you choice under fatigue. Aizawa wrote windows on his clipboard like he planned to staple it to Izuku's pillow. Phase 6, the wall. Push your red line once, Aizawa said. We need to know where it shouts. We will stop you if you don't stop yourself. Izuku flexed his fingers, the tiny crossing of the seams read like braille. Halt, break, sleep. He nodded, mouth dry. Bridge. The second he merged, the void felt easier again, as if the room liked watching competence. He moved. He built the sling, vented the puff, kissed heat off the coil. 50 seconds. 60. The friend. Leap pulse present mic had set ticked quiet at his back. At 75, the tilt steepened. His fingertips fizzed with harmless pins and needles. Chaos lifted its attention like a tide sniffing at the shoreline. We can carry. It was less an offer now and more a report. We can carry. No, he told it, steady. We carry. My timing. The void held its breath. 85. 90. Scream threat. End. A distant train whistle behind his eyes, the kind of dissonance that had made him almost fold during the drone. His calves were fine. His head was fine. His everything account was being charged overtime. Aizawa's voice cut across like chalk on a board. Break. Izuku beat him to it. Break. The suit sighed, air came back with flavor, his heart skidded on the safe side of weird and then settled like a cat deciding to sit. Uno's fingers danced. Shallow spike, now normal. Oxygen, good. Sugar, good. He looked up, very specifically not telling Izuku what he'd seen nearly happen. You hit the governor. Governor good, drive. Sakaguchi said from the screen. No post-event arrhythmia. No core turbulence. All Might rubbed his sternum like he could smooth the ache out through osmosis. We call that a hard ceiling. He said gently. We don't smash it. We build a ladder next to it. Izuku blinked sweat out of his eyes and smiled. Small, honest. Windows, he said. Ladders. No smashing. Phase 7, Aizawa said. Cognitive overlay. Truce. They dimmed the LEDs to almost dark. Present mic turned the friendly pulse down to felt rather than heard. Hound Dog spoke from behind the glass. Run it with the script out loud. Izuku built the room in his head again. Not the void now, his room. Rails, dusk, lines. He didn't close his eyes. He ran and narrated. Prime directive. Save and protect life. Consent. No wheel. Exception. Unconscious apnea right pointing arrow shield vent only. Interfaces, flows only. Routing, bridge by me, not you. Stops, halt, break, sleep. He wove the commands into breath. Bridge, halt, break, sleep. The words made the room take the shapes he meant even while he moved. The void stayed quiet underfoot. Good, Aizawa said, voice low enough that it sounded like a line in a book. Now failure. Manual altered the ribbon angle without warning. The ceramic coil overheated a hair faster than planned. The foam cannon stuttered like a bad heart. Izuku felt the puzzle twist and didn't let chaos grab it. He bent the shield smaller, routed the extra heat into a vent node instead of his palm, let the foam hit the membrane and not the floor so there'd be less cleanup. Tiny choices, tiny wins. He said break at 70 seconds. He didn't wait for tilt. He didn't dare the scream. He didn't test whether he had 19 seconds left. What you did there, Hound Dog said through the glass, is called leaving money on the table. It's also called living. The observer's pen slowed, then stopped. For the record, she said, not to her bosses but to the room, this is plausible for the public. It doesn't look like a monster. It looks like a method. That's because it is, Aizawa said, picking up the clipboard he hadn't written on and writing method across the top anyway. They ended with a short walk, because health isn't just power. On the long corridor back up, All Might angled his stride to match Izuku's. How does it feel, he asked, to be a lighthouse with rails? Like my body is finally listening to my intent, Izuku said. Like the tide trusts me to pick the shore. All Might's eyes shone. Good. Keep making shores. Hound Dog bumped his shoulder in the elevator. 2 windows in a fight, he said. That's what you get until you've done this 50 times. If you try for 3, I will chase you with a rolled-up newspaper. Aizawa stewed in the corner with his scarf like a storm cloud that paid taxes. He won't have to, he said evenly. You won't. I won't, Izuku promised, meaning it like a vow you could laminate. Back in daylight, the campus breathed like a creature with good habits. The commission observer packaged her pen. Same time tomorrow, she said, professional and a little human. Please keep it boring. We're trendsetters, Present Mike announced. Already designing a boring is contagious poster in his head. Bakugo was waiting near the stairwell pretending he had not been. His eyes flicked over Izuku, eating seams and sweat in the line of his mouth. So, he said, you got a new gear. SFC, Izuku said, trying the acronym in his mouth. Symbiotic Full Cowl. Bakugo's lip twitched. Stupid name. Good sound. He leaned in a fraction. Windows. 90 seconds for now, Izuku said. Make 60 clean before you ask for 110, Bakugo said. Then see if you can make 90 feel like 50. Izuku nodded, grateful for a language that didn't need please to be kind. Got it. They didn't bump fists. They didn't have to. UA logged Symbiotic Full Cowl is a line item in 2 places, the training ledger and the PR talking points. Nezu issued a sentence clever enough to sound and interesting. UA has implemented a timed channeling protocol to ensure Midoriya's new technique operates within TRICT safety windows under faculty supervision. Dr. Sekiguchi added burst physiology to her daily brief. Power loader scheduled iterative seam tweaks. Uno set the metronome script in the amphitheater to play on demand. The internet, starved for novelty after 2 days of no new chaos, found other stories. A clip of a cat riding a Roomba supplanted #UA chaos on the sidebar for 4 blessed hours. Izuku did homework on the sofa while Kaminari tried to remember if he'd done today's math and Jiro gently bullied everyone into watching a video essay about sound design. He went to bed with the hum of a telemetry patch and the feeling of rails under the skin like a secret map. Before sleep, he opened the door in his head a crack. Chaos arrived on schedule. Sleep, Izuku said, and meant thank you. We work, it breathed back. A shape so familiar now it felt like he'd learned a new muscle. In a room that did not remember light, a man with a ruined face read a report about burst limits and laughed once like a knife glancing off a plate. Windows, all for one murmured. How quaint. He leaned back into the dark and began to write a different kind of plan. Ua slept, but it never really did. On a whiteboard in the void, Aizawa left 3 words in thick marker where the next day would see them first. Windows. Breath. Choice. Tomorrow, they would add speed. Tomorrow, they would test rescue under SFC. Because power isn't just surviving a room, it's making other people survive it, too. Tomorrow, they would probably fight the urge to show off and win by being boring. Tonight, a boy had invented a way to wear a tie. The order arrived as a PDF with careful margins. Nezu read it once, then again, then sideways with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Aizawa read it with his jaw set. All Might read it with his hands folded so they wouldn't make speeches. Hero Public Safety Commission, Interim Containment Notice. Pursuant to Public Safety Code Section 14.3 c. Subject Izuku Midoriya. Ya is to be transferred to Commission Facility, Orchard, for a period of evaluation not to exceed 72 hours. UA oversight is recognized. The transfer will be conducted by Commission personnel. Cooperation is expected. Expected. Nezu repeated, tasting it like a lemon seed. Orchard, Aizawa said flatly. Their polite word for a cage. All Might looked at the signatures at the bottom and knew 3 of them from a time when signatures had been weapons. They're worried, he said. And when worry runs policy, it runs downhill. Dr. Sekiguchi's face, slate bright on the conference screen, didn't bother with diplomacy. If he leaves UA, she said, you lose access, he loses anchors, and the people who don't understand him will write his rules. I recommend no transfer. Nezu's paws folded neatly on the table. Then we will say no, he chirped. Politely and entirely. The commission sent a reply before lunch. Acknowledged. And then, in smaller font, a transport team is en route to discuss on-site parameters. Discuss, Aizawa said. Here it comes. The transport team arrived with a vocabulary that smelled like lavender and litigation. They brought heroes, a handful with impeccable reputations and excellent lawyers. Edgeshot stood triangular and composed. Best Genist's fibers lay like a waterfall over one shoulder. Mount. Lady wore a non-combat jacket and a neutral smile. A pair of lesser-known capture specialists hovered near the door like thoughtfully placed furniture. Behind them, commission handlers with tidy clipboards and sub-vocal mics. The lead representative, they with the precise ponytail, today's observer in a different suit, smiled like meetings were her natural habitat. Thank you for accommodating us, she said. We appreciate your dedication to the students' well-being. We also have a warrant. Quote. She slid the paper across the table. It had the same careful margins, the same weaponized courtesy. Nezu's smile brightened by 1 lumen. We'll file an appeal in the hour. Appeal does not stay transfer, the representative said, regretful in a practiced way. We propose a joint protocol for the move. UA supervision. Non-lethal measures only. If the subject cooperates, everything is as boring as we all prefer. Aizawa's scarf uncoiled a hair. And if the subject doesn't cooperate because he's a minor, we told to stay put. Then we demonstrate, she said, tone still awake. We show the public that process holds. All Might didn't grow taller. He didn't need to. Process holds when people do, he said gently. We will not let you provoke him for your optics. No provocation, she promised. Observation. Containment. A smooth, quiet handoff. Nezu clasped his paws and tilted his head. We of course will escort you, he said. And reserve the right to call the transfer impossible if conditions become unsafe. Of course, she said. They all knew what those words meant, fight politely in public. They scheduled it for late afternoon, the time of day that pretends to be gentle. The amphitheater, cleaned after void drills, became a theater in a way it hated. Cameras at discreet corners, foam canisters staged, in case, a stack of cushion mats for safety. A line of UA faculty along the wall like a spine. Izuku stood on the taped X in his rails-stitched suit. The words halt, break, sleep hummed under his thumbs where power loader had embroidered them. The telemetry patch at his ribs felt like an extra heartbeat. Hound dog met his eyes. Script, he said. Breath 444, Izuku answered, barely above a whisper. Save and protect life. Consent. No wheel, exception only if I'm out. Flows, not solids. Bridge by me, stops on command. Good, Hound Dog said. Name the room. Izuku did. Not the amphitheater's cement and lights, the room he'd built in guidance, the rails. The dusk ceiling, the listening lines. It steadied him like a hand on the back. Aizawa took 1 step forward, then stopped, trusting distance more than proximity. You keep the rules, he said. No matter what mine do. His eyes flicked to the commission heroes. If I say run, it's not disobedience. It's strategy. All Might set his palm near Izuku's shoulder without touching. Choice, he said. Quiet, like a candle that lights a room, still the constant. The lead representative signaled her team. Mr. Midoriya, she said, gentle in a way the microphone would like. We're here to escort you to a short evaluation at Orchard. UA staff may accompany. We'll return you within 3 days. Izuku looked at her and told the truth. I don't consent to that, he said. My training is here. My anchors are here. I'll comply with UA's oversight. She nodded, pen ready to catch his words. Noted, she said. Heroes. Best Jeanist stepped forward with a calm that made cameras purr. Young Midoriya, he said, voice like well-tailored cloth, our goal is safety. Please stand still and allow a soft bind so we can proceed without worry. Edgeshot's gaze was kind and sharp. We won't hurt you. Quote. Mount. Lady looked like the smarter person in a bad plan, which she probably was. Let's keep it boring, she muttered. Aizawa's hair lifted. UA does not consent to force, he said, very evenly. We are present under protest. Proceed, and we will consider it an unsanctioned drill. Understood, the representative said. Then, proceed. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. On the 4th, Best Jeanist flicked his wrist and a ribbon of denim fiber flowed like a river toward Izuku's arms, soft, gentle, deceptively strong. Edgeshot's fingers formed a familiar sign. A silk-thin thread whipped toward Izuku's ankles to bind without bruising. From the rafters, a commission technician initiated capture foam, slow, non-toxic, expanding like a bread loaf, to confine feet without panic. Non-lethal, non-violent, entirely not a discussion anymore. Izuku breathed. Invite. He opened the door a finger width. A line unspooled from his right wrist, gloss black, thin, and T. Raced the rail seam like a train choosing its track. He didn't grab. He guided. Green light, he said, precisely. The line flicked at the denim edge, not the fiber, just the air it flowed through, and bent the ribbon's path a hair. It wrapped his forearm as intended but in a wider loop he could move inside. Edgeshot's thread touched his ankle. Izuku caught it with a membrane like a soap bubble. The thread's impulse folded and went nowhere, gently, as if the bubble had swallowed the intention and returned a shrug. Capture foam hissed around his shoes. Chaos tasted it and wanted to forget the foam. To whisper entropy and turn it to dust. No, Izuku said aloud, and skimmed the heat from the polymer reaction instead. The foam set slower. He stepped out. Aizawa's erasure pulsed. On, off, on, like a drummer checking time. The sheen on Izuku's lines dimmed and brightened. The engine in his chest didn't care. It cared about rules. Best Jeanist's eyes narrowed a hair. Appreciation, not annoyance. Ingenious, he murmured. He flowed more fibers, soft, patient, practiced. Lines in the room adjusted. Edgeshot flickered like a blade of wind and became a thread himself, almost invisible, aiming to loop Izuku's torso. Mount. Lady stepped into a wider stance, ready to block if the boy sprinted. Izuku's ribs rose. The urgency in the room grew claws, fears, not malices. He saw the shape of the next 5 seconds, thread, bind, lift. He saw something else too, students peering from the upper hallway where they weren't supposed to be. Doubt glowing in people who should never see doubt on a hero's face. The world learning the wrong lesson. Bridge, he said. Symbiotic full cowl slid over him like a wetsuit he knew by touch. The rails hummed. The anchor nodes warmed. The X across his chest sang its quiet song. He set his windows, 90 seconds, without needing a clock. Edgeshot launched. The thread met a small shield that didn't hit back. It went out of tune and sat, puzzled, like a string touching a damp cloth. Best Jeanist's fibers found water manual had aimed across the floor like a shallow flood. They absorbed it, heavy, unfriendly to their own logic. Mount. Lady shifted to block. Uku diverted her footfall force into the ground like a drain taking rain off a roof. The floor didn't crack. The world didn't warp. The optics were not horror. They were method. Do not escalate, Aizawa said. And his voice carried in a way voices sometimes do even when they aren't loud. The commission team escalated. Not badly. Not cruelly. Just predictably. They introduced a wideband sonic cough, low amplitude, meant to unsettle. And a micro-M mist to fuzz quirk interfaces that liked electricity. Present Mike threw his hands up mutely, offended. Jiro winced and recovered. The cough hit Izuku's membrane and folded up to the rafters, no wobble this time, just a sound choosing to be sky. The mist prickled his shoulders, the rails liked it less than air, the suit flickered. He rode the flicker with a breath. We can carry. The tide suggested, eager. No, he told it. We carry. My timing. Midoriya, the representative called, voice almost kind. Please. This will go easier if you let us. He believed her. He also knew what happened to rules when you changed rooms. I won't, he said. I'm not a threat to you. I'm a student. Edgeshot reconstituted in a swirl and lifted both hands. He's not attacking. The ninja said to the room more than to the representative. He's routing. Then root this, one of the commission capture specialists muttered, and lobbed a sleep gas sphere toward the floor at Izuku's feet. Not lethal. Not kind. Izuku flicked a cord, clean, neat, and caught the sphere mid-arc. He didn't break it. He shelled it, a bubble inside a bubble. The gas bled out upward, a faint B-bond drawn to a vent Smintos had quietly coaxed open 2 seconds ago because Smintos prepared the future like a gentleman. Windows, hound dog barked from the wall, not to warn, to remind. Izuku felt the tilt in his muscles that meant his everything account was charging. 70 seconds. He moved toward the exit, not sprinting, not taunting, redirecting the storm away from onlookers. Best Jeanist stepped to intercept. Fibers curling like a question mark. Mount. Lady shifted a boot to block the corridor. A UA security bot trundled forward and politely chirped, please stand back. To a situatee. On approximately 9 layers beyond its job description. Not here, Aizawa said. He didn't say it to Izuku. He said it to the room. Izuku chose. He didn't snap fibers. He didn't dissolve uniforms. He sidestepped Edgeshot's next loop with a small shield that took the impulse and returned a shrug. He let Best Jeanists bind land and then told Chaos to cool the elasticity of the fibers by a hair. Just enough to make them slide instead of bite. He waved at the security bot, which beeped back, and used 2 neat cords to make a handrail across a gap, then used the handrail like a gymnast on a high bar and followed it out. Stop. The commission representative called, the first break in her voice. Do not leave the building. Izuku didn't run. He chose the roof. He moved in bursts, 90 seconds of SFC, break, 3 breaths. Bridge again, across skylights and vents and the cheap heat shimmer above unromantic concrete. A faculty didn't chase. They shadowed, snipe on a catwalk, Smintos adjusting obstacles 2 moves in advance. Hound dog taking a set of stairs that would be useful later. Commission heroes did their jobs with dignity. Mount. Lady hopped 2 buildings out, anticipating routes. Best. Jeanist flowed fibers across a rooftop like a net laid by a considerate fisherman. Edgeshot threaded a line to a communications tower to cut a path without cutting a boy. The city didn't know it was part of a choreography yet. It learned fast. 2 blocks beyond UA's wall, a support course expo was setting up. Students in white coats, baby exo frames, a table of battery packs advertising sustainable mobility. The commission's non-escalation choice sent a capture foam canister arcing a little too wide. It bounced. It burst. Foam slumped toward a cluster of freshmen who had not practiced this in homeroom. Izuku changed vectors in a way that made Aizawa trust him with another week of life. Prime directive, he said out loud, to himself, to Chaos, to the cameras enjoying the day. He launched a cord, not to the students. To the foam, flow, not solid, and told it to cool. The expansion slowed. He slid a palm shield under the slumping mound and vented its heat up like opening a summer window. The freshmen squealed, then laughed because laughter is what you do when fear misses you by a meter. Best Jeanist tipped his head in respect. You see, he said to the nearest handler. He roots away. Public safety. The handler murmured, unpersuaded by anything that didn't fit a checkbox. Past the expo, a delivery scooter clipped a curb to give the scene a wide berth, skidded, and pinwheeled. The rider flailed toward a rack of borrowed bicycles. Izuku jumped before his brain asked for votes. A membrane hit the scooter from the side, turned a fall into a lean, and set it upright like a polite hand. The rider Helmet perfectly fastened, blinked at him. "Thanks, green kid," she said, and kicked off before anyone could tell her this wasn't her film. Windows, Izuku thought, and checked his timer by feel, 55. He broke, breathed, and bridged again without waiting for tilt. The commission escalated, non-lethally, one more degree. A capture specialist deployed a spider net. A flimsy-looking mesh that hardened on contact into a friendly prison. It flowered open above the street like a bedtime story gone slightly wrong. Aizawa's voice landed on the back of Izuku's neck like a tap from a good teacher. "No grabs." Quote. Izuku smiled because of course. He threw a membrane up like a parasol. The net hit it and went soft, its hardening agent forgetting the order without the neighborhood noticing. He vented the net upward like a lost jellyfish. It drifted onto a billboard advertising a dentist who definitely hadn't asked to be part of this. Cooldown. Breath. Bridge. ETHR. Eated rooftops like a boy who had watched other heroes from sidewalks and now carried two kinds of lightning. He took the long way on purpose, away from traffic, away from glass. Twice he doubled back, to cancel his own footprints because Bakugo's voice in his head said keep your head and heads used alleys well. On an office block, MT. Lady reached for him with a hand scaled down to avoid drama. Zuku set a shield under her palm and borrowed the push to swing himself around a vent stack, then returned the push to ground, tilting her hand a hair so her nail didn't scratch a solar panel someone had just installed with joy. She watched him go and swore under her breath only a little. "Show off," she said, grudgingly impressed. "Polite show off." Best Jeanist finally laid fibers across a path that couldn't be argued with, soft. Dense, kind. Izuku stopped. He didn't push through. He didn't cut. He breathed. His window ticked toward 40. He cooled the fibers, tension until they slid off one another like noodles. He stepped through the gap they made when politeness becomes porous. Edge shot, almost amused, murmured, "You're wringing a towel without making a mess." 90 seconds, Izuku called to himself, not to them. Because rhythm is for your own bones. Break. Breath. Bridge. Off the roofline, the city widened into a park. Families had decided that today was a day for benches and sun. That decided his next move for him. He didn't go across the green. He ducked, gentle as breath, into the service quarter behind the park where delivery trucks exchanged boxes nobody thought about but everybody needed. In the service quarter, he found his line, out and away without dragging the day with him. He took it. The commission didn't follow into the warren. Their mandate had never been, chase him into a maze. Their mandate had been, transfer a student with cameras in sight. They gathered on the roofline in the park edge, pens clicking, professionalism restored, optics calculated. Best Jeanist lifted a hand in surrender he didn't need to offer. Edge shot ended a sign he hadn't wanted to make. Mount. Lady let her shoulders come down. Aizawa watched his student vanish into the line every good escape draws. Pinched the bridge of his nose, and finally let his eyes go off duty. "He'll pull to a safe house," he said. "He'll text a comma and a location. He'll do it after 2 windows and a snack." All Might's throat worked around a laugh that remembered fear. "We'll let him. Then we'll meet where the cameras aren't." Hound Dog exhaled. "And we'll pretend our blood pressure is normal when it isn't." The lead representative with the precise ponytail had the good sense not to look triumphant. "We'll classify him non-compliant," she said, which in government meant, hunted in paperwork, not wanted on posters. She looked at Aizawa's face and then away. "Uwa retained control of the scene," she added quietly. "No injuries. That matters." "It does," Aizawa said, sounding like a man who only counted some kinds of mathematics. He ran until the rails under his suit felt like a compass needle cooled from red to black. He left a line of boring behind him, no broken glass, no cracked pavement. 3 redirectors on rooftops that would be yard gossip for a week, one net draped on a smiling dentist named Sato and Sato. He stopped under an overpass that nobody loved but very body used and sat on the lip of a concrete planter where a stubborn fern grew. The underside of the city thumped like a heartbeat. His own settled to match. He checked his phone. 3 texts wait. Ed in a stack that was a lifeline more than messages. From Aizawa, status. From All Might, windows, breath, choice. Location when safe. From Hound Dog, name the room. Drink water. If you did not pack water I will find you. He typed with hands that shook only a little. To Aizawa. Safe. No damage. 2 windows. Route. South right pointing arrow overpass. Comma, not period. To All Might. Anchors holding. To Hound Dog. I have water. Mostly. He attached a pin to a different thread, a quiet one no lawyer could foia and no student could stumble into. Sent. Then he leaned back against the planter, pulled his hood up, and crushed the cloud stress ball Hound Dog had insisted he pocket. The phone squeaked like a small dog toy. It helped. He reached inward and did what he had promised in guidance. Sleep, he said Oh, the lines that had carried him, thank you threaded under the command. They slid back into the door like obedient tide. He didn't notice the figure stepping into the shadow of the underpass until the footfall he knew by heart didn't echo. Nice gymnastics, Bakugo said. Izuku didn't even pretend surprise. He smiled into the hood because of course the person who told him keep your HEA. D would be the first to show up where heads needed keeping. Grounded, Bakugo said, sitting on the planter edge like a punctuation mark. He didn't say I told you so. He didn't need to. You good. 2 windows, Izuku said. No scream. No cracks. Bakugo's mouth tilted exactly 1 degree, which in Bakugo meant good. So, what's the plan, outlaw? Izuku flinched at the word, not from shame, from grief. Be boring in the shadows. He said. Until we can be boring in the light again. Bakugo huffed. It could have been a laugh. You're an idiot if you think you can do boring without me. He bumped Izuku's shoulder with his own. Not soft and not hard, just anchoring. Above them, cars murmured. In offices, heroes and handlers wrote memos with clean margins. On a bench in a park, someone watched the clip of a boy catching foam with a shield and saving freshmen and decided to be less afraid. Under concrete, 2 boys sat with their feet swinging over a planter and made a plan that didn't need to be complicated to be right. Windows, breath, choice. Move smart. Fight no one. Save everyone you can on the way. Don't let the wrong story win. The sky beyond the overpass was a thin ribbon of evening. Izuku tightened his hood and felt the rails under his sleeves like veins on a map. The underpass was all echo and shadow until a pair of sneakers scuffed the concrete and sat down like they owned the curb. Bakugo didn't look at Izuku. He looked at the traffic seam beyond the pillars, jaw set, hands loose, as if the city had tried something and he was considering forgiving it. You ran, he said. I relocated the problem, Izuku answered, hood up, cloud stress ball deflating against his fingers. 2 windows. No damage. Bakugo's mouth tugged 1 degree. You relocated you, he corrected. The problem followed because it's boring at home without you. He dropped a bottle of water and a protein bar into Izuku's lap. Izuku cracked the cap, drank, and felt the ground stop tilting. The rails stitched under his sleeves were a map again, not a lifeline. I didn't break anything, Izuku said, softer now that the pulse in his ears had quieted. I stuck to flows. I kept the truce. Save it, Bakugo cut in. Not mean. There's only one question I care about. He turned, at last, and the look in his eyes knocked the air out of Izuku harder than any shove that drone had coughed. Where's the hero? Bakugo asked, when the black slime gets hungry. Izuku held that for a breath. Here, he said. The word wasn't a defense. It was a line. I didn't hand it the wheel. Bakugo nodded once like a judge stamping the first page. Good. Because I'm about to say this once, and I won't repeat myself because I enjoy my vocal cords. He leaned in, elbows on knees, voice low enough that the overpass didn't get to keep it. You do not ever use me as an excuse to let go, he said. You do not make me the reason to, just this once, and, only to protect them, and, it'll be easier if I stop arguing. You are the most stubborn idiot I've ever met. Be stubborn about the right thing. His fingers tapped the curb in a rhythm that was more metronome than drum. I don't see what the commission says or what the internet edits look like. I don't care if Edgeshot ties you up in a pretzel and Genist writes an essay about it. I don't care if Aizawa grounds us both until graduation and All Might asks me to use my inside voice. Listen to me, Deku. He finally said the name he dragged through a decade and cleaned up anyway. Don't you dare let that black slime swallow the hero in you. The sentence landed like a gift with sharp corners. Izuku heard all the other lines folded inside it, I know your tells, I know your center, I'm not afraid of you, I'm afraid of you forgetting you. It put air in his lungs the way the right oxygen mask feels exactly fitted. I won't, he said, and he meant it like a promise you laminate and keep in your wallet. Bakugo grunted, satisfied in the way of a craftsman who has set the blade and can put the tool down. He nudged Izuku's shoulder with his own. Good. Then here's the deal. Welcome to hell, moderate. Izuku blinked. Hell, moderate. Yeah, nerd. Bakugo said, rolling his eyes. I brand my training blocks. Keeps life spicy. We're going to test your windows with live noise. My explosions give you controlled force, heat, and sound. You keep your flows. No solids, no grabs, and you do not make me say, break, for you. Green light only when I tell you. You get cocky, I'll tape, boring is contagious, to your forehead. That was Present Mike's poster. Izuku said, a laugh slipping out despite the day. I'll make a second edition with your face, Bakugo shot back, but there was a curve at the corner of his mouth that said good, you can still laugh. He stood and jerked his chin toward the strips of late light between pillars. Come on. Service lot 2 blocks over. No cameras. I checked. Of course he had. The lot was square, cracked, and empty but for a forgotten pallet and a construction cone that had given up on its purpose. Heat rose from the asphalt in lazy waves. A line of chain link fence chattered in a tired breeze. Bakugo paced off 20 meters and planted his feet. Rules, he snapped. Say them. Izuku touched the seam inside his sleeve where halt, break, sleep were stitched in micro letters. Prime directive. Save and protect life. Consent. No wheel, exception unconscious, apnea, shield, vent only. Interfaces. Flows, heat, force, sound, water, wind. Routing. Default draw from incoming, bridge by me, not you. Stops. Halt, break, sleep. Anchor. Bakugo pushed. Breath 4, 4, 4. Script out loud. Good. Window. 90 seconds. Nah. Bakugo wagged a finger. 60. I don't care what the void let you do. This is messy air. We earn 90 again. Izuku wanted to protest. He didn't. 60. He agreed, and felt the hole where his pride had wanted to stand fill with something steadier, a plan. Bakugo lifted a palm. A small pop of explosion snapped from his hand, contained, precise. The shock wave slapped the air. Invite. Izuku called a membrane no bigger than a pizza and set it between them. The pop folded into it, swelled it, then died as Izuku vented the impulse up. No warping. No wobble. Just shape. Again, Bakugo said, walking left 10 steps without looking away. Angle. Smaller. He popped a line past Izuku's shoulder like a gust from a passing truck. Izuku let the edge of the membrane catch it and bleed it upward. His footwork adjusted, the rail's under the suit told him where to set his weight. Again, Bakugo said, and this time the pop came with heat, a little longer, a little heavier. Izuku spun a ribbon off his right wrist, coiled it around the heat like a sash. And let the cool run until the ribbon hummed and the heat quit being interesting. Talking, Bakugo called. Say it. Flows, not solids, Izuku said. Root hits outward, vent up. Don't pull from me unless I say bridge. What's your name? Bakugo barked. The question startled a smile out of him. Izuku Midoriya. Who's the passenger? Chaos, Izuku said, and Faye. It lift inside his chest like someone had called roll and it had said, present. Who drives? I do. Good. Green light, Bakugo snapped, and flicked a crackling chain of pops toward Izuku's knees, low and fast. The kind of volley that would stagger someone who forgot to keep their ankles honest. Izuku let symbiotic full cowl settle like a wetsuit he'd earned. Bridge. The rails lit. The seam hum rose. He kept it small on purpose, 60 seconds, not a breath more. The volley met a wall he tilted an inch so the shape returned sideways instead of up. The air didn't warp. The asphalt didn't remember damage. He tracked Bakugo's pace and felt the old dance come back, the one they had been rehearsing since they were kids, throwing words like punches and dreams like confetti. 40, he said, because he'd started saying his timer out loud in the void and it worked. Bakugo changed rhythm without warning, the way street fights never cue their next act. He snapped a single boom, not big, straight at Izuku's chest. Izuku didn't take it. He split it, half to the membrane, half to a ribbon that licked heat off and gave it back to the air harmless. 20, he said. The tilt whispered at the edge of his muscles. He chose humility. Break, he said, before Bakugo could force him to. Bakugo nodded once. Again, he said, as if he'd asked for a refill of water. Same window. Different stupid. They cycled. Bridge. Pops and booms, low and high, near and off angle. Membrane and ribbon, coil and vent, little shields he had taught to be polite. Izuku called break at 55 this time because he could. Because discipline is a flex that wins fights people don't film. Good, Bakugo said, not generous, just accurate. Live field. Here, Izuku asked, half grin. Should we install bleachers? Bakugo didn't smile. He cocked his head, listening. You hear that? He asked. Izuku shut his mouth and did. Across the alley, beyond the chain link, the city popped a different kind of noise, a hollow metallic groan followed by a woman's sharp hey that chased itself into a strangled call. They were already moving when the second groan came. Across the street, a scaffold leaned wrong against a brick wall, a corner piece loose, two men on halfway planks trying to hold something that weighed more stubborn than they did. Below, a delivery van idled in exactly the worst place. A.W. Oman with a clipboard, foreman by confidence alone, waved both arms at traffic and swore with eloquent restraint. Prime directive, Izuku said, because it helped to say it out loud. Bridge. SFC slid into place, neat lines. Anchor nodes humming. Bakugo didn't sprint ahead. He ran with him, sliding into position without asking for grids like he had a map tattooed where other people kept instinct. Routes, Bakugo snapped. Say them. Support beam left is coming loose, Izuku said, inventory rapid and plain. Two workers pinned by weight, not injured yet. Van blocking egress. Scaffold might kick if it slips. Got the van, Bakugo said, already veering. You fix the stupid. The stupid was two pallets of tile on the mid-level platform, strapping frayed. The whole thing had been secured for a day that didn't include wind. Wind had RSVP'd anyway. Izuku flung a cord he could trust, rounded edges like a craftsman proud of his work, enwrapped flows, not steel, not wood, the sway itself. The momentum in the structure that wanted to go from oscillation to collapse. He siphoned the swing into a vent that took it up, a pulse of moving air that no one would ever notice unless their hair was perfect. He spun a cooling coil around the friction-heated swivel joint where metal had decided to argue with itself. Heat bled out with a sigh he felt in his wrist. He did not touch the glass. An office window that begged to be jelly, he told Chaos no and it listened like a dog who had been exercised. Green light, he called to the workers, because consent matters even when your quirk can sing. I'm going to lift the pressure off that beam. On my count, you step to the wall, slow, not heroic. They nodded, faces white under dust. 3, 2, he raised a membrane under the slumpen. G platform like a jack and vented the impulse that had been accumulated in the leaning beam into the air above. It's not that the platform weighed less, it's that it now had somewhere to go that wasn't down. The men stepped. The plank sank a centimeter and stopped. The tilt in Izuku's muscles ticked 30. On the street, Bakugo slapped a palm against the delivery van's hood and gave it a love tap, a small, clean boom that didn't dent a thing but convinced an engine to stall. He planted a hand on the van's roof and pushed a directional blast that slid the whole vehicle 2 meters like a bar of soap. The driver inside yelled a word that rhymed with, yikes, and put both hands up because he wasn't sure whether to break or pray. Bakugo glanced through the windshield and mouthed thanks with a scowl that meant move it, genius. The driver nodded too hard and did. 40, Izuku said to himself. He kept the membrane humming, gently feeding the scaffold's bad mood into the sky. The foreman with the clipboard met his eyes and, for a dizzy second, Izuku saw her deciding whether to fear or trust. He held the shape of himself on purpose, small shield, neat cord, rails stitched where you could see them. Nothing that looked like a story you wouldn't tell your kid. Zip strap, she shouted, and tossed him a thick black band. Green light, he told Chaos, the word of formal handshake, and use DA ribbon to thread the strap through the pallet's cage without peeling a flake of paint. He pulled it tight. The pallet stopped arguing with gravity like a kid told bedtime 5 minutes early. 50, he breathed. His calves were fine. His center was aware. 2 more twists and he would say break and accept that someone else would get to be amazing for a second. Got it, Bakugo called, Alred. Y on the far post with his hands on the upright, explosions tiny and surgical, heat in 4 precise pulses that let a warped connector relax before a 5th pulse seated it. He gritted his teeth as if he was reminding fire who paid rent. Tighten your side. Izuku lifted the membrane a hair higher, took the last sway and heat out like a mechanic draining pressure from a brake line, and saw the moan. NT when the whole assembly decided to behave. Break, he said, because they had earned the word. The suit sighed. The shield replicated. The world stayed put. The woman with the clipboard put her hands on her hips and blew out a breath that had probably been trapped behind her sternum since morning. I don't know what that was, she said, but thank you for not making me file the worst paperwork of my life. Bakugo jerked a thumb at Izuku without ceremony. He's learning to be boring, he said. Boring superheroics are my favorite kind, she replied dry, and gave Izuku a look like she wou. LD be voting that way if someone found a ballot. Phones had come out, phones or rain, but there wasn't much spectacle to film. A black ribbon hard to catch on a screen, a small shield that didn't glow like a movie. A van sliding 2 meters as if apologizing for being in the way, 2 men climbing down a ladder doing the world's best impression of casual. Hashtag shield not sword bubbled on 3 accounts within the hour. Hashtag boring is contagious trended in a neighborhood that had resisted trends for years. Bakugo slung an arm around Izuku's neck like he was an annoying younger brother he wasn't planning to trade in. Window? He asked. 58 when I broke, Izuku said. Good, Bakugo confirmed. You left seconds on the table. That's why we get to go again. He let go and pointed at Izuku's sleeve seam. Say it, he ordered. Izuku pressed a thumb to the tiny bumps that spelled halt, break, sleep and said, under his breath and out loud, halt. Break, sleep. Inside, the tide, polite now, frank. Capable, settled like a trained animal told it could curl up for a minute. Bakugo watched his face, checking the tells he'd learned years ago, the tight skin under the eyes when Izuku's stubbornness was costing him sleep. The idiot light in his grin when he was about to do something generous and rash, the curl at the corner of his mouth that meant I'm still here. He nodded, satisfied. All right, he said, shoving his hands in his pockets as if the day hadn't just tried to be important and he had denied it the chance. Now for the part where we stop hiding under bridges like trolls. Izuku blinked. What? Bakugo jerked his head. Message. Controlled. Clean. No drama. You don't get to let other people tell your story. We drop a clip in the class chat and one in the public saw. Fati update, channel Nezu made me subscribe to. You say your rules out loud. You say what you won't do. You say what you will. You make it boring and unweaponizable. Izuku opened his mouth to object, closed it, and realized Bakugo was right in the way that made your ribs unclench. Present Mike will send you a trophy for thinking like that, he muttered. Tell him to make it small, Bakugo replied. I don't have shelf space. They recorded on Bakugo's phone, vertical, quiet, a 1-minute message with the camera angled slightly off-center in a way that made Izuku look like a person, not an announcement. No music. No captions. Just a boy in a green suit with rails stitched where you could see them, saying, I'm Izuku Midoriya. My prime directive is save and protect life. My power interfaces with flows, heat, force, sound, water, wind. I do not touch people or buildings without consent. I do not hand it control. When I say halt, it stops. When I say break, it goes back. I'm training under UA's supervision. And I will not go with anyone who pulls me out of the system that keeps everyone safe. If you see me, you'll see small shields and venting upward, not grabs. Thank you for your patience. Bakugo ended the recording and scowled at the screen. Too polite, he said. But you're you. Fine. He hit send. Present Mike hearted it with 5 emoji in 3 seconds. Aizawa replied with a single OK that meant good. Keep going. Nezu sent a link to a statement that framed the clip without making it a spectacle. The ponytailed commission representative watched it on her break and Faye. LT her shoulders dropped 2 centimeters before her training propped them back up. All Might texted only, proud. Windows, breath, choice. Izuku felt his throat go tight and decided not to be embarrassed about feelings that kept you honest. The light under the overpass shifted from afternoon to dinner o'clock. Bakugo stood and stretched. Safe house? He asked. Izuku nodded. Todoroki's empty, study apartment, he said. Smintas owes him a favor. I'm not asking how. Don't, Bakugo agreed. Let's move. They crossed streets like rumor avoided the sunlight. Todoroki's study apartment, was exactly what a genius with spare keys and the world's most patient property manager would secure. A one-room box with clean linens, a kitchenette the size of a secret, and a window that looked at the back of a different building. The hallway smelled like mop water and 3 languages of soup. All Might was already there, thin and upright, leaning 2 fingers against a counter like a man who wanted to be helpful and had found a surface to steady instead. Aizawa had found the one chair and was making it look like a throne by sitting in it with the authority of a cat owning a sunbeam. You didn't break anything, Aizawa said by way of hello. I practiced not breaking things, Izuku answered, dropping his hood and letting air hit his neck. The room's smallness was a kindness. It felt like a pocket now, not a trap. Bakugo took the bed without asking and didn't lie down. He sat on the edge like a bouncer trying to relax. All Might's eyes scanned Izuku with a professionalism he couldn't hide and a tenderness he didn't try to. Windows? He asked. 60 clean, Izuku said. Left seconds on the table on purpose. Aizawa's mouth didn't smile. His eyes did. Good, he said. Wheel K. Eep it 60 until I'm bored out of my mind. All Might glanced at the cracked phone Bakugo had set on the counter with the screen face down. The clip, he said softly, helped. I didn't do it for them, Izuku said, honest. I did it because I needed to say it out loud. Same thing, Aizawa murmured. People need to hear the words that keep you honest. It keeps them honest too. The 4-0 them fell into the kind of quiet that might be called a planning meeting if it wore a suit. Aizawa sketched a small map on a receipt. Routes, windows, handoffs. All Might wrote 3 words on the counter with his finger like he was teaching a child to spell. Windows, breath, choice. Bakugo flicked a pen cap and said, if he leaves the safe house, we do with not after. Hound Dog's text blinked into the group thread at an ungodly length. Eat. Sleep. Teeth. Don't watch your clip more than once. If you start to narrate in your head in the commission's voice, turn it off and watch people cooking noodles instead. Anchors. 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 Izuku smiled at the phone like it was an old friend. I can't stay here forever, he said. Not argument. Fact. No, Aizawa agreed. But you can make time your ally instead of your enemy. We let the commission run out of exciting adjectives, All Might added, amusement lightening the thought. It won't take long if you keep starving them of spectacle. Bakugo pointed at Izuku's chest, where the faint stitched X of rails met over his sternum. And while we wait, he said, we build your next gear. We make 90 feel like 50. Izuku lifted a hand to the seam and traced the tiny bumps of halt, break, sleep again. The habit would wear a groove in the thread if he let it. He decided that was fine. Before that, he said, looking at each of them, letting the words land where they needed to land, I need to do something. He closed his eyes and set the room, rails, dusk ceiling, lines listening. Chaos arrived on the beat like a partner who had finally learned the rhythm. Hear me, Izuku said in that inside voice that was still his outside one, just quieter. We're making this official. The lines quivered like a hum. You don't get the wheel, he said. Not because I hate you. Because I drive. If I go down, exception, you shield and vent. No grabs. No taste. If I say green light, you take the flow and not the thing. If I say halt, you stop. If I say break, you retreat. If I say sleep, you go behind the door and wait like a good dog. He smiled a little at the dog, and the lines amused him by wagging in a way that wasn't physics and was still true. Why? He asked it, because argument without reason is tyranny. The lines lifted with the same answer they had been practicing like scales, protect. We agree, he said. Protect. We work. He brought his wrists together and let 2 thin lines unspool, touching like a ring at ankle height, a mark on the blueprint. The ring closed with a feeling that wasn't weight. It was consent. When he opened his eyes, All Might was not pretending he hadn't been watching. Aizawa was looking at a spot just to the left of Izuku's head with an expression that could pass for say. NTI mental if you squinted at it through a bottle of black coffee. Bakugo cleared his throat because any more feelings would set off the sprinkler system. Cool, he said. Now that we've had our wedding vows with your slime, I'm stealing your toothbrush. Izuku laughed, actually laughed, the kind that turns a box of a room into something larger. The night moved on. The city beyond the window did what cities do, slept where it could. Worked where it had to, watched through glass and decided things it would revise tomorrow. The commission wrote memos with careful margins and circled non-compliant and UA control retained. The clip, Izuku's neat, 1-minute sentence, drifted through group chats and was drowned by a video of a raccoon stealing a sandwich, then spiked again when someone found scaffold incident and stitched them together with hashtag shield not sword in block letters. Under all that, the line held. Windows, breath, choice. Izuku brushed his teeth because Hound Dog would appear out of the dishwasher if he didn't. He unrolled a thin blanket. He lay down without turning on the TV. He pressed his thumb to the tiny bumps one more time. Sleep, he whispered. The tide obeyed. In the dim, Bakugo's voice drifted from the bed to the chair to the blanket like someone had passed a sentence around the room until it fit. Keep your head, he said, not loud, not for show. I've got your back. Rivalry clause. Izuku didn't say thank you. He didn't need to. He closed his eyes and dreamed of rails that led to places worth standing, shields that hummed like lullabies, and a tide that had learned the word stop because someone stubborn had loved the idea of yes enough to protect it. Tomorrow, the commission would send another polite email. Tomorrow, Aizawa would teach boredom like it was a martial art. Tomorrow, All Might would remind him that choice was still the constant and Bakugo would call him an idiot for needing the reminder and make sure he got it anyway. Tonight, faith weighed enough to keep you from floating away. The city didn't scream, it wobbled. At 15:07, a tourist held up his phone to grab a skyline pano and caught the first shiver instead. 3 cell towers along Musudafu's riverfront blooming with ringed dishes that hadn't been there at noon. The rings turned, kissed the air with a frequency the ear hated, and a square of downtown went soft, not breaking, not falling, unsure. Window glass trembled like it had a fever. Pigeons forgot how to be pigeons for one confused beat and then remembered angrily. The phone kept recording, because phones are rain. The clip would be in every evening feed labeled Mystery Towers with arrows and circles. Right now it was just a person flinching at a sound that was more tilt than tone. Above a classroom Air present mic was diagramming decibels into kindness. Izuku's telemetry patch buzzed once. UA's way to say hear this. The audio came through flat. Drive. Sekaguchi calm. Snipe clipped. Hound Dog already moving. Unregistered emitters. Phase twisted sonic. Low M missed. 3 confirmed sites. Riverfront. Civic Plaza. North Station. Class 1A. Shelter in place until assigned. Aizawa. On my way, Aizawa answered, already out the door. Scarf a weather system. UA deploys under UA command. Commission looped. Izuku didn't wait to be told to breathe. He breathed 4. He touched the stitched seam. Halt, break, sleep, felt the tiny bumps under his thumb like braille for sense. Then he ran. Bakugo hit the corridor with him. Todoroki fell in step without asking. Iida counted the seconds and then stopped counting because running with a purpose didn't need numbers. Uraraka strapped on a helmet as she ran, eyes already searching for where weight would need to stop being a problem. Jiro's ear jacks curled like hunting dogs, head cocked. Catching frequencies nobody else owned. Aizawa reached them at the vestibule with Nezu and All Might. The commission's ponytailed representative waited too, headset in. Pen out, a spectator who had been promoted against her will. Assignments, Aizawa said, already writing on air. Jiro, map the sources. Mike, counter tone, but keep it gentle, public friendly. Snipe, drones. Todoroki, fires that shouldn't exist. Uraraka, lift and lane. Iida, evac lanes. Mina, mark them. Midoriya, rescue routing, Izuku said, because naming the job made it stay the right size. Shields small, vent up. No grabs. The rep swallowed something that might have been a policy line. Under UA supervision, she said, softer than paperwork. Please. All Might's hand hover. Ed near Izuku's shoulder and didn't touch. Windows, breath, choice, he said, the mantra that had become a rail. Windows, breath, choice, Izuku repeated, and the words fit into his lungs like they were built there. They split on the steps like a flock that knew its own math. Izuku took the Civic Plaza with Bakugo on his right and Todoroki on his left, a wedge anyone would be happy to be in the middle of. Civic Plaza at 1517 stank like summer and paperwork. Food trucks lined the south edge. A preschool field trip had chosen today to meet a bronze statue of a mayor nobody under 40 could name. The tower on the north side wasn't a tower so much as a sleeve around an existing light pole, metal petals spun into a halo. It sang at a frequency the body pretended to ignore until it couldn't. Jiro skidded to a stop. Palm on stone. Source here, she called into the net. Resonance band 190 to 230 Hz modulated with a beating pattern. Someone wants to make walls tired. Present Mike's reply. Came back low, on it, and he set his voice like a blanket instead of a blade. Izuku took inventory. A bus trying to turn where it shouldn't. A stroller with a kid who had decided now was a good time to sing. A street vendor whose portable grill had too much enthusiasm. People, so many people, freezing, phones half up, waiting for someone to tell them whether fear was the right move. Prime directive. Izuku said out loud, script into noise. Save and protect life. Bridge, he told his body, and symbiotic full cowl settled over him like a wetsuit that had learned his shape. Rails humming, anchor nodes warm. The X across his chest a quiet crossroad. Window, 60. The tower's next beat came like a clap underwater. The plaza tilted a degree. Izuku raised a membrane above the preschool group, small, edges rounded on purpose. The clap folded into it, he vented the pulse up, like wind diverted by a skylight. Tiny hands stopped grabbing at ears. One kid pointed and said, "Bubble," in a voice that could have saved a country. Bakugo peeled left, explosions held in a fist so tight they came out like pushes. He used those pushes on the bus's front end, convincing a reluctant engine to rest just out of the lane. Todoroki swept the vendor's grill with a gentle cold that made the sizzle sulk and then behave, frost tracing the edge of a coil like a signature he'd leave on purpose. Lanes. Iida barked over net, already setting cones he had grabbed from nowhere. Mina skated a line of pink paint between benches that suddenly made sense as an evac route. Uraraka floated a set of tables. To make a tunnel where small people could move without long legs getting in the way. Snipe's voice clipped in, drone swarm from riverfront. 10, maybe 15. On it, power loader answered. Support course nets launching. The tower ramped the beat up, not louder, meaner. The fountain at the plaza's center rippled out of rhythm and slopped a little like it had been told a bad joke. Halt, Izuku said to a ribbon that wanted to taste the tower directly. Flows, not solids. He layered a second membrane over the first, a parasol under a parasol, and tuned it to sound, to the phase Jiro had named. The beat hit the lower membrane, slowed as if it had to do math, and went harmless into the sky. Phones can't film the absence of bad news. Later, an editor would add a graphic of rings hitting a bubble and fizzling. Right now, toddlers stopped crying and the bus driver stopped swearing. A shadow passed, the kind that makes you look up, then 3 more. Drones, discs with belly pockets for things you didn't want in your plaza. Snipe took 2. A support course net swallowed a third like a polite frog. The fourth dumped glitter that wasn't glitter, fine powder carrying a mild haze, and then turned to kamikaze on the tower's cables. Chaos pressed, interested in the mist. Izuku let it brush his boundary and said no with breath. We carry. My timing. He angled his membrane so the pound. Skated off into a corner nobody was standing in and Uraraka raised it by accident because she was already moving tables skyward. Window, 40, he told himself. Scaffold. Someone screamed from the east edge of the plaza. And Izuku didn't need the irony. A decorative lighting rig, temporary, lazy bolts, too much wind, had started to lean into collapse. A photographer below stepped backward toward a curb, eyes on lenses. Not physics. Go, Bakugo grunted, reading angles. I got the bus. I know, Izuku said, and his feet had already decided to agree. He dashed, the rails under his sweet singing where to put his weight. He didn't touch the rig. He caught its sway, the momentum, and bled it upward through a vent he set on the fly, a corkscrew in nothing that drank tilt. He spun AR. Ibn around the pivot joint and cooled it, friction gone sulky. He lifted a membrane under 2 light cans so the drop they had been planning wasn't worth the trouble anymore. The photographer blinked, saw the curb. stepped forward again like someone had whispered careful right in his ear. A beat hit his back, tower being impolite. He shifted a palm shield without thinking, invented it. He'd been doing this for days now, and the choreography had become muscle and not miracles. Window 55. Break. The suit obeyed, the humming layer slid back under skin, the world stayed put because it was supposed to. People moved. Not screaming, not stampeding, obeying lanes because Mina's paint made sense and Ida's hands made the air behave like an orderly thought. A UA security bot trundled along the curb saying, "This way. Please," in a voice that had never expected to be useful. The preschool teacher cried once in relief and pushed her wagon of snack coolers because snack coolers are anchors. On the net, Jiro's voice sharpened. Second tower adding a beating pattern, phase interference at North Station. It wants glass. On it, All Might's voice, thinner than it had ever been in his poster years and still somehow enough to move a block of city. We'll take that cord apart. 5 blocks away, the North Station tower pulsed like a heart with theatrics. Present Mike bent his voice. Like he'd been training secretly for exactly this show. The interferences beat argued with his counterbeat and lost interest. Someone on a commuter platform dropped a coffee and didn't care. Izuku took 2 breaths. Because cooldown is a skill and Hound Dog would materialize out of air if he cheated. Bridge, he said, and SFC slid into place for window 2. The Civic Tower's cable harness glowed, heat where heat didn't belong. Todoroki's hand traced air and the glow turned from temper to sulk. Bakugo blasted a drone into 2 halves without letting any of the halves think about falling where children keep faces. Across the plaza, the bronze mayor toppled elaborately in a slow motion nobody had planned. Uraraka's palm kissed it just as it decided to remember gravity. The mayor returned to his plinth as if agreeable. And Uraraka looked like she'd just eaten a lemon and decided to make lemonade anyway. A boy pointed at Izuku and shouted, "It's the shield guy." The hashtag wrote itself in someone's phone as if the city had needed a new sticker and this one fit. The tower hiccuped a high tone, an octave meant not for ears but for bones, and people forgot how to stand for a second. Jiro cursed in a long, elegant line. They're modulating up. Less harm, more panic. Clever and ugly. Clever and ugly, Nezu repeated onto a call none of the students could hear. Which contractor signed that permit? All Might moved like a paragraph through the far intersection, polite, deliberate. He touched nothing. He arrived in ways that made people behave. He pointed civilians to lanes like shepherding air. Nearby, Aizawa pulsed erasure at the tower itself. It flattened the surface shimmer of quirk-driven trickery, but the engine, foreign, technological, monstrous in its cleverness, didn't care. He stopped anyway because surface break helps humans more than it hurts machines. Green light, Izuku told Chaos, formal, careful, and spun a cap over the tower's emitter dish, a shadow umbrella. He kept small on purpose and high so it looked like a shade sail and not anything you'd put in a horror cut. The tone lost purchase. Present Mike found his counterpoint and pushed it down a street that had room to carry noise. Window 45, Izuku said, because saying it out loud had become a religion that made bodies safe. He stumbled on a curb then, not because he'd been hit, because a child separated from his parent had latched with a fearful vice to his calf. The little girl looked up with eyes that were probably always that big but had no business being bigger right now. "I can't find mommy," she said into the leg of a hero who didn't have room to feel everything and somehow did without falling over. "Halt," Izuku told the thread that wanted to solve physics and hearts. He drive. Opt to one knee that didn't mind armor. "We're going to find her," he said. "Point at where you last saw her." She pointed wildly. The lane. The statue. The blue truck. Everywhere. Uraraka slid in like grace. "Hey, Peanut," she said. As if she collected small souls between calls. "Let's get you taller so you can see." She pressed one finger to the girl's shoulder and the world let the girl be a bird for 5 seconds. There. The kid screeched joyfully and flapped toward a woman in a government-issue cardigan who had just aged 5 years and 30 seconds. "Thank you." The woman breathed like a prayer halfway to a curse. "Thank you for not." She stopped. Her eyes on Izuku's hands. The shield. The neatness. "Thank you," she said again, like this is how it should look. Window 55, Izuku said. Then break before Pride could say just 5 more. North Station's tower coughed, stuttered, and then, Snipe's voice dry as chalk, down. Smintas had convinced a support to be elsewhere. Present Mike had told a beat to regret itself. UA's support team had dropped a blanket on a bad idea. Riverfront still live, Jiro reported, voice steady with the way she liked winning. And, wait, third party. Something's pushing from the far side of the river. Intentional. Izuku's telemetry patch ticked, a tiny, private metronome. Hound Dog's voice hit like a tap on the back of the head. Name the room. He did. Rails. Dusk ceiling. Lines listening. We are not taking the wheel, he told Chaos in the room that mattered. We are doing our job. Protect, the Tide said back, eager like a dog in a doorway waiting for permission to charge the yard. Green light for flows, he said. No solids. He lifted a hand and drew an arch across the plaza, a shield corridor as wide as a bus, low as a canopy. It wasn't a dome. It wasn't a wall. It was a lane you could walk under without feeling like you were in a tunnel. Sound bent over it like rain favoring a gutter. A shock wave from the T-Ower hit the arch and traveled up and away like a choice someone had made on purpose. Phones caught that. Not because it was dramatic, because it made sense on video in a way panic trusts and keeps. Lane open, Iida bellowed. Voice making a bridge where legs would cross. People moved. They didn't cheer. They used the thing as if it had always been meant to be there. A gray-haired man with the memory of a cane and a grandchild with a video channel stood under the arch and filmed the absence of bad news with a hand that finally stopped shaking. Bless you, he said, not to religion, to method. The plaza thinned. The tower's beat stuttered under Mike's blanket. Snipe popped the last drone with the offended grace of a man deflating 3 balloons at a wedding. Todoroki, bored of fire, lean. Ed his weight on keeping stone solid, the kind of work no one writes songs about. Bakugo exploded a push at a lamppost to convince a hanging banner to stop thinking about strangling anyone and pretended he hadn't been gentle about it. Riverfront needs you, Aizawa said in Izuku's ear, voice dry as always and softer than it had any right to be. You get 1 window to stabilize and 1 to leave. We keep winning small. Copy. Izuku said, and the word felt like shoulders locking under a good pack. The riverfront tower was theatrical. It wore a halo twice the size of the civic flower and had 8 choices about lighting someone would have rejected on a stage. It beat at glass and water and the polite ways banks like to be straight. Civilians weren't in the river, but the river wanted to be in the civilians. Day. A ferry rocked wrong at its ties. Umbrellas walked sideways. 2 cyclists made the mistake of being confident around physics. Bridge, Izuku said, and SFC slid over him for window 3. He built umbrellas. Not domes. Umbrellas in the air, drawn in a row, the stems venting straight up like vents in a greenhouse. The tower's beat came, the umbrellas took it, the beat went somewhere else. He added a runner along the ferry's bow, a membrane that let the sway find a rope it liked. The ferry settled, offended but obedient. A cyclist hit a patch of glitter that wasn't GLI. TTER and the front wheel said maybe later about traction. Izuku's palm shield hit the fall at the point where fall becomes hurt and changed it into lean. The cyclist did 3 tight circles in disbelief. EF and then pretended he'd meant to do that. Window 40, Izuku said. The tilt was there, politely waiting to be acknowledged. He tuned a ribbon around a support strut that had decided to complain, pulled friction out of it, and fed heat up. The complaint became a murmur. He didn't attack the tower. He starved it of interesting outcomes. Present Mike's voice reached the river like a friend W. Ho knows you're about to cry and simply changes the subject, a low, unwavering tone that refused to be offended. The beat softened. Civic Plaza's lane held. North Station was already quiet. The Kami Seijan's representative stood behind a barricade with her hands on a rail she didn't realize she was holding. She watched a boy in a suit stitched with rails make a city work during fear by urging flows to flow politely. The notes she wrote now weren't for a memo. They were for a person. Non-lethal, non-destructive, repeatable, public safe. Window 55. Break. The suit pulled back. The umbrellas held 2 seconds longer. Then let the air be regular. People continued being people. Trains started pretending to arrive on time again. Snipe took the last drone. Smintos convinced the riverfront tower to regret its anchoring bolts. The halo tilted and stayed tilted like a hat a dancer had set wrong on purpose. Jiro's ear jacks uncurled slowly, the tension in her jaw letting go one tooth at a time. The city remembered itself. In a room that forgot about light, a man with a ruined face watched 3 live feeds like chessboards that had decided to play back. He didn't look disappointed. He looked like a craftsman taking notes on the temper of a new metal. He does not play my game, all for one murmured, amused. He plays the crowd. He rewound a frame, a boy raising a shield small and polite, a lane cut through panic. A trophy no one would think to hold up except people who had made it to dinner. He paused on the tower cap, not choking the machine, silencing it like a librarian with a finger at her lips. Method, he said, savoring a word that had belonged to other men with tidy desks. Lovely. He sent a message with no header to a piece of hired help who thought he mattered. We have enough for now. Let them tell their story. Then he closed his eyes and decided where to push a different day. Nezu's statement hit the feeds at 16:09, boring as a lullaby. UA Field Update. Ender Faculty Command and with Commission Oversight, student Izuku Midoriya and UA partners implemented non-destructive routing to protect civilians during an externally staged resonance event. No fatalities, minor injuries treated on scene. Unauthorized devices are in custody. We thank the public for their calm and our students for adhering to strict safety protocols. Small shields, venting upward, no contact. The commission appended a line without adjectives. UA maintained control. Student complied with UA commands on site. Hashtag shield not sword leapt off local screens. So did a tag the internet. Fed itself without asking permission from anyone with a title. Hashtag synergy. The clips that stuck weren't the ones where things almost bent wrong, they were the ones where a lane held with a quiet curve. Where a bus driver put both hands on the wheel and didn't cry until he could. Where a child called a membrane a bubble and then tugged her mother under it. Back at UA, recovery girl made faces at Skur. Apes that didn't deserve her time and kissed them better anyway. Uno told a telemetry patch it had been very brave. Power loader penciled an extra seam on a suit drawing, a tiny chevron at the clavic. Leahy was convinced would make a lane behave even nicer. Hound Dog shoved a protein bar at Izuku and said, teeth later, food now. Aizawa didn't say good because he never said good right away. He asked, tax. 3 windows. Izuku said, 60, 60, 55. No scream. Tilt, present, managed. Public. Aizawa asked, tone so neutral it would have passed an audit. They saw a method, Izuku said. Aizawa nodded once. The rarest weather phenomenon. Approval that didn't mind being seen. We'll keep it that way. All Might, who had moved an entire block with the force of calm, leaned his shoulders on the doorframe and smiled like a tired son. You built lighthouses, he said. And lanes. The sort of thing a city can love without noticing. Bakugo threw a towel at Izuku's head and scowled. Which in Bakugo meant you did it right. Windows were clean, he said. Don't get cute. We'll make 90 feel like 50 by practice, not by riding a high. Uraraka collapsed on a bench with a grin that could have been a solar panel. Bubble boy, she teased, and then sobered. Good bubbles. Jiro's thumbs were still white on her phone. She unclenched one finger at a time and managed a smirk. You made sound behave, she said. Proud of that. Todoroki handed him a water and a look that meant I saw what you didn't do and that matters more sometimes. You didn't twist the tower into jelly, he observed. Father would have tried to burn the air. Flows, not solids, Izuku said, and the whole room rolled their eyes affectionately because he'd turned a rule into a personality trait. The ponytailed commission representative stood in the doorway with her pen like a truce flag. We'll file the report, she said. It will say UA led, public safe, non-destructive. A pause, unprofessional and human. Thank you for making my job boring. Izuku had learned which compliments you keep. Thank you for watching, he said. It helps. That night, the dorm watched a cooking channel because Hound Dog said so. The clip of the lanes played muted on Kaminari's phone until Jiro glared him into turning it face down. Mina doodled a bubble with a smiling face and set it as the whiteboard header. Iida pretended not to cry when the kid in the clip called the shield a bubble and failed nobly. Izuku went to his room, shut the door, and did what had gotten him here. He set the room in his head. Rails, dusk ceiling. Lines listening. Sleep, he told chaos, and added, because he could, because today had earned the right to make a sentence longer, good work. The tide nudged his end. Cleese in a way that wasn't physics and was still true. Protect. In the dark, he traced the tiny bumps on his sleeve. Halt, break, sleep. And thought about a city that had learned a new posture. Duck under a lane, keep moving. Film the absence of disaster and call it something worth sharing. Tomorrow would ask for more details. Tomorrow would argue about permits and who sells a tower with a halo to a municipal office. Tomorrow would be another day where fear tries to set the agenda. Today, method had won. And people had walked under it without hating it. That mattered. The river went back to pretending it had always been calm. It hadn't. People were posting clips of lanes and umbrellas in a bus that didn't cry. Toddlers were calling shields bubbles. Hashtag Synergy had slipped into the sidebar and refused to leave politely. Ua tried to be boring on purpose. Present Mike played a cooking stream in the dorm lounge. Hound Dog confiscated 2 Doomscroll sessions and issued tea. All for 1D. D not throw a tantrum in his room that forgot light. He changed instruments. At 1841, the lights at Tencho Interchange, the elevated web where 3 rail lines kissed a bus depot and a pedestrian sky. Bridge, blushed from white to a patient orange. Cameras zoomed because cameras are rain. A figure in a long coat stepped out of a maintenance hatch with the manners of someone who had never been late to anything. He wore a smooth, featureless mask and a collar traced with tuning forks, metal prongs arranged in circles like a choir that wanted to hum. On his chest, a device blinked with a tidy heartbeat, factor lattice generator. If you believed the black market forums that didn't allow screenshots. Hello, Musutafu, said the mask, voice flattened until gender and age filed for divorce. He set a case down and opened it to reveal snowflake-thin discs that weren't discs, more like frameworks, quasi-legal tech sold to the impatient and the ambitious. He placed 3 against rail pillars and touched a pad on his wrist. They adhered like polite ice. Around the interchange, Glass thought about going soft. UA's telemetry buzzed Izuku's ribs before the city feed finished buffering. The group call filled with people who didn't need to introduce themselves. Interchange, Jiro said, already moving. That lattice is singing in 30 places at once. External quirk tech piggybacked with unknown factors, drive. Sakaguchi added. Slate bright. That reading isn't just electricity. It's asking quirks to line up. Commission. Nezu prompted. On my way, said the ponytailed representative, breath quick and voice level. Observation under Ua command. Aizawa didn't waste syllables. Assignments. Route civilians down, keep the skybridge clear. Snipe. Eyes on hands. Edge shot. Cables. Smintos. Anchors. Todoroki. Thermal. Bakugo. Forces push, not scandal. Mike. Counter tone, public friendly. Midoriya. Contain and neutralize, Izuku answered, heart steady, rails warm under his sleeves. Flows only. No contact. All Might's hand hovered near his shoulder without touching. Windows, breath, choice. Windows, breath, choice, Izuku echoed, and took the stairs 2 at a time. Tencho Interchange from the street looked like a geometry teacher's dream, angles and spans and shadows. From the platforms, it looked like a problem nobody had solved. Civilians were already regretting their curiosity. A woman with a briefcase that threatened to eat her hand stood frozen at the top of an escalator. A cluster of teens debated whether viral content was worth tripping on a stair. The proxy in the mask lifted his wrist. A ring of tuning forks around his collar shivered, and the air near him stiffened, like clear jelly deciding to audition for glass. The snowflake frameworks on the pillars thrummed in sympathy. Quirk factors, drive. Sakaguchi breathed into UA's channel, caught between horror and fascination. He's hurting them. It's not a copy. It's a lattice. He can align outside quirks to his rhythm. All Might's jaw clenched, not in nostalgia, in math. He's jackknifing context. Make him alone. On it, Aizawa said. His eyes burned red, the surface shimmer of quirk trickery on the pillars flattened. The proxies, caller still hummed. The machine didn't care about erasure. Bakugo arrived first because muscle memory and willpower share a lane. He planted his feet and didn't explode anything yet. You look like a toaster, he told the proxy, which was Bakugo for greetings. I intend to ruin your day in a controlled, UA-approved manner. The mask tilted. He sent the rival, the proxy said, almost amused. He turned his head toward the stairs. Izuku emerged into orange light. He didn't slow. He didn't make a speech. He raised a small membrane where a school grow. He was trying to decide whether to cry and vented the nearest beat up, into the rafters. Todoroki iced a flirty glow on a bracket that had been flirting with friction. Jiro's ear jacks fed present Mike E. Exactly the half hum that made the lattice stutter. Midoriya, the proxy said, smooth as a seminar. I have admired your method. Thanks, Izuku said, because manners are also a method. We're busy. The proxy touched his wrist and the tuning forks turned. The air ahead of him curled, not breaking, twisting. A ripple spliced the world 1 degree to the left. A baby cried without knowing why. See. House pressed inside Izuku's ribs, not hungry, alert. This wasn't sound or heat or friendly force. This was pull. The lattice wanted singing parts, anyone's quirk, nudged to the proxy's beat. Flows, not solids, Izuku whispered to himself. And, consent. He opened the door in his chest 1 finger width. A single line unspooled from his wrist and tracked the rail seam like a train selecting a track. He felt the ask at the edge of his skin. Not words. The shape of join me. No, he said. Bridge is mine. The proxy's head cocked. Fascinating, he said, almost kind. You think it listens to you. It does, Izuku said. And the tide nudged his ankles with something that wasn't physics and was still true. The proxy flicked his fingers. Invisible grids in the air tightened. Bakugo's blast pushed into a square and became a sigh. Todoroki's frost sheeted one way and then another, confused by geometry that refused to hold still. The teens realized their content had turned into homework and tried to walk. Discovered gravity disagreed for half a breath, then found stairs work when you respect them. Jiro. Aizawa said. He's laying vector shear in rings, Jiro hissed. Go straight and you end up left. Go left and you end up tired. Mike, Aizawa said. Present Mike took his voice and laid it down like you tuck a child in, firm, warm, no nonsense. The lattices hunted a harmony and got bored. Snipe, Aizawa snapped. Can't take the collar without risking a fall, Snipe answered. He's got it angled. Smart toaster. Then take the frameworks, Smintos said, voice a pleasant gravel. Bolts forgot they had ever had threads. The proxy didn't panic. He escalated tidily. The collar's forks flowered wider, his wrist device flared aquamarine. Someone near the vending machine. Grunted and fell to a knee, not because he'd been struck, because his quirk had been told to hum the wrong key. A student's levitation flickered involuntarily, a lady with a minor heat aura sweated like a broken kettle. Enough. Izuku breathed. He felt the tilt before it tilted. He remembered the void, the rails, the room in his head where he had drawn a door and taught a tide to keep to its side unless he said bridge. He said it now. Not loud. Clear. Bridge. OFA rose, engine, not fire. Chaos aligned, conduit, not hunger. The rails under his suit lit along their seams, anchor nodes warmed at shoulder and hip. The X across his sternum hummed like a tuning fork that liked him. It did not roar. It arrived. Symbiotic full cowl slid on like a wetsuit he'd worn all week. He didn't stop there. Lock. He breathed, his private word for the thing drive. Sekiguchi had described as a phase-locked loop. Breath as governor. Consent as gear. OFA the engine. Chaos the channel. He felt the pieces click, his pulse as metronome. Muscle memory as rails, the tide as obedient current. No scream. No tilt. The telemetry patch at his ribs purred technique instead of appetite. The proxy twitched. True form, he observed. Show me. Izuku didn't show him anything. He did his job. He cut a lane under the skybridge, thin, polite, and vented the lattice's nearest hum up like air choosing a skylight. He set a runner along the platform edge where feet wobble, making the wobble more boring. He took the pull that wanted to align everyone's quirks and slid it into a loop that chased itself, a cat by. Ting its tail until it got embarrassed and lay down. Tax. Doctor. Sekiguchi asked, voice steady and far. 2, Izuku said, moving, climbing to 3, and then, steady. The proxy stepped forward. The air ahead of him precedented, you could see where it was about to be because he had decided future should exist nearer. A pair of commuters got gently out of line with themselves and tried to correct. Izuku set a membrane that kissed the difference and handed it back like a coat you almost forgot in a restaurant. Bakugo barked a laugh that wasn't showy and detonated a push at the far wall. Fork. E for Izuku to root rather than enemy to harden against. The push struck Izuku's ribbon at midair and became fuel for a cap he set over the nearest framework dish. Todoroki saw it, snorted, and laid a neat delta T, temperature difference, across a bracket so Izuku's coil would have a place to drink. Windows? Aizawa asked. 60 clean, Izuku said. But, he felt it. Not tilt. Clarity. The seam. Lines under his suit weren't singing a sprint. They were humming a walk. True symbiotic cowl, the thought came, quiet and exact. Not a burst. A state. He had always assumed it would be louder. It was quieter. He didn't say the name. He built a room. Not a dome. Never a dome. A quiet room, a transparent ovoid around the proxy, drawn a meter out, high enough that any vent would go up, porous to air. Impermeable to roots that wanted to leave. A sandbox for factors. A net for attempts. The proxy's lattice sang. The room listened and said no the way a librarian does, without anger, with rules. The proxy lifted his head. Containment. He said, curious, not offended. He told me you were a shield. Correct, Izuku said. He set 2 caps on 2 frameworks without touching their solids. He held his room in place not with strain but with agreement. My rules, flows, not solids, vent up, consent, no wheel, written along rails he'd stitched and memorized. The proxy moved like someone who had never tripped. He reached, not physically, for Bakugo, for Todoroki, for a teenager 3 meters away whose quirk-made pencils rolled toward her in classrooms without her permission. The reach hit the room and folded. He looked down at his wrist device and adjusted a dial. The collar's forks bloomed wider, his internal ask sharpened. Chaos pressed in Izuku's chest with the old offer, polished into something new, we can carry all of it. It wasn't greedy. It was eager. My rules, Izuku said. Lock. The room went clearer. Outside, Present Mike lifted his thumb slightly in a way no camera would interpret and Jiro would think about later with a grin. Aizawa pulsed erasure exactly on the proxy's exhale, a surface break that shaved the edge off his next reach without anyone seeing who had done the shaving. Now, Aizawa murmured through the channel, teach him. Izuku did not throw. He lifted his palm and drew in the air, small circles at the ovoid's inner skin. At each circle, the room pinched inward a hair. Not touching the proxy, touching his lattice, the factors trying to line up. The circles made cells, honeycomb, almost. The proxy's asks hit a cell, got confused, and wandered until he lost interest like a cat in a room with too many mirrors. Factor cages, drive. Sekiguchi realized aloud, reverent. You're sandboxing his quirk channels. I'm not hurting him, Izuku said, out Lu. So the body under the mask heard it too. You can breathe. The proxy laughed once in a way that meant you don't know what game you're in. His wrist device popped a micro drone from a hidden hatch. A beetle of a thing with a needle nose and a memory for batteries. It zipped to Izuku's left and promised to make a mess. Snipe's bullet didn't kill it. It introduced it to a wall. Edge shot threaded. A silk across the ovoid's seam without touching the room and hung there like punctuation. All parts working, Nezu chirped on a channel only grown-ups could hear. Bakugo barked at the proxy like an older brother. Asterisk. Hey, toaster. You going to play fair, or should I bring a fan to blow your little tuning forks away? The proxy turned his head. The rival does comedy. He asked, amused. I do containment, Bakugo said. And pushed a tidy blast at the floor 3 meters behind the proxy, force for Izuku to root. Izuku caught it with a ribbon and wove it along the ovoid's outer seam, tightening the room without pressing on the man inside. Todoroki ghosted a cool edge along the same seam so he'd had somewhere to go. Inside the quiet room, the proxy's shoulders moved exactly once, annoyance measured in millimeters. He set his palm on his chest device, it flared. For a breath, the tuning forks sang not ask but take. The tide in Izuku's bones rose. I can hold it, Chaos projected, a certainty like a tide at a pier. Give me, not wheel. Wait, he could. He could hand it the weight and keep the wheel. He could, consent, not capitulation, let the tide carry the burden while he steered the boat. Green light, Izuku said. New meaning, old rules. Flows, not solids. Vent up. Chaos took the weight, the pull, the ask, the part of the lattice trying to thread itself through everyone, and carried it into the cells Izuku had drawn. The ovoid hummed. The tuning forks lost purchase. The wrist device flashed a warning a designer had thought nobody would ever see in the field. Phase locked, external. The proxy froze just enough to make satisfaction legal. 2 options, Izuku said, because clarity is mercy. You stop. We take that thing off your chest, and you go to a room with chairs. Or you keep asking, and I keep making rooms. He didn't say I am not your enemy. He made that the shape of the space. The proxy took a step. He was talented. He had rehearsed. He was not alone in the air anymore. He tried vector shear again, angle the world by degrees and let people fall into the wrong squares. The cells flexed and kept their shape. He spun the collar's forks and tried to locate resonant civilians. Present Mike's countertone turned the world into a baritone whose only lyric was no. Aizawa pulsed erasure again, a scalpel this time. On a beat Jiro counted him into with a flick of her ear jacks. The proxy's next ask tripped and fell without embarrassment. Snipe's bullet took the wrist device's battery with a kiss. Smintos convinced a bolt on the nearest pillar to do the honorable thing and resign. Edgeshot breathed in and became string. He threaded through the cells without disturbing them because listen, he is Edgeshot, and wrapped the proxy's wrists politely. The P. Roxy's body yielded to restraint the way well-trained bodies do when they have decided to live to argue in a room with chairs. Izuku kept the room for 12 long seconds after the last ask quit. Beck. Oz adrenaline is a poor timekeeper and rules love buffer. Then he said, break, and the ovoid opened like a hand unclenching. The cells relaxed into air. The caps over the frameworks faded with them. The proxy stood very still. The mosque's blankness faced Izuku. He wanted me to find your edge, he said conversationally, like people in bookstores do when they know an author. To make you overdraw. Noted. I don't do overdrafts. Izuku said, tone almost chirp. I have a budget. Bakugo snorted and elbowed him without actually elbowing him. Nerd. The proxy looked to the side and said so. Mething without moving his head that meant he had an earpiece or a habit. Then he lowered his chin a fraction. Edgeshot tightened the silk like a piano tuner making a point. Commission personnel edged closer, cautious. The ponytailed representative stopped a meter back and raised both palms like a priest of paperwork. We will take custody, she said, voice that held no triumph and a lot of relief. Thank you. We will file this as non-destructive neutralization. Say public safe, present Mike Stage whispered. Public safe, she repeated, faintly amused with herself. Dr. Sakaguchi's F.A.C.E. on the rolling screen had eyes that were trying not to sparkle. Izuku, she said, professional through delight, how is tax? 3, then 2, he said, honest. Not a burst. State. Name it, she urged, bright. Don't let the internet do it first. He looked down, then up. The rails on his sleeves looked back like a friend. True symbiotic cowl, he said quietly. Engine and conduit. Choice as governor. Present Mike clapped like a librarian, 3 soft taps. Mina whisper shrieked we have a brand and was shushed by 5 people at once. On the far end of the platform, recovery grr. Elle tutted at a twisted ankle she healed anyway. A grandmother declared Bubble Boy very polite and told the internet so. An office worker texted their group chat. All quiet now, I walked under a lane and it felt like being seen. Get dumplings. The proxy, hands put together, forks finally silent, tilted his head. You've chosen to be a shield when you could be a storm, he said, curious despite himself. Izuku didn't argue. He just set his palm near his ribs where the telemetry purr had become background and said, because it was the only thing he wanted to leave in this air, save and protect life. Edgeshot turned him over to commission handlers who had never been more careful. Snipe watched the fork collar go into a case like it was a snake that believed in contracts. Smintos patted a pillar fondly. Proud of bolts that had acted their age. Aizawa stepped into Izuku's periphery and did not touch him. Tax? He asked again, because the answer now matters as much as the answer then. Normal, Izuku said. The room in his head had its door closed, not locked. The tide behind it sat like a trained animal and panted protect. Aizawa's mouth did that thing that would be a smile in a brighter universe. You taught with it, he said. Not just yourself. The room. The team, the city. All Might leaned on the rail because old habits use rails, and looked at a skybridge where civilians walked under nothing and felt held anyway. You made a form out of a method, he said, happy in a way that made his eyes young. That's how heroes last. Bakugo rolled his shoulders loud enough to be a punctuation mark. Don't get sappy, he said. We still make 90 feel like 50. Izuku laughed because joy is a good circulation system. Deal. The ponytailed representative hesitated at the edge of their circle. For what it's worth, she said, professionalism softening into person, I will be recommending that the commission reconsider certain mandates. She coughed. Lift, actually. I will be recommending we lift them. Write it boring, Nezu sang from nowhere. Courts love lullabies. She smiled despite herself. I know. Jiro shouldered Izuku's arm like a musician welcoming a new band member. You heard that high tone, she said, bouncing a little. You caught it. You made it do math. It needed to do its homework, he said, grinning. Uraraka bumped him with a shoulder as she loaded a bent bicycle rack into a tidy stack for later. You looked like a shiny wetsuit, she said, approving. In a good way. Todoroki, who had watched him not jelly any glass within tempting distance, offered a water bottle and a verdict. Elegant, he said. From Todoroki, that was a paragraph. They walked back into the evening as sirens stayed tasteful. The interchange resumed pretending to be normal. Gulls reclaiming air like landlords. People thin to the ones who always watch after, who help pick up, who tell stories later with hands. Above the footage 100 phones had gathered. Captions did their best to show absence. Hashtag True Symbiotic Cal tried and failed to trend. Hashtag Synergy shrugged and carried it along. The clips that stuck weren't the forks. They were the cells, the lane, the room that closed without anger. The proxy's shoulders letting go like someone had finally said enough. In the room that hated light, a man watched and pressed two fingers together. Not rage. Consideration. Asterisk. He tightens his governor when asked to sing, all for one murmured. How boring. Then, with a breath that might have been approval in a different century, how dangerous. He turned off the monitors and opened a drawer where letters nobody had mailed gathered. He drew a map with one finger, then erased it. Next time, he would not ask for songs. He would ask for stories. W.H. It has always been better at stories than at PR when it remembers to be, got ahead of that too. That night, Nezu posted 2 sentences to the official feed. Today, a villain attempted to force our city to sing his song. A student built rooms for silence. Aizawa taped 3 laminated words back on the amphitheater door, windows. Breath. Choice. Hound dog texted teeth. Sleep. Water. In the group T. Red and Izuku did all 3 in that order because ritual turns bravery into habit. He sat on the edge of his bed and set the room in his head for the 1000th time. Rails, dusk ceiling, lines listening. He lifted his wrists. 2 thin black lines unspooled. They touched. The ring closed. Good work, he told the tide that had learned the word stop because he had fallen in love with yes and taught it to protect yes properly. Protect, it answered, as if speaking had always been this easy. Sleep, he said. The tide obeyed. Tomorrow would be paperwork and recommendations and lullabies written in legalese. Tomorrow would include a word the commission did not use lightly and would have to print anyway, cleared. Tonight, a city fell asleep having walked under rooms it could not see and liked the feeling. Tonight, a boy held a form steady not by being stronger, but by being sure. The email that mattered was only 2 sentences long. Hero Public Safety Commission, Resolution 14.3 CR. The interim containment order regarding student Izuku Midoriya is hereby rescinded. UA oversight remains in force until graduation. Provisional hero privileges are restored and expanded under the truce protocol. No fireworks. No trumpet sting. Just a decision with careful margins and the weight to move air in a room. Aizawa printed it and slid it across Nezu's desk the way you slide a check you intend to cash. Nezu, who loved small victories dressed as bureaucracy, stamped a copy for the school records and hummed a bar of something that sounded suspiciously like present Mike trying to whisper. All Might read it twice and then once more because some sentences you keep for the way they change how your hands feel. Cleared, he said, soft and proud. Under rules we helped write. The commission did not call it a hearing. They called it a public review, which was their way of saying we'll let the cameras in and use full sentences. The dais was all tidy placards and bottled water that would be opened and never finished. The ponytailed representative sat one row back from the microphones with a file she could have recited by heart. Izuku's suit was the same green, restitched rails visible by design. The X across his sternum sat quiet, a crossroad you nearly missed unless you were looking for roads. Power loader had edged the seams with a faint reflective thread, safety, not flourish. He took the chair. He did not fidget. He pressed a thumb once across halt brake, sleep stitched inside his cuff and let it be an anchor, not a crutch. Mr. Midoriya, the chairwoman said. Voice designed to be firm without ruining lunch. In your own words, describe the technique the public is calling true symbiotic cowl. It's a channeling state, Izuku said, simply. Ofa is the engine. My symbiote, Chaos, is the conduit. I govern the flow with scripted constraints. Windows, breath, choice. I do not permit autonomous control. I interact with flows, sound, heat, force, wind, water. I do not touch solids, people, buildings, gear, without consent and explicit command. He didn't look at the cameras. He looked at the people capable of writing the next version of his life. A.B. Board member in a meticulous tie flipped a page. And when you do authorize contact. I use the call sign green light, he said, steady. It is temporary and ends on stoplight or brake. Emergency exception, if I am unconscious or unable to breathe, chaos shields and vents only. Murmurs, the sound of pens catching up to a world that kept moving whether they wanted it or not. Demonstrations have shown, rooms. Another member asked delicately, as if asking about a neighbor's home addition. Containment constructs, drive. Sekiguchi answered from the expert table, eyes bright. Think transparent sandbox. They corral factor flows, like the lattice at Tencho, without compressing the person. Public safe. Non-destructive. Repeatable. The ponytailed representative lifted her mic. The commission observed those constructs on site, she said. The term we have adopted for our report is non-destructive neutralization. We recommend codifying the truce protocol he trains under: consent, exception, interfaces, routing, stops, oversight. Fail-safes. She did not say I told you so. She said policy and let the room translate it into we were wrong to push a cage. Aizawa spoke last, because endings are his favorite leverage. Ua will continue to run boring drills to the point of artistry, he said, looking exactly like a man who could make boredom into a black belt. We will call windows early, not late. We will reinforce public-facing methods, small shields, vent upward, no grabs. Our expectation is that Mr. Midoriya treats spectacle as failure. He has been a very apt student. Bakugo, in the back row pretending he had wandered in by accident, didn't smirk. He looked at Izuku's posture and decided it was acceptable. The commission voted. Hands up, hands down. Rescinded. Ratified. Filed. Boring is a lullaby, and therefore binding. The phrase that made everything real wasn't even a clause. It was the last line of the chairwoman's closing remarks, spoken without flourish. And we recognize. The provisional call sign requested by Ua, chaotic hero, synergy. She said it like a full stop. They did a press thing because you are not allowed to change public policy without at least one micer. O-phone and 3 apologetic confetti cannons. Nezu took the podium. Synergy is a promise, he said, tiny paws planted like punctuation. Power with, not over. Rooms instead of roofs. Lanes instead of walls. We thank the Commission for partnering on methods that turn frightening ideas into safe habits. Aizawa stepped up only because someone had to. We will continue to make this boring, he said. Please enjoy our success by not noticing it. All Might followed, not to translate, he'd trained them out of needing that, but to mark the hinge of a day. We've taught the public how to stand under a shield and keep moving, he said. Smile barely there. That's hero work. Thank you for learning with us. Izuku spoke last. He didn't love microphones. He did love clarity. My directive is save and protect life, he said. If you see me, you'll see small shields and venting up. You'll see me working with my classmates and our teachers. If you're afraid, that's okay. Look for lanes. We'll build them. He stepped back. The press failed to spin those sentences into something more dramatic and settled for hashtags. Hashtag synergy stopped being a trend and became a tag people used under videos. Here nothing dire happened because someone made a lane. The changes that mattered most were small. UA added a new wall sign outside the amphitheater, 3 laminated cards strung on a chain. Windows. Breath. Choice. Power Loader built 2 more void rooms and scheduled everyone through them, not just Izuku. Jiro practiced turning enemy tone into homework. Uraraka learned to make lifting lanes that felt like escalators. Iida trained his calves to announce order. Kaminari practiced not being interesting to the wrong kind of electricity. Zero learned to tape flows, not things. Even Mineta, under L. Ayers of supervision and 2 signed contracts, learned to use stickiness to redirect instead of trap. Hound Dog ran a unit called Boring as a martial art and guidance. He made them practice saying AR scripts into bad days until the words fit their mouths without effort. Name the room. Name your yes. Name your stops. Nobody cheered. Everyone slept better. The commission quietly added the truce protocol to its training standards. New recruits learned green light, stoplight right after they learned when to stop chasing. The phrase non-destructive neutralization showed up in 3 city memos. And 1 national guideline under a banner that said public safe works. Support course kids started selling lane anchors, portable emitter absorber combos that behaved like the edges of Izuku's arches. Fire brigades and train stations bought them, not because a hero endorsed them but because a diet of boring successes spreads like good gossip. Schoolchildren played bubble in playgrounds and did not pretend to be captured. They pretended to guide a lane while someone else shepherded it, and their teachers found themselves letting out breaths they didn't know they were holding. There was still paperwork. There would always be paperwork. In a quiet UA office, the ponytailed representative slid a signed copy of the rescission across to Aizawa. For your file, she said. He tucked it into a folder labeled truce and, after a second, into a fireproof safe. For yours, he said, and handed her a laminated index card of the protocol he'd taped to the door, his handwriting, block printed, neat. She smiled without practice. I never expected to like my job this much, she admitted. Most good days are boring, Aizawa replied. Spread the infection. Synergy Day wasn't official. UA just set up AF. Holding table in the quad and let first years ask the seniors anything that wouldn't compromise a patrol. How do you know when to break? A small boy asked, earnest and nervous. When you can, Izuku said. Not when you must. Does it hurt? A girl with a bright hair clip asked, hand skimming a seam on his sleeve without touching. The symbiote. It used to clash, he said, honest. We taught each other rules. Now it feels like wearing a wetsuit that listens. Do you really talk to it? A third asked, skeptical but curious. Like a dog. He smiled. Like a partner who likes verbs. They laughed. Bakugo stood off to the side like a bouncer with tenure and pretended he wasn't listening. Todoroki rested a palm on a vending machine and made it give him a water it had been hoarding out of principle. Jiro used a finger to thrum the table's edge and called it a tune. Uraraka scribbled hashtag shield not sword on a poster board and added bring snacks if you come to drills underneath. Mina drew a bubble with a grin and a tiny seam X and said, branding matters. Stop making it cute, Bakugo muttered, but didn't move to erase it. That night, they held a quiet ceremony in a room with tea. Many chairs for the people who filled it. Nezu pinned a provisional license card on Izuku's suit like a medal. For doing it the boring way, he chirped. Aizawa handed him a new laminated card, same size as the license. On it, in his handwriting, Windows. Breath. Choice. Izuku slid it into his wallet behind a photo of him and his mom with a festival balloon that had popped right after the picture. All Might did not give a speech. He put a hand near Izuku's shoulder, didn't touch, and said, you made patience look like power. Hound Dog tossed him a fresh stress cloud because the last one had retired with honor. Chew on that instead of your lower lip, he advised. Jiro, Uraraka, Iida, Todoroki, Kaminari, Mina, Zero, and the rest pressed in with the kind of messy congratulations Tea makes you forget you were ever a solitary noun. Bakugo waited until the crowd thinned. He stepped in front of Izuku, looked him up and down like the world's meanest tailor, and grunted. You're still you, he said. Good. Keep it that way. Rivalry clause. Izuku laughed, because that clause had become a kind of weather he liked. Windows feel like 50, he said, half challenge. We'll make 40 feel like yesterday. Bakugo shot back. Meet me at the lot at 6. Bring your lanes. He left. He didn't need to be thanked for being the anchor that swore at you until the boat didn't drift. Izuku Midoriya watched the press clip on a tiny tablet because the living room TV felt too loud for some miracles. When Izuku got home after the UA thing, she wiped her eyes and didn't pretend she hadn't. I don't understand all the rules, she said, the way she had at the beginning. I don't either, he admitted. But I understand mine. She hugged him and felt the rails under the suit and deck. IDED she could live in a world where her son wore maps on his skin. They ate dinner. They talked about nothing. He washed dishes. Ordinary is what bravery buys. All for one did not mail a letter. He did not flip a desk. He folded a plan in half, then in quarters, and then put it in a drawer that did not need more paper. He whispered a sentence to the room that didn't remember light. He changed what the crowd wants. He did not add, and that is harder to break. He didn't need to. UA made a small change to the class schedule, a weekly joint block labeled method. It wasn't a quirk class. It wasn't ethics. It was both. Present Mike taught how to talk when your heart was punching your lungs. Jiro taught how to hear fear and not get tricked by it. Smintos taught how to love bolts. Hound do. G taught scripts until they tasted like teeth. Aizawa taught no until it sounded like yes to the right things. Izuku taught lanes and rooms and caps that didn't hum unless they had to. He showed furs. T-years how to say, halt, like a lever, and break, like an earned exhale, and sleep, like you had trained your body to listen. Nobody clapped at the end of method. They packed up and went to math or music or laundry with steadier feet. That was the point. When the official call sign arrived in the mail 2 weeks later, Chaotic Hero, Synergy printed in sans serif on something that felt like plastic. Pretending to be paper, Izuku stared at it a long time. He had flinched at chaotic once. He didn't anymore. He had turned it into a verb that behaved, harnessed. The rest of the word mattered more anyway. Synergy. He slid the card into the back of his wallet. He kept the laminated windows. Breath. Choice. In front. That night he stood by his dorm window with the city breathing outside like a creature that learned. He set the room in his head. Rails, dusk ceiling, lines listening. The tide arrived with the same easy pressure it had learned. Hear me, he said, for the 1000th time, and the first time is synergy. We keep the rules. We make rooms when we're asked for storms. We build lanes where fear tries to build walls. We say halt and break and sleep like prayer, but smarter. He lines lifted and settled in a way that wasn't physics and was still true. Protect, the tide said. It had always said that. He just had better words around it now. Sleep, he told it, and it obeyed. In the morning, he would meet Bakugo at the lot. They would make 60 feel like 50 until the numbers forgot they had ever been a problem. There would be more towers, more proxies, more memos with careful margins. There would be days where fear tried to make spectacle feel like safety. He would lift a hand and draw a lane. People would walk under it and keep moving. He would build rooms or silence and cells for asks that forgot manners. He would say halt and the world would listen because he had trained it to. Windows. Breath. Choice. He stepped into the future like a lane he'd mad. For himself and waved the city through. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you all are enjoyed this video. If you do, please leave a like, share and subscribe. So let's end this video here. Until then, see you in next video.